Hello everyone, it's time for Book 3 in the Immortal Apprentice trilogy, The Apprentice Reborn. I hope you enjoy it.
Chapter 1. Barrett Boyd had seen some horrible things over the past month. First, the ghouls murdering Dawson. Then Dawson rising as a ghoul himself, forcing Harper to kill him a second time. Not to mention enough corpses to fill several cemeteries. Suffice it to say this had not been a good couple of months. When the refugees had finally reached the edge of the great forest, he'd thought, stupidly, as it turned out, that the worst of the danger had passed. Instead, not long after nightfall, into camp walked 4 bald wizards dressed in gray. Among them, the son of a bitch that ordered Dawson killed. Despite the evidence before his eyes, Barrett didn't want to believe this was happening. When the priests of Brannock ordered everyone to keep their distance, Barrett hadn't argued. One of the few things he knew about wizards was that the smartest thing you could do was keep your distance and hope they didn't notice you. So far, that plan hadn't been working out for Barrett, since everywhere he went, he seemed to run into them. Of course, compared to how well the priests did fighting them, his strategy had been a roaring success. After a brief discussion with the prince, the boss wizard ordered everyone to stay still and silent. The "or else" didn't need saying, given the many red-eyed shadows drifting through the camp. Barrett didn't even bother trying to sleep despite his exhaustion. The unnatural chill from the wraiths left him shivering and weak. He ended up leaning back to back with Tobias and silently praying for something, anything, to get them out of this mess. His prayers went unanswered, and after the longest night of his life, the sun slowly rose. But before it did, the wraiths sank into the ground. It was like they were burying themselves. Pity they wouldn't stay buried. "What do you think's going to happen now?" Tobias whispered. Barrett hadn't the slightest idea, and didn't dare answer lest one of the wizards keeping watch hear him. Instead, he gave a silent shake of his head. The answer to Tobias's question came 15 minutes later when the head wizard strode into the center of camp. Beside him, one of the ghouls, an especially large and ugly one, held the prince by the neck, its claws just short of digging into the boy's flesh. "Your attention, everyone," the boss wizard said. "The time has come to begin negotiations for your release. I require a messenger to carry my demands to the village of alchemists." Barrett's hand shot up at once. "Tobias and I will go." He spoke before he could think better of it. When the boss's cold, dead eyes focused on him, he wished he hadn't drawn the man's attention. "And who are you?" the wizard asked. Steeling himself, Barrett said, "Barrett Boyd, sir. My friend and I have been serving the group as scouts. We're hunters and can follow the tracks our team left right to the village, or at least close enough that someone will spot us." "You certainly look like a hunter," the boss wizard strode over. "I suppose you'll do, though I only need one messenger." "Then send me," a familiar whiny voice said. It was the noble that had been complaining since they left the capital. "No one that matters will listen to a peasant. My father is a baron. The son of a noble has to be a better choice for this task." The boss frowned. "And are you capable of following the group's tracks? You don't look like much of an outdoorsman to me." "I'm sure I can. After all, if this lout can do it, surely I can." As the debate continued, the wizard that had killed Dawson walked up to his boss and whispered something. "Is that right? If the hunter is known to Baron MacLeod as well, then he's sufficiently qualified." The dead eyes turned back on Barrett. "You're hired, but just you. As a token of my faith in your ability, I promise that your friend won't be among the first group slain should the alchemists ignore my demands." Tobias clutched Barrett's arm. "Don't leave me here alone." Barrett had been hoping to get them both out of this mess, but now that he'd spoken, backing out wasn't an option. Not if he wanted to keep breathing. He patted Tobias's hand, then stood. Hopefully he could convince whoever was in charge at the alchemist's village of the seriousness of the situation. "You can't be taking this fool over me," the noble said. Barrett didn't think the man was especially brave, but it took a remarkable amount of stupidity to speak to these people in that tone. If he failed, Barrett hoped the useless fop would be the first fed to the wraiths. No one would miss him. The boss wizard turned and pointed. Some unseen force picked the nobleman up and hurled him across the clearing. He slid through the mud before finally stopping when he hit a clump of people. From the pained groans, it looked like he'd survived the impact. Pity. "Does anyone else object to my decision?" the boss asked. If anyone did, they were smart enough to keep silent. "Excellent. You, Barrett, was it? Come here. I'll give you your message." Barrett looked back at Tobias and tried to send good thoughts, but he didn't dare linger. After a moment, he hurried over to the wizards and Prince Jacob. "The message is simple," the boss said. "I want the mithril urn. They have until sunset to give it to me. Should they refuse to obey, half these people, as well as the king, will die. A day after that, the rest will join them." "Elgin!" The wizard that killed Dawson pulled a dagger. As Barrett watched in horrified fascination, the blade grew bright red. Elgin grabbed the prince's left ear and sliced it off, searing the flesh as he did so. Prince Jacob's scream would ring in Barrett's ears for the rest of his life, he felt certain. When it was done, Elgin wrapped the ear in a square of white cloth and gave it to Barrett. He accepted with a grimace of distaste. "You may be the luckiest man in history," Elgin said. "I can't think of another person that's been my prisoner twice and escaped to tell the tale." Barrett felt many things at that moment, but lucky wasn't one of them. "Tell them that tomorrow morning I'll send a second messenger with the king's head should they fail to obey my orders. Now go." Barrett didn't need to be told twice. He hurried toward the edge of the forest. It only took a moment to find the path trodden through the snow. Such a large group, especially one consisting of mostly amateurs, would be simple to track. The idiot noble might even have been able to manage it. He set a brisk pace just short of running. Barrett wanted to deliver the message and be relieved of his gruesome burden as quickly as possible. The sooner this was someone else's problem, the happier he'd be. Despite her worries about the survivors from Montague City, Harper found she'd gotten a restful night's sleep. She sat up and looked out the window. The sun hadn't risen yet, and probably wouldn't for at least another hour. The dim light of the stars revealed almost nothing. She hated that about this time of year. Short days left her depressed at the best of times. When it meant that many more hours that the wraiths could be active, it was even worse. In the bed across from her, West snored contentedly away. He'd talked to her for hours last night about the new magic he'd learned. As always, his enthusiasm for his work never ceased to amaze her. Harper didn't understand about half of what he described, but from the sounds of it, the magic would come in mighty handy during the battle to come. And there was a battle coming. She had no doubt about that. Even without her desire for revenge, those wizards, the acolytes of darkness, weren't about to wander off and leave them in peace. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and into her boots, careful to make as little noise as possible. Hopefully she could rustle up some breakfast despite the early hour. Crossing the room on tiptoes, she shrugged her cloak on and stepped out into the cold. The youth on duty, a girl today, bowed to her. "How may I be of service?" Harper shivered. Too bad the light they set up outside the door only gave off light and not heat. "If it's not too early, I was hoping for some breakfast." "Certainly. For one?" "Yes, West is still asleep. In fact, if you could take me to the kitchen, I'll eat there so I don't wake him." The girl's thin, arched eyebrows drew down as she frowned. "Is that not allowed?" Harper asked. As far as she knew, they were guests, not prisoners. "I haven't been informed either way. The master said we were to bring you whatever you wanted. No mention was made of bringing you to the food." "Harper?" The conversation was cut off when Prince Lachlan came strolling around the side of the treehouse. He wore a heavy, fur-lined cloak, and his breath was visible when he spoke. "I didn't expect to find you up this early." "Habit. I always wake up early. Something I picked up from my father. What about you? Couldn't sleep. Busy mind. Given that his brother and father were outside, likely surrounded by wraiths, Harper could understand his unease. Would you like to join me for breakfast? She asked. He shrugged. That was the least enthusiastic response he'd ever offered to the suggestion of spending time with her. Perhaps he'd finally made peace with the idea that she was only interested in being his friend. At last he said, Sure, maybe it'll distract me. I guess I can take you to the communal dining hall, the girl said. That's where all the villagers eat. It's nothing fancy. That last was directed at Lachlan. He smiled. My last breakfast consisted of cold beef eaten off a wooden plate, scrounged from a farm, while I stood in the snow. As long as both the food and the dining room are warm and I have a place to sit, you'll hear no complaints. The girl finally blew out a breath and said, Okay, follow me. They crossed 3 bridges and walked around 4 raised sidewalks before she stopped in front of the largest building Harper had seen so far. It was easily 3 times as large as the guest house she shared with West. Their guide pulled the door open, and the most delicious aroma in the world, cooking bacon, wafted out. Go on in and ask the servers on duty for whatever you'd like. I'll return to my post in case your friend wakes up. Thank you, Harper said, her mouth already watering. If West does wake up, tell him I'll be back before long. Do you not wish me to bring him here? The girl asked. I don't mind either way, but West isn't good with heights. He's liable to faint if he has to cross all those bridges. The girl's stony expression finally cracked, making her look her age. I'll be sure to warn him should he wake. She trotted off, leaving Harper and Lachlan alone. Inside, there were rows of tables and benches, about a third of them occupied. It seemed at least some of the locals shared her habit of getting up early. They all wore similar orange and yellow robes. Whatever else you could say about them, there wasn't much variety in their wardrobe. Not that Harper was one to talk, given her preference for wearing the same leathers day in and day out. Along the back wall, a trio of servers, all youths a bit older than her guide, waited behind a waist-high table covered with steaming dishes, heated by glowing stones. Harper spotted a stack of plates on one end of the table and assumed that was where she was meant to start. In addition to bacon, she collected a roll, eggs, and mixed vegetables along with a glass of water. She and Lachlan settled on an unoccupied bench and dug in. Neither of them said anything as they enjoyed the delicious meal. Since she'd been traveling with the survivors, she'd almost forgotten what a well-prepared meal tasted like, and this was even better than supper since it came directly from the kitchen. A third of the way through, she came up for air and said, Whoever's in charge of the kitchen knows their business. If I can eat like this every day, I might ask Lynn to adopt me. Lachlan's lips barely twitched into a faint smile. The castle chef could cook anything and make it tasty. I suppose he's dead now, along with everyone else in the capital. Harper debated trying to reassure him, but decided against it. They both knew the truth, and nothing she said would change it. I can't imagine how big a job rebuilding will be. Jacob said it would be the task of our remaining life. Even then, it will be a wonder if we can complete it. Don't sell yourself short. You and your brother both seem pretty determined. If you put your minds to it, I doubt there's much you couldn't accomplish. He finally smiled, though it still looked sad. Thanks. I'm sure we'll figure something out, assuming we both survive the current situation. The current situation. What a wonderfully bland way to describe it. Was that something they taught nobles to do? Harper didn't know, but wouldn't have been surprised. They finished the rest of the delightful meal in silence. She was just about to excuse herself and return to her lodgings when the kitchen door slammed open and a panting youth entered. The sun was up and bright behind him. Had they really been here that long? Prince Lachlan, the youth said. Your presence is urgently requested at the meeting hall. They shared a look. Whatever was going on, it couldn't be good. Chapter 2. Harper barely noticed the cold as she and Lachlan hurried across the raised sidewalks toward the meeting hall. Technically, she hadn't been summoned, but since no one told her not to go, she tagged along. She was in this up to her neck, and no way was she going to be cut out now. Whatever was going on, Harper wanted to know about it. When they reached the meeting hall, a full-grown man, his muscles bulging under his brightly colored robe, stood alert and on guard outside. This was the first sign Harper had seen of security since the day she arrived with Baron MacLeod. Her concern immediately ratcheted up a notch. Thankfully, the man on guard waved them through without comment. Seated around the big table were Baron MacLeod, Lord Marshal, Lynn, Master Zan, and the elders. Looked like Lachlan was the last of the important folks to show up. Lord Marshal waved the prince into the seat beside him. Harper kept her distance, but not so far that she couldn't hear what was said. "Now that we're all here," Lynn said, "let's begin. According to our wizards, someone just tripped the outermost ward. Whoever it is remains beyond their viewing range. We're debating our next move." "Is it one of the wizards?" Lord Marshal asked. "No," Master Zan said. "We can detect neither magic nor corruption. As far as we can tell, it's just an ordinary human." "A trap, then," Baron MacLeod said. "They're hoping someone comes out to investigate so they can grab them." That speculation brought a round of mutters. Harper figured they were overthinking it. More likely it was someone from the survivors that got lost in the woods. "Possible," Lynn said. "What difference does it make?" Lachlan asked. "We should be getting ready to go and rescue everyone anyway. We can find out who it is on the way." Lynn shook her head. "No. If this is a trap, sending the rescue party is inviting danger." "That's crazy!" Lachlan slammed his fist on the table. "You said last night you would grant everyone shelter. I expect you to honor your word." "It will be honored," Lynn said, her voice as cold and hard as a frozen boulder. "But it will not be done in a way that endangers the village. We need more information before a decision is made." "Why don't I just go out and see who it is?" Harper asked. When everyone looked at her, she felt a little self-conscious. Maybe she should have kept her mouth shut, but their debating was getting them nowhere. "It might be dangerous," Lachlan said. "True, but I can't find my way back here, and I'm completely expendable. That makes me perfect for the job. I just need some way to signal you if it's safe." "Take West with you," Master Zan said. "He can signal us and check our unexpected visitor for magic." "With your permission, I'll get him and we'll set out." Lynn nodded, and no one argued with her further. "Granted, but do be careful. Whatever your status, you've proven both loyal and talented. It would be a shame to lose you." Harper grinned. "I feel exactly the same way. Excuse me." She left the meeting hall and jogged back to the house where she hoped to find West awake and alert. A different village boy was on duty when she arrived. He offered a silent bow. "Is West up yet? I only arrived moments ago, but no mention was made by the night watch that anything had happened." She muttered a curse. "Okay, thanks." Harper pushed the door open, and the sounds of snoring reached her immediately. "Must be nice." "West!" She went over and gave him a shake. "Wake up, we've got a job." He groaned, opened his eyes, and looked up at her. "Oh, what time is it?" "I don't know, maybe an hour after sunrise?" Harper told him what had happened. "We need to go see who it is." He sat up and ran his fingers through his rat's nest of hair. "I need breakfast." "No time." She went to her satchel and pulled out one of the few remaining magic cookies. "Here, eat this. It'll perk you up in a hurry." West chewed on the cookie, and she poured him a glass of water to wash it down. As he ate, Harper filled him in on the situation, what little they knew. "Why were you having breakfast with the prince?" West asked around a mouthful of cookie. "Because he came around the bend just as I was getting ready to go. He looked pretty depressed. Not a surprise considering his father and brother are out there. I thought some company might cheer him up. Not sure if I succeeded, though." "I'm sure you did. Having breakfast with you certainly would have cheered me up." West washed down the last of the cookie and started pulling on his boots. Finally, he stood and said, "I'm as ready as I'll ever be." The pair grabbed their gear and set out for the stairs down to the ground. When they reached the edge of the village, Lachlan and all the others, save the elders, were waiting. "As soon as you know it's safe," Master Zan said, "use the spell I taught you to let me know. We'll send someone to guide you back." West bowed. "Yes, Master." No one had anything else to say, so Harper led the way through the gap that separated the village from the rest of the world. One stride later, she found herself in a suddenly darker-seeming forest. "I don't think I'll ever get used to the transition," West said. He closed his eyes for a moment, then pointed right. "I sent someone that way. Given the lack of local population, I suspect that'll be our man or woman." Harper set out, her stride nearly silent in the dark forest. She had a mithril arrow set on her bow. If this was a trap, she meant to take at least one of the bastards with her. A couple 100 yards later, she heard someone thrashing around through the brush. Harper slowed down, careful to make no sound as they approached. The scent of ghouls was missing, so at least the wizards had been right about that. She peered around a tree and saw a familiar, leather-clad back stomping around. "Barrett?" He spun to face her, a look of almost comical relief on his weathered face. "Harper? Lass, thank Brannock. I need to talk to whoever's in charge. Some things happened while you were gone." "I've been gone less than a day, and Lord Marshal said the barrier went up last night. What happened? And where's Tobias?" "I'd just as soon only tell the story once, lass. Can you show me the way in?" She'd never heard Barrett sound so anxious, and if he left Tobias behind, something serious must have happened. "I need to check you for magic. Then I'll let Master Zan know it's safe." West narrowed his eyes and stared at Barrett. "Uh-oh." "What?" Harper asked. "Someone put a tracing spell on him. I'll try and break it." Harper shot Barrett a sharp look, but he only shook his head. "Like I said, some things happened." "Got it," West said. "Wow, whoever cast that spell knew what they were doing. Lucky for me, tearing a spell apart is a lot easier than casting it in the first place. I'll let Master Zan know." "Check the area for anything dangerous first," Harper said. "Better safe than sorry." West nodded. "Good idea." They all fell silent as West did magical things. Since he did them without moving or speaking, it was hard for non-wizards to tell what was happening. Good thing she had complete faith in West. 5 minutes later, one of the burly men she recognized as a village guard arrived and motioned them to follow. A short walk saw them safe and sound back in the village. The guard led them right back to the meeting room. During the walk, Barrett didn't say a word, instead focusing on his boots as if they were the most fascinating things in the world. Harper had expected at least a few oohs and ahs. Whatever he had on his mind had to be worse than she first thought. The waiting group was the same as the first time she arrived. Everyone was staring at poor Barrett. Knowing the man as well as she did, Harper knew this had to be miserable for him. "Why are you here instead of with the group?" Lachlan asked. "Might be best," Barrett said, "if you let me tell the whole story before you ask questions. Begging your pardons. This is going to be hard enough as it is." Lachlan nodded, and Lynn said, "Go ahead, please." Barrett took a deep breath and launched into his story. It started with the wizards strolling through the barrier, killing the priests and taking the sword from the prince, then making prisoners of them all. It ended with his arrival outside the village. When he finished, Barrett laid a neatly wrapped parcel on the table. Everyone stared at it. They all knew what it contained based on the story they had just heard, but no one wanted to touch it and confirm the truth for themselves. Finally, Lachlan reached out with a trembling hand and unwrapped the parcel. Inside, just as they all expected, lay his brother's severed ear. A pained moan slipped out, and he shoved the parcel away. "They're monsters," Lachlan muttered. "What sort of person does something like this?" Lord Marshal put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "An evil one." Lynn turned to Harper. "We have much to discuss. Take your friend to your quarters to rest. If you desire food, ask the initiate." Harper recognized a dismissal when she heard it, and much as she would have liked to argue, she had no standing to do so. Someone would tell her what happened later, she hoped. "Come on, old man. Let's get some food in your belly and find a nice soft place to sleep."
"Some apple brandy would be welcome,"
Barrett muttered. He sounded half dead, like telling that story had sucked the life out of him. "I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you." Harper guided him out, and as soon as they were clear of the door, the guard on duty shut it. As they trudged back to the house, Harper said, "I'm sorry about Tobias. I know you did your best to save him."
"As usual, my best didn't amount to shit."
He looked up at her, eyes bloodshot and expression bleak.
"Do you know the worst part? Even knowing the danger Tobias is in, I'm glad I'm here and not out there with him. What sort of cowardly, useless excuse for a friend does that make me?"
"You are only human," West said. "Wanting to escape pain and possible death is perfectly natural. You have nothing to be ashamed of."
"Wish I could believe it as easily as you say it."
Chapter 3. Lachlan's whole body trembled, and try as he might, his gaze remained glued to his brother's severed ear. They should have risked bringing everyone to the village, and damn the consequences. Now his father and brother, along with several hundred innocent people, were captives of those monsters. When the door closed behind Harper, he turned to Lynn. "How soon can you retrieve the urn?" She cocked her head. "I'm not sure I understand. We're not giving those madmen the urn." Lachlan leapt to his feet. "Yes, we are. They have my father and brother, the king and crown prince. Letting them die is not an option." "If the immortal apprentice is freed," Lynn said, "the entire kingdom will fall. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands, will die as he raises an even greater army of the dead. Eventually, all of Colt's land may end up under threat. No lives, even those of the king and crown prince, are worth that risk. As a royal, I expected you to understand that better than any of us here. Your responsibility is to the many, not the few." As he listened to her lecture, Lachlan ground his teeth so hard his jaw ached. Who was this woman, the mayor of a tiny village, to tell him about his responsibilities? "We are not having a debate," Lachlan said. "As the highest-ranking person here, I order you to fetch the urn. There are still 2 others. Even if this one is lost, we can still stop them." Lynn shook her head. "I will not risk the kingdom to make you feel better. The urn will stay hidden until the end of time."
"How dare you disobey me?"
Lachlan took a step toward her. No one here could stop him. He'd beat the information out of her if he had to. Marshall grabbed his tunic and tugged him back. "Have a seat, lad. I know you're hurting, but fighting amongst ourselves only makes the enemy's job easier." Lachlan stared at him. "You're taking her side? I thought Father was your best friend." "So he is, but the king and I both know our duty. And so do you. Best sit down before you do something you'll regret when the emotion wears off." Lachlan couldn't believe this. The one person he'd had total confidence would be on his side instead opposed him. It wasn't possible. "They're both going to die, Marshall." "You might be right." Marshall looked him dead in the eye. "But the first rule of the temple and the throne is that you always act for the greater good. You don't trade thousands of lives for hundreds, no matter how important they are, no matter how much you love them. It's hard, but that's what being a leader means." Lachlan slumped in his chair. How many times had he and Jacob listened to Father's lectures on responsibility and duty? More than he could count. That was how important Father considered the lessons. It seemed none of it had really sunk in. They'd spent their time playing at being princes. Now the time had come to face what those lessons really meant, and he wasn't at all ready. "If we're not giving them the urn," Baron MacLeod said, "what are we doing?" "We're going to wait and watch," Lynn said. "They can't stay out there forever.
4 wizards and the Wraith army is too much for the entire village to handle, and if we try to go out during the day, they'll kill everyone and retreat. If we pursue, we risk getting caught out after nightfall and wiped out. And if we don't, there's no point trying in the first place. What we can do is prepare. Weapons can be enchanted. Potions can be made. Eventually, they'll have to leave to forage or whatever. When their force is divided, that's when we strike. I can sneak out and get word to my uncle and Duke Huxley, Lachlan suggested. Even if you can make weapons, you'll need warriors to wield them. Too risky, Marshall said. You can pin a letter and seal it. Harper would be best suited to deliver it. Lachlan snorted. You know my uncle. Nothing less than my presence will be enough to convince him and the Duke to act. I admire Harper, and she has many great qualities, but she's as common as they come. It has to be me. And frankly, with my mind the way it is, I'll be more of a hindrance than a help here. If something happens to you, Baron MacLeod said, the entire royal family will be wiped out. What happens to the kingdom then? My uncle can assume the throne, Lachlan said. Baron MacLeod just stared at him, and Lachlan was forced to admit that Uncle William wouldn't be the best choice. In fact, he was pretty sure everyone that had ever met his uncle hated him. He was everything bad about the nobility, but he was also unnerving. If there was no one else, he could at least wield the sun sword, assuming they managed to recover it. We don't need to decide this instant, Marshall said. What say we take a little break and everyone can cool off? A good suggestion, Lynn said. Let's meet again an hour after noon. Master Zan, see what you and the other wizards can do about improving our observational capabilities. The old wizard stood and bowed. Take a walk with me, lad, Marshall said. There's something we need to discuss. Lachlan didn't like the sound of that, but if it got him out of this room and took his mind off Jacob and his father, even more bad news would be welcome. Sure, I could use some fresh air. As soon as they left the stuffy meeting room behind, Lachlan drew a deep breath. The cool air felt wonderful and served to soothe his anger. He knew Marshall and Lynn were right. At least, he knew it in his head. His heart didn't care about right and wrong. It just wanted his family safe. It's not easy being a prince, Marshall said. They walked side by side across one of the many bridges. If Marshall had a destination in mind, he hadn't shared it, and frankly, Lachlan didn't care. Being in motion quieted his mind, at least a little. It used to be, Lachlan said. Especially a second prince. My duties were minimal. I spent most of my time training and doing other stuff I enjoyed. Now I'm supposed to abandon my brother and father to their fate and essentially become king? Marshall stopped on an abandoned section of walkway. No one ever thought a situation like this could happen. There's something I have to tell you. There's no easy way to say it, so I'm just going to be direct. You're not an Irving by blood. Lachlan stared at Marshall, his brain frozen, refusing to accept what he'd just heard. It was meant to be a secret your father and I took to the grave. But the way things are going, I wanted you to know the truth. Even if we get the sun sword back, you'll be unable to wield it, at least its magical properties. How is that even possible? Lachlan finally asked. When your brother was born, something in the Queen was damaged. The nobles were anxious for the royal couple to produce a spare heir, and if the Queen couldn't do it, they would have demanded that she be set aside. Your father loved her more than anything and would never agree. So we faked a pregnancy, and after 9 months, a newborn prince was announced. Me. Marshall nodded. Your brother was healthy, and the kingdom largely at peace. There was never any fear that you might need to step into the role of crown prince. So where did I come from? You were abandoned at a temple of Brannock far from here. I went to fetch you. When I returned, you were less than 10 days old, young enough to pass for a child just born. No one even questioned it.
Lachlan offered a bitter smile.
So much for doing the right thing for the greater good.
As you no doubt realize, love is a powerful thing. I can't judge your father's actions as right or wrong. He did the only thing he felt he could at the time.
So where does that leave us? If I can't be king, that leaves Uncle William.
It certainly does. Less than ideal men have served as king before. The main problem is, knowing your uncle, he won't have the mental fortitude to call on the Sun Sword's power. And if he can't do that, his other defects render him less fit for the throne than you.
I repeat my question. Where does that leave us?
Marshall let out a long sigh. It pains me to suggest this, but a ruse may be necessary. We'll claim that your wild talent prevents you from wielding the Sun Sword. Your uncle can try, and if he succeeds, so much the better. As general of the army, having him wield the sword would be a natural choice. He could be your champion. His ego would love that. Lachlan hated this discussion, since it implied that his father and brother had no hope of surviving. But even so, he knew they needed to have it.
I don't hate that plan. The only problem I see is that Uncle William is worthless with a sword.
He doesn't need to fight with it. Just call on its magical powers. Marshall shook his head. Don't worry about that now. A long road lies before us, and this is near the end. Why don't you rest until the meeting resumes? You look tired.
I'll try, but I'm not optimistic.
They parted ways, and Lachlan headed for the guest house they shared while Marshall went back toward the meeting room. He didn't know what the future held, but he doubted it was anything good. Chapter 4. Harper sat in her bunk and tried to think. Barrett's snoring did nothing to make that easier. Despite his claim that he wouldn't be able to sleep, after a hot meal, he went out like a light. Now it sounded like a hibernating bear had crawled into West's bed. Speaking of her friend, he'd gone off to try and help the wizards. How he intended to do so seemed a little vague to her. To him as well, though she doubted he'd admit that. Mostly she figured he wanted to be doing something rather than sitting and thinking. Had someone suggested a useful task, Harper would have been happy to pitch in, but her skills were limited, and right now, not much in demand. That, she feared, would change all too soon.
No,
Barrett grumbled in his sleep. He thrashed back and forth a few times, ending up on his back. Given all he'd seen, nightmares weren't a surprise. Harper regretted sending him and Tobias to the capital, even though it had seemed like the right thing at the time.
No!
Barrett sat bolt upright, eyes so wide she could see the whites around them.
Steady, Harper said. You're safe now. Take some deep breaths.
Barrett panted like a bellows.
Slow, deep breaths.
Barrett followed her order, seeming unaware that he'd done so. He calmed slowly and scrubbed a hand across his face.
Want to tell me about it? It's Tobias. Every time I close my eyes, I see him getting killed by those monsters. I left him behind, and it's twisting me up inside.
Harper stood and moved to sit beside him.
You did your best to get him to safety. It didn't work out. But some plans don't. You can't control everything. No one can. Bringing him along was an afterthought. I wanted to get myself out of there. I only thought about Tobias after I spoke up. I'm a useless old coward fit for nothing but hunting and getting drunk.
Harper grabbed him by the front of his tunic and dragged him around to face her. My father wouldn't have chosen a useless coward to join the Rangers. If you can't have faith in yourself, have faith that he knew what he was doing when he let you join. Tobias isn't dead yet. But if the time comes and we lose him, turn the pain into anger. I swear every one of those bastards is going to die. I don't know how, but I won't quit until I see it done. Now, are you going to help me? Or are you going to sit there and feel sorry for yourself?
Barrett's expression hardened. Lass, I've seen steel softer than you. Whatever happens, I'm with you. Don't know how much use I'll be, But whatever I can do, I'll do.
Harper clapped him on the shoulder.
That's the spirit.
Someone knocked, and she stood. West would have just come in, which meant it was someone else who had decided to pay her a visit. She shrugged and walked over to the door. Outside, she found Prince Lachlan waiting.
Harper, we need your help again.
Want to come in and tell me about it?
Is West here?
No, it's just me and Barrett. He went to help the village wizards do magic stuff. Lachlan turned his head and said,
Find West and bring him back.
The sound of hurrying footsteps quickly faded. Why don't you come in? Harper said. I don't know where the wizards are, but it'll be a few minutes before he gets here. She moved aside and Lachlan entered. They sat in hard wooden chairs while Barrett stayed where he was on the bed. Lachlan rubbed his dark, bloodshot eyes. So, what's happened? Harper asked.
Lynn refused to hand over the urn and Marshall agreed with her. Everyone agreed with her.
Except you.
Yes and no.
Lachlan blew out a long breath.
I'd do anything to save my father and brother, but I also know they're right about the greater danger. It's hard to make the right decision when your emotions are trying to force you not to.
Harper knew that all too well. So they're not giving up the urn. What are they going to do? Build an arsenal of magical weapons? I've volunteered to leave the village and alert my uncle to the danger. No one was thrilled about the plan, but during the second round of discussions they finally agreed. Once the army is equipped with enchanted weapons, they'll be able to fight the wraiths. If I can't save Father and Jacob, at least I can avenge them. I'm guessing you want me and West to accompany you. Lachlan nodded. No one able to find their way back to the village can leave. The magical engineers are going to help with the weapons. That basically leaves us and Marshall. Uncle William won't listen to anyone else, which means I have to go to him personally. I'm up for a trip, Harper said. How about you, old man?
Might as well. Not much I can do here. Actually, Lachlan said, I was hoping you'd be willing to go with Marshall to check on the temple of Brannock that guards one of the urns. No one knows where the last urn is hidden, but if we can, Marshall wanted to warn his brothers of the danger. It's a rough march into the mountains, and having an experienced hunter along would be helpful. Barrett nodded. I can do that, assuming Lord Marshall knows how to find the place. I'm sure Brannock will guide him. Wait, Harper said. Lord Marshall knows how to find the village. Why are they letting him leave? He volunteered to take a potion that would strip him of that ability. It's a one-time thing. Once the magic has been reversed, it can never be restored. He'll never be able to find his way back on his own again. He deemed it a small price to pay to warn his brothers. The door opened and West hurried in. He looked at each of them in turn before asking, What's the emergency? We're planning a trip and need a wizard, Harper said. Interested? West stared at them, uncomprehending. What? Harper gave him the short version of the story. It's an escort mission. Hopefully they won't even notice us leaving. West shook his head. Not a chance. They'll be watching the area where we found Barrett. As soon as we step beyond the village's barrier, someone's sure to notice. Also, the moment the army sets out, they'll be sitting ducks for the wraiths. We can work out the details once we reach Duke Huxley's castle, Lachlan said. As for us getting spotted when we leave, I'm sure there must be more than one way out of the village. The plan is to depart in the morning, an hour after sunrise, assuming you're all willing. Like I said, I'm in. What do you say, West? Harper asked. West nodded, just as she knew he would. You're not leaving me behind again. If we have to fight, the new spells I learned will come in handy. Splendid. Lachlan got to his feet and held out his hand to West. I appreciate your willingness to help. Once the crisis is over, I'll see to it you're all rewarded properly for your hard work. If they were all still alive when the crisis had ended, Harper would consider herself well rewarded. Chapter 5. Jack sat beside his father's unmoving body and tried to think about anything other than the pain from his missing ear. He'd never felt something so excruciating as the moment that glowing blade sliced into his flesh. Nothing in his life to date had prepared him for such a thing.
He'd always considered himself tough, but the past few weeks made it clear that he'd been deluding himself. 2 of the wizards were pacing around, glaring at everyone as if wishing they could kill them right now. The sun was just touching the horizon, and the wraiths would be coming out of the earth soon. It wouldn't be long now, assuming they meant to carry out their threat. The other 2 were napping off to one side. Jack harbored no illusions about what would happen should they dare try and fight back. Between the wizard's magic and the ghouls, it would be a slaughter. Horrible as that sounded, it might be better than just waiting to be killed. Deep in his heart, Jack knew that Marshall would never allow the urn to be given to these people. The danger to the kingdom was too great. No, he'd have to rely on himself to get out of here. His lips quirked in a bitter expression. Right. Unarmed Prince Jack against wizards capable of controlling an army of undead. Sounded like a fair fight. He reached down and touched his father's right wrist. The pulse had grown so faint he could barely find it. Without Marshall's constant healing, Father wouldn't last long. Part of Jack actually hoped Father died on his own before these monsters could kill him.
What am I going to do?
Father didn't so much as stir, much less give an answer. He really was on his own. His stomach growled and he stood. One of the wizards, the fattest of the bunch, noticed him at once and marched over.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm hungry. I suspect everyone is. We have leftovers. I thought I might pass them out and eat.
You eat when we tell you you can eat. Now sit down and shut up.
And if I refuse? It's not like you can kill me twice. A faint tingle ran through Jack's body, followed a moment later by daggers of pain that made losing his ear feel like a tickle. Every muscle clenched and spasmed. His jaw clenched so tight he couldn't even scream. Quick as it started, the pain vanished. Jack collapsed and panted for breath.
Don't imagine for a moment that killing you is the worst thing we can do, the wizard said. Cause me any trouble and you'll get more of the same.
Jack trembled as the wizard walked away. No one should be able to do such a thing. It was wrong on so many levels he couldn't even begin to describe it. As the pain faded to no more than the memory of pain, Jack decided to take a break from thinking. Maybe his unconscious mind would have better luck. Considering how short they'd been on luck lately, he wasn't holding his breath. Maddox felt a surge in the ether and glanced over to find Alizad torturing the prince. It was a good technique, sending weak lightning into the target's muscles to cause intense contractions. He'd used it himself a few times. When he finished, Maddox strolled over and asked, "What was that about?" Alizad shrugged.
The prince tried to grow a spine. I ripped it out.
Maddox smiled. What did he want?
Food for himself and the others. Vorgoth said nothing about feeding them, so I assumed he didn't want them to eat.
No. The idea is that lack of food and water will keep them weak. Honestly, if we're going to kill them all tonight and tomorrow, I don't see what difference it makes. Alizad cocked his head, causing his jowls to flop in nauseating fashion.
You don't think the alchemists will make the trade?
Not if they have a brain in their collective heads. At first, I thought Vorgoth had a point when he suggested the plan, but no one could be that soft-hearted. I fear we'll be settling in for a long, tedious siege. Alizad grimaced at that.
I hate it out here. There must be some way to force ourselves through their barrier.
You'd think, but I can't even sense it, which seems impossible for something so powerful. If we don't know how the magic works, it makes it impossible to devise a counterspell. The conversation trailed off, and soon darkness settled over the land. The wraiths rose out of the earth, and Vorgoth stood up. Maddox shivered. It seemed like he was getting more and more aligned with the undead's rhythm. At least the sun didn't seem to hurt or weaken him. Much as Maddox wanted to kill Vorgoth and take his place, now wasn't the time for the one controlling their army to get weak. Vorgoth and Yemen marched over to join Maddox and Alizad.
No word from the alchemists?
Vorgoth asked. Maddox shook his head. It's been quiet as a grave, save for Alizad giving the prince a brief correction.
Are you still planning on killing half of them? Morgoth nodded. It wouldn't be much of a threat if I didn't follow through. I didn't think they'd have the nerve to ignore my demands. But as I frequently learned, life is full of disappointments. Let's start with the king. Yemen, make sure no one tries to wander off. Morgoth led the way over along with Maddox and Alazad. The prince, brave fool that he was, tried to stand between them and his father. The boy raised his fists, as if that would do any good. A flick of Morgoth's wrist sent him sprawling in a heap off to one side. This had been a really bad day for the prince. Had Maddox been capable of feeling pity, he would have felt some for the youth. "Take him," Morgoth said. A wraith appeared at his side and reached for the king. "Please, no!" the prince said. Nobody paid him the least attention. The wraith reached for the king, only to stop 6 inches from his chest. It hovered there, claw extended, as if confused. Finally, it pulled back without making contact. Maddox had never seen the undead refuse an order from Morgoth, and he found the act worrisome. "What's the problem?" Alazad asked. "I'm not certain," Morgoth said. "The wraith isn't resisting my command. Instead, it feels like there's no life force for it to absorb despite the fact that he's still breathing." Morgoth knelt, and threads of ether shot out, penetrating the king's flesh. He probed every inch before standing up. "Fascinating. He's in the process of transforming despite not being dead yet. I've never seen or read about anything like this. We might be on the verge of discovering an entirely new species of undead." Maddox peered closer, and now that he knew what to look for, saw threads of corruption as fine as spider silk running through the king's body. They were so tiny he doubted anyone would see them if they weren't specifically looking. "If you're right, it would be a shame to cut his head off before we see what he turns into," Maddox said. "Quite right. We'll have to content ourselves with killing half the peasants." "Why not send the prince's head?" Alazad asked. "Because I said I'd send him tomorrow night, and I'm a man of my word." Maddox would have laughed at that, but didn't want to start an argument. Screams rang out, signaling the start of the wraith's feast. Maddox and the others turned to leave. To his considerable surprise, the prince called out to them, "Please tell me what's happening to my father." Morgoth turned back with an almost charming smile. His dead eyes spoiled the effort. "I don't fully understand myself. He's changing into something. The corruption from the first wraith that struck him has been lingering in his system. My guess is that your priest did something to delay the process, possibly not even realizing he was doing so. Without his magic interfering, the process has resumed, though in a totally different way than normal. I'm excited to see what he turns into. Perhaps I'll leave you alive long enough to see for yourself before I have your father kill you." Chuckling to himself as if that was the most amusing thing he'd ever heard, Morgoth turned his back on the prince and ambled away. Maddox gave the boy a final look and strode off after him. Perhaps he could muster a bit of pity for the young prince after all. Surely there could be no more miserable person than a son forced to watch his father turn into a monster before dying at his hand. Morgoth might have been a man of his word, but he was, without a doubt, a cruel son of a bitch. Even Maddox was impressed. Chapter 6. Harper led West and Barrett down the steps to ground level. She'd slept better last night than any night previous since they arrived in the village. Having a goal and a mission in front of her helped. Granted, it wasn't the goal she most desired, but if the target of her anger was surrounded by an army of undead, as well as having 3 other wizards nearby, he would have to wait. At least she wouldn't be hanging around here any longer. One thing she would very much prefer to avoid was finding out if the wizards had carried out their threat. She hoped not, but seriously doubted they were the sort to back down. They reached the ground, and West let out a sigh of relief. Much as he enjoyed learning new magic, she suspected he'd be the happiest of all of them to leave the treehouse village behind. His fear of heights made this place a literal nightmare for him.
It didn't take long to spot Lachlan and Lord Marshal. Lynn, Master Zan, and several villagers bearing loaded packs and other gear were with them. Both Marshal and Lachlan had traded their battered traveling clothes for dark green and brown hunters' outfits. Since Harper had yet to see the villagers wearing anything save their orange and yellow robes, she was surprised they had such things on hand. "Good morning," Lynn said. "Are you prepared for your journey?" Harper nodded. "Assuming those are our supplies, we're set." One of the men handed her a heavy pack along with a fully loaded quiver of arrows. She pulled one out and grinned at the gleaming silver steel tip. She still had her enchanted lantern and her father's sword, so she should be good if the wraiths showed up. Barrett got a bow and quiver of arrows along with his pack. West didn't get any weapons, but as a wizard he didn't really need one. "Master," West said, "how will we escape without the enemy spotting us? They must be watching the area around the exit." "The exit isn't fixed," Master Zan said. "I moved it this morning to the far side of the village. Contact us when you're close, and someone will be sent to guide you in. And don't forget to send confirmation spells every morning." "Yes, Master. And should the worst happen, I wanted to thank you for all you've taught me." "You've been a good student. When this is over, assuming any of us survive, I'd be delighted to welcome you back for more training." Harper hated to ask, but also wanted to know, what happened out there last night? Did they carry out their threat? "No one showed up with my father's head." Lachlan spoke with tightly controlled anger. "Beyond that, we know little about what happened. I can't believe the bastards spared him, which means they must have found some other use for him. I shudder to think what it might be." Harper suspected they'd find out at some point, but didn't ask any more questions. "Okay, so where's the new door?" "This way." Lynn led them toward the opposite end of the village. As they walked, Harper asked, "Where's Baron MacLeod?" "He had nothing to add to the mission and so decided not to join us," Lord Marshal said. "He's worried about his daughter." "What about Brady?" West asked. "He's worried about his daughter," Marshal said, a hint of disapproval in his voice. Harper had never thought much of Mayor Brady, but she couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for him. Having a father that thought so little of you had to be a difficult thing. Maybe that explained why he hit the apple brandy so hard. "Why didn't he give up the ability to return the way Lord Marshal did?" Harper asked. "He'd be free to leave then, right?" "We made the offer," Lynn said. "His reasons for refusing are his own." Harper gave up trying to understand Baron MacLeod and got her mind focused on the task at hand. She didn't know how long of a walk awaited them, but guessed at least a few weeks. 3 people, on the road and out in the open, would be easy targets if they got spotted. Hopefully, by exiting on the far side of the village, the wizards wouldn't even realize they'd left. They paused in front of a pair of massive spruce trees. "The opening is between them," Lynn said. "Best of luck on your mission." Harper nodded once and led the way through. She'd never been one for long goodbyes. The moment of disorientation was exactly the same here as on the opposite side of the village, which made sense if they'd just relocated the exit. When everyone had emerged, Lord Marshal said, "Our path lies to the northwest. If Brannock stands with us, we'll see you again with good news." "Safe journey, Marshal," Lachlan said. "Likewise, lad. Good luck with your uncle." "I'll take all I can get." With that, they parted company. Harper set a steady pace southwest. She planned to stick to the forest until they were at least 10 miles from the wizard's camp. Then they'd have to decide if risking the road was worth the extra speed or if the forest would be safer. Given the situation, she suspected speed would be their ally. Barrett walked beside Lord Marshal, his gaze shifting from the priest to their surroundings. He'd never been alone with someone so important. He wasn't sure what to do, what to say, or how to act. Finding his way through the wilderness was no problem for Barrett. He was much more at home in the wild places than he was the city. His companion's presence was the problem. He tried his best to focus on the forest. The Great Forest was a beautiful place, wilder than the forest near home, but still familiar. Despite his best efforts, his gaze kept darting back to Lord Marshal. "I'm going to need you to relax a bit," Lord Marshal said. "If you can't calm down, you're liable to have a heart attack before the week is out. I'm not some stuck-up noble that requires you to bow and scrape. Just treat me like you would a fellow ranger." "Begging your pardon, Lord Marshal, but you're far from being a fellow ranger." "Just Marshal, and until we reach the temple, you can pretend." He spoke in a tone that made clear he'd accept nothing less than compliance on this matter. "Right. I'll do my best. We're miles from the enemy camp, so it should be safe to talk. Want to tell me exactly where we're headed?" "The Barrier Mountains at the edge of the Great Forest." "Brannock, bless me. That's 3/4 of the way across the kingdom. Why would anyone build in such a heaven-forsaken place?" Barrett immediately realized what he just said. "Meaning no disrespect to you or the Sword Lord." Marshal offered a faint chuckle and shake of his head, clearly amused rather than angry. "The temple was built by warrior monks who wanted to train and pray away from society and its many distractions. It's a hard life, and few are called to it. But those that are number amongst the finest warriors in the kingdom. They will make powerful allies in the fight against our enemies." "Heaven knows we can use all the help we can get. But if these monks are looking to avoid society, what's keeping them from telling us to shove off?" "They may not be interested in politics and the games men play, but when evil presents itself, they will not turn away. In fact, I'm surprised that Brannock didn't call them to battle when he sent me his warning about the approaching darkness." Marshal looked troubled for a moment, then shrugged. "We'll find out when we get there." Chapter 7. As mid-morning approached, Jack's stomach snarled at him. He couldn't remember exactly when he last ate or drank anything other than melted snow. Their captors clearly had no intention of feeding them. As he'd overheard one of them say, what was the point if they were all going to be dead at the end of the day? And despite what his stomach thought, the rest of him didn't really want anything to eat, not after watching the wraiths slaughter half the refugees last night. He'd seen the aftermath plenty of times, but watching the process up close and personal made it even worse. That the wizards could do it without batting an eye made Jack question their humanity, such as it was. He shifted a bit closer to his still, unmoving father. Somehow, he yet drew breath, though it was so shallow Jack couldn't see his chest rise and fall anymore. The only way to tell was to hold your hand under his nose and feel the faint air movement. It wouldn't be long now. Jack was equal parts horrified and morbidly curious to see what happened. Thin, tiny black lines had already formed around his closed eyes. Though he didn't dare look, Jack suspected the eyes themselves were equally black. Finally, he sighed and laid back on his sodden blanket. He'd be dead in 8 hours, so why worry about anything? It sucked that everything would fall on Lachlan's shoulders, but his brother had proven himself more than capable on the journey here, and Marshal would help him out. If the archangels stood with them, maybe they'd clean this mess up and put the kingdom back into some kind of order. He was just starting to drift off to sleep when the first explosion rocked the clearing. People screamed as he bolted to his feet. What the hell was going on? A fireball rocketed into the clearing, right at 2 of the wizards, and exploded. When the smoke cleared, they stood unharmed in a circle of steam. The other 2 were looking toward the woods and away from the prisoners. One of the prisoners broke for the trees and soon vanished from sight. He had the right idea. Much as Jack hated to leave his father, he refused to waste this opportunity. He ran for it, quickly vanishing between the massive trunks. Though weak from days of sitting around and not eating, fear and desperation drove him onward. A 3rd explosion sounded, but he didn't look back. Were the alchemists attacking? Jack hadn't seen exactly what caused the explosions. Still, he couldn't imagine them suddenly moving so aggressively. They were safe in their hidden village. Why risk an attack now after half the refugees had been killed? He didn't know, and frankly didn't especially care. All he wanted was to put as much distance between himself and the wizards as possible. Once he'd bought some time and distance, he'd decide where he had to go next. The castle of the nearest duke seemed like a good place to start, assuming he could figure out how to get there from here. Jack didn't exactly have a ton of experience in wilderness survival. He stumbled along through the woods, for he knew not how long before he finally had to stop. He bent over, gasping for breath. How far had he managed? Several miles, surely. He couldn't wait long. Assuming any of the ghouls survived the attack, they would surely be on his trail.
"Your lordship, sir."
He spun, fists raised and ready to fight.
"Who's there?"
A skinny, ragged fellow stepped out from behind one of the trees. It was the refugee that fled ahead of him. Jack relaxed and lowered his fists.
"Come over here, man. I'm not going to hurt you."
The man hesitated, but finally took a few steps closer. He looked familiar, more than just another face among the masses, but Jack couldn't place him.
"Who are you?"
Jack asked.
"Tobias, sir. Me and Barrett did some scouting for your brother when we first set out."
Jack nodded as if he remembered. Maybe that was why he seemed so familiar.
"Did any of the others make it?"
Tobias shrugged.
"Don't know, sir. They're no kin of mine."
Jack's lips quirked in a bitter smile.
"I suppose not. Then again, neither am I. Why show yourself to me?" "You're a prince, sir. Figure I got a better chance of surviving if I stay with you."
Jack hoped he was right, but given the way things had been going, held little confidence.
"You said you're a scout. How do we get to the nearest duke's castle from here?"
Tobias stared at him.
"I don't know where any of the dukes live, sir. I can tell you how to get to Parville, Baron McLeod's estate, or the capital. I've been to all them places, but that's it."
Since Jack didn't know how to get to any of them, that was a minor improvement.
"Duke Huxley's castle is northwest of the capital. If we make for that, we're bound to reach his territory. Getting directions shouldn't be difficult once we're close."
"So, southwest from here." Tobias turned around as he tried to get his bearings. Finally, he pointed generally back toward the camp.
"About that away, sir. But I reckon we'd best make a big circle around the wizards."
That was about the best idea Jack had ever heard.
"Good thinking. Why don't you take the lead?"
Tobias didn't even have a chance to move when something rustled in the distance. It sounded like someone, or more likely something, approaching in a hurry.
"Brannick, bless me, I'm too tired to run." "I seen them things run," Tobias said. "We couldn't escape them if we wanted to. No offense, sir, but maybe I shouldn't have joined up with you."
"No offense taken. I've been running low on good luck for some time now." The pounding strides were closer. Jack shifted to try and get a look at what was coming at them. He spotted the creatures a moment later. 2 ghouls, including one of the big ugly ones. He didn't even have a useless sword, much less the sun sword. Was getting torn apart by ghouls better or worse than having his life force drained by wraiths? He couldn't decide, but one thing he was certain of, he was bloody tired of running. When the ghouls were 10 strides away, Jack braced himself. He glared at the monsters. If he was going to die, at least he wouldn't show them the depths of his fear. Tobias, on the other hand, scrambled to put a tree between him and the ghouls, as if that would buy him more than a second of extra life. 3 strides away, the ghouls leapt. From his right, a figure in a red cloak lunged out of nowhere, grabbed the ghouls by their throats and slammed them to the ground. Flames exploded out of the man's hands, reducing the undead to ash. Their savior stood and brushed the ash off his hands. Without the ghouls distracting him, Jack took a close look at the man. He shared the same general build as Lachlan and wore simple leather trousers and a matching tunic. A pair of heavy boots completed the outfit. When he looked at Jack, he did so with shining yellow eyes. In a deep, rumbling voice, he said,
"My father wishes to speak with you, Prince Jacob."
Anyone powerful enough to destroy 2 ghouls that easily wasn't someone Jack could ignore, and besides, traveling with him was bound to be safer than the alternative.
"It would be my pleasure to meet with your father, sir. May I have the honor of your name?" I am Melcath of the Crimson Way. You have my word that no harm will come to you between here and my father's home." That was without a doubt a deal Jack couldn't pass up. Chapter 8. Maddox grimaced from his spot at the edge of the campsite. A campsite once filled with hostages, and now playing host to 4 wizards and a rapidly dying king. Plan C wasn't going any better than Plan A. Maddox held out little hope for falling back on Plan B at this point. Hopefully Wargoth had a new idea. Not that Maddox held out much hope for that either. A tremor went through the ether, and he sighed. The ghouls he'd sent to retrieve the prince were gone, destroyed in an instant by powerful magic. Magic of a sort he'd never seen before. It felt identical to what attacked them out of nowhere. Since he didn't think for a moment that the alchemists did it, he had to assume that a new player had entered the game, exactly what they didn't need. He sensed Wargoth approaching a moment before he spoke. "Well?" "The ghouls are gone. The greater ghoul lasted no longer than the lesser. I've never encountered magic like that. Have you?" Wargoth shook his head, looking even more grim than usual. "No. If I had to guess its power level based on our standard thread measure, I'd say whoever attacked us is capable of wielding at least 20. I've never heard of a human wizard that powerful outside of the arcane lords and their apprentices." Maddox hadn't considered that. "Do you suppose some other surviving apprentice found out what we were trying to do and decided to stop us from finishing our task?" "Right now, anything I say would be no more than speculation. At a minimum, we need to reevaluate our plan. Besieging the village is a waste of time without hostages to ensure they won't attack. While I hold our combined power in high esteem, the 4 of us couldn't defeat a full assault from a large force of magic users. At least not during the day when the wraiths sleep. And you can bet every coin we've got they wouldn't be stupid enough to attack at night. What's our next move?" Wargoth held up a finger. "The others are on their way back. Let's wait until they arrive to discuss the matter. Out of curiosity, what would you suggest?" Maddox kept his expression smooth, but inside he was grinning. So much for waiting until the others got back. The great and mighty Wargoth wanted his opinion. That never happened on important matters. Amusing as he found it, the change did nothing to make Maddox feel better. "I think we need to head back to base and open the 3rd urn. If it's the head, maybe we can convince the apprentice to give us some new insight." "Elgin, you must be reading my mind. Though after what he said to us earlier, I hold out little hope for more aid. My other thought was that we might try and seek out the other missing urn. I assume Serena found its hiding place and was defeated by whoever served as its guardian. As long as she made the proper arrangements, we might be able to contact her in Astaroth's hell." "If we all go together," Maddox said, "with the wraiths, we should be able to deal with most anything. That still leaves the alchemists, but at least we'll be a little further along." "Agreed. Here they come." A moment later, Yemen and Alizad trudged into camp. Both were soggy and mud-splattered from the knee down. The fire blasts had been hot enough to melt the snow and turn patches of the ground into bogs. "They all scattered to hell and gone," Yemen said. "If you want to hunt them down, it'll be easier to just send the wraiths out after dark." "No need for that. 100 grubby peasants have no particular value beyond serving as wraith food, and we can find new victims anywhere we care to look. For now, we're abandoning this camp and returning to base. I want to open the urn we have and see what's inside. Next, I'll try to contact Serena's soul in hell. If she can give us a clue about the other guardian, it will make our assault easier." "I volunteer to contact her," Yemen said. Maddox quirked an eyebrow at that. He'd suspected the pair had something going on, but this pretty much confirmed it. Not that he cared about Yemen's mating habits. He just found it strange that anyone in their line of work was trusting enough to let their guard down like that. "Do you think you're up to the task?" Wargoth asked. I might need a sacrifice to power the ritual, but otherwise I'm confident I can manage it. I can do it while you're opening the urn. If I fail, it's not like it'll cost you any time." Morgoth nodded. "True enough. Very well. But I expect a full report." Yemen offered a bow of acknowledgement that amounted to little more than a nod. Looked like this most recent failure had stripped Morgoth of some of his authority. He'd best be careful, lest the others grow ambitious. Maddox doubted they had as firm a grasp on just how important he was to keeping the Wraiths under control. It would be the height of irony if Maddox ended up having to save the man he very much wanted to replace. "We'll leave as soon as the sun sets," Morgoth said. "Until then, we should rest. Alizad, take the first watch. We don't want anyone sneaking up on us." Alizad's face scrunched up, but he didn't complain. He wanted to, though. Maddox could see it. Yet another sign of the loss in confidence Morgoth had suffered. Maddox shook his head and tried to find a dry spot. The acolytes of eternal darkness, such as they were, didn't have much more life in them than the late king. Much as he didn't want to start over from scratch, Maddox had no intention of going down with this sinking ship. If the time came, he planned to find a lifeboat. If the rest of his so-called brothers had to drown so that he could survive, well, he wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Morgoth settled down beside the slowly transforming king. Someone had spread out some canvas for the now-departed prince, making it the most comfortable spot in the clearing. Faint praise, but in the field you had to take what you could get. He lay down and closed his eyes, but didn't bother trying to sleep. He hardly needed any at this point. Food or water, either, for that matter. The many changes he'd experienced since becoming master of the Wraith army had at first worried him, but now he'd made his peace with it. Since he hadn't the least idea how to stop the changes in any case, it seemed like a prudent move. It helped that the changes were making him stronger, not weaker. A sigh creeped up on him, but he swallowed it. He was losing his followers. The acts of rebellion were subtle for now, but too many more setbacks and they'd turn on him. He'd kill them all if they tried, of course, but that would leave him without agents. An unacceptable state of affairs, given how close they were to ultimate victory. The wraiths sleeping under the camp didn't respond when he reached out with his magical senses. They seemed totally unaware of everything when the sun was up. He'd wondered, off and on, whether you could dig up the patch of earth where they slept and expose them. It seemed impossible, but the fact that he didn't know for sure bothered him. There was so much he didn't know. The mystery stranger that rescued the prince being the most recent example. How could someone that powerful have escaped his notice? Morgoth had spies all over Montague. Someone should have let him know. He dismissed the idle thought. Most of his spies were simple, stupid commoners. They knew enough to spot strangers, but if the wizard hadn't shown his power where someone could see it, his people wouldn't recognize his or her true nature. Morgoth relaxed and let his consciousness drift. What would be, would be. He'd turned aside every challenge and he would defeat this one as well. If he failed, he wouldn't deserve to stand at the apprentice's side and rule the kingdom for all time. That was a fate he refused to believe awaited him. Chapter 9. Lynn sat cross-legged in the temple meditation chamber. The temple wasn't dedicated to any of the archangels, but rather to the ideals of peace and harmony. Anyone from the village could come here to center themselves when the need arose. Lately, for her at least, the need arose all too often. A full day had passed since the bulk of her guests took their leave. On some level she envied them their ability to act. Sitting in the village, even though they were safe, hidden by the magic of Lord Cheng's artifact, was difficult. Her people could make a difference, but any villager that left became a danger to those that remained behind. She understood the prince's anger. Had their places been reversed, no doubt she would have been the one demanding that the urn be turned over so that her father and sibling could be saved. The rest of the kingdom would not thank them for such selfish thinking. The greatest good for the greatest number of people was one of heaven's foundational principles. The faint tread of approaching steps drew her attention. No one would trouble her here unless something serious had occurred. She opened her eyes and stood. Cool, dark, and unadorned, the meditation chamber held nothing in the way of distractions. The only bit of furniture, if you could call it that, was the thin cushion upon which she sat. Lynn was old enough now that sitting directly on the stone held no appeal. Cushion in hand, she pulled open the door just in time to see Master Zan round the corner. His usually cheerful expression had turned into a faint frown, a powerful negative display for him. "Lynn, I have news. Since you're here, I assume it's bad news." He shook his head, sending his long white hair swaying. "I'm not at all certain. With the help of the kingdom's magical engineers, we managed to extend the viewing spell out to the wizard's camp. I assumed someone would quickly spot and destroy the ethereal construct we dispatched, but it was untroubled." "That sounds like good news to me." "The reason no one troubled it was that everyone is gone." Lynn scowled. "Gone? Where?" "Beyond the current range of our spell. All that's left is a muddy spot and some scattered junk. No hostages, no prince, no king, no wizards. Why would they just leave?" Lynn started for the temple exit and Zan fell in beside her. "Where these lunatics are concerned, I hesitate to guess. Perhaps they got bored." Lynn snorted a laugh. "Seems unlikely to me. I'll wager they found some other bit of evil business they could pursue. It's not like they had any hope of getting in here. While I'm glad they're gone, I refuse to believe they won't be back. We need to continue our preparations as if we'll be going into battle soon." "Precisely my thought. Everyone's working hard to enchant weapons. Hopefully Prince Lachlan will have the good fortune to find soldiers to wield them. I wouldn't underestimate that boy given the determination he showed. My bigger concern is for Lord Marshal. If the wizards have gone to try and claim the temple's urn, he may be walking into danger." "A priest of Brannock should be right at home in the midst of fighting," Zan said. "But I take your meaning. Should the worst happen, we'll miss his magic during the final battle. Is there any way we can send a warning? Other than dispatching a runner in the hopes that he might catch up, I can't think of any." Lynn swallowed her annoyance. Their limitations were what they were. "Do you ever think we've become too dependent on alchemy? I know we have standard wizards as well, but assuming we survive the current crisis, inviting some of the kingdom's magical engineers to train our people might not be a bad idea." I had a similar thought upon seeing what they could do, but hesitated to bring it up. Assuming the elders agree, I think it would be a very good idea. Lynn nodded. If nothing else good came from this mess, at least it had given them a kick in their complacency. Chapter 10. As Jack trudged south across some likely dead farmer's field, he kept looking behind him for signs of pursuit. He refused to believe the wizards would just let him go. Maybe it was ego or arrogance, but surely they would try and reclaim the crown prince. Though given their failure to use him as a bargaining chip, maybe his value wasn't as high as he liked to think. He checked again and found the field as barren and white as the last time he looked. Only their tracks broke the endless whiteness. The trees of the great forest were still visible. But that was it. There had to be a farmhouse and barn around here somewhere, but he couldn't see them. When Jack looked back, he found Tobias watching him. The nervous hunter had hardly spoken a word since they set out with Melcath. Not that the wizard had been any more chatty. He just marched silently along in the lead, his crimson cloak barely grazing the ground. "What is it?" Jack asked. "You seem a mite nervous, your lordship, sir. I doubt them fellas will send any more of their monsters after us. At least not as long as we're accompanied by our new friend." "I am not your friend," Melcath said without turning around or slowing. He must have tremendous hearing given how low Tobias had pitched his voice. My father wishes to speak to someone in charge. Should I let you die, I'll be forced to find some other person in authority to bring to him. That would be a nuisance. Therefore, I will keep you safe. As for the other human, I couldn't possibly care less what happens to you. If you can keep up, fine. If not, I'll gladly leave you in a ditch." Jack and Tobias shared a look, and Tobias mouthed the word, "Humans?" The way Melcath said it made it seem like he wasn't a human himself. Aside from the eyes, he certainly looked human. "Please forgive the question," Jack said. "But are you and your father not human?" "No, we are dragons." Jack stopped dead in his tracks. "Dragons? Truly? When I think of dragons, I think of giant, scaled lizards that breathe fire, not relatively slender men with glowing yellow eyes." Melcath stopped and turned those glowing eyes on Jack. "Your ignorance about my kind neither surprises nor interests me. If the other human hadn't attacked my father's lair, I wouldn't have been forced to find you and drag you back home. I would have been free to continue my tour of the human lands. Not that the tour was all that interesting, but Father insisted I needed to learn about the people living around us. It's a rite of passage into adulthood for my kind." Melcath turned and started walking again. That seemed to be all he had to say. Unfortunately for Jack, he had more questions than answers. He also had nothing better to occupy his mind. "Are there so many dragons that you have rites of passage?" "I don't know how many of us there are. I've never met another dragon save Father. He spent time among humans and said I should as well. Father isn't the sort you argue with, so I obeyed." "What about your mother?" Tobias asked. Jack was impressed he'd found the nerve to speak. Melcath didn't have a very encouraging way about him. A long-suffering sigh was followed by, "Dragons don't reproduce the way humans do. When the time is right, an egg chamber is formed in our bodies. A year later, the egg emerges, and a year after that it hatches, assuming the conditions are favorable." "So your father is actually your mother?" Tobias sounded as confused as Jack felt. "Your concepts of father and mother are irrelevant to us. Any dragon that reaches maturity has the potential to form an egg. The process happens through the ether, and we have no idea why or when it might. When I hatched, Father introduced himself to me with that name, and I honor him as such." This was the sort of thing the Royal College scholars would have a field day discussing. Jack just felt overwhelmed. "One last question," Jack said. "When we reach your father, how should I address him? This will be my first, well, I suppose second, time speaking with a dragon, and I don't wish to give offense." "During his time among humans, Father called himself Melkor the Red. If you must call him anything, that will suffice." Jack's mind was sent reeling again. He knew the name Melkor the Red. Anyone that had studied the history of Montague knew it. He was a legendary hero that helped save the kingdom during its darkest hours. No one knew where he came from or where he went afterwards, but the scholars agreed that had he not appeared when he did, Montague wouldn't have survived. If the ancient hero still lived, perhaps they had a hope of victory after all. Chapter 11. Maddox sat in the saddle of his undead mount as the group thundered southwest, back to their secondary base. He rode in a cloud of darkness made up of the Wraith army. 3 days had passed since they left the camp, and Wargoth hadn't bothered to take time to increase their numbers. Now that the plot to enter the alchemist's village had failed, he seemed entirely focused on getting home and opening the urn. Getting somewhere secure appealed to Maddox. They'd lost most of their ghouls, and when the sun rose, he felt far too exposed. At least no one had decided to pursue them. The alchemists seemed content to remain safe in their village, and he didn't blame them. If their positions were reversed, he'd have done the exact same thing.
A stray night breeze blew the stink of his undead mount into his face. The horse had seen better days. Flesh fell off it with every stride, and soon he expected to be riding a skeleton. Not that that would slow them down any. As long as the demon spirit had any sort of physical form to animate, it would continue to do so. "Morgoth!" Alizad called from his position at the rear of the group. "Something's happening with the king's body." The rotund wizard had drawn the short straw and ended up with the king's corpse strapped to the back of his mount. He'd offered bitter complaints, not that anyone cared. "What?" Morgoth asked. "I don't know, but its level of corruption just spiked. At least 3 times greater now. Whatever's happening with it, I think the process is just about finished." "Unless it starts moving," Morgoth said. "We'll deal with it once the sun comes up." That order brought a grunt of approval from Yemen. He was the only one even more anxious than Morgoth to get back to base, probably eager to talk to his late girlfriend in hell. Maddox remained silent through the entire exchange. Whether they stopped or kept going made little difference to him. He was on the verge of saying to hell with the whole mess and striking out on his own. He still had the sun sword sheathed and wrapped in an extra tarp. The sword was worth a fortune, though he'd have to leave Montague should he decide to take his chances and sell it. He grimaced and put the rebellious thoughts out of his mind. He'd hang on for at least a little longer, but one more failure and he was done. Morgoth and the others might be willing to die for the plan, but he wasn't. A shout from behind, followed by a thud and pained grunt, brought the group to a halt. Not that stopping his mount was Maddox's idea. Morgoth had full control over all of them via the wraiths he was using to increase their speed. They turned to find Alizad lying in a jumbled heap of gray robes, his legs sticking up and his head in the roadside ditch. The fall couldn't have hurt him that much. Like all of them, he always kept a defensive barrier around him. The dark figure crouched over Alizad's collapsed horse interested Maddox more. When he looked through the ether, he could see the figure drawing the corruption out of the horse and consuming it. Morgoth dismounted, and he and Yemen followed suit. When the 3 of them surrounded the hunched-over thing, it looked up and glared at them with glowing red eyes. It was the king's corpse, now fully transformed into an undead of some sort. Morgoth took the lead as they moved closer, and Maddox was happy to let him. The king had been transformed by the touch of a wraith, so hopefully that meant he'd be able to control the new undead the same way he did the originals. If not, Maddox wasn't sure what they'd do with it. Maybe it would make a good test subject for the Sun Sword. Muffled groans from Alizad drew an annoyed glance from Morgoth. "Someone help the fool up." Maddox glanced at Yemen and raised an eyebrow, and got in reply a grimace and shake of his head. With a little shrug, Maddox strolled over, infusing his body with ether as he did. He grabbed Alizad's right ankle and yanked him out of the ditch. Mud sloughed off his shield, leaving the gray robe underneath spotless. The fat wizard stared up at him, still looking a bit dazed. "Not your smoothest landing," Maddox said. "That thing came to life and forced the horse to stop. I didn't bother to forge an ethereal link and ended up flying toward the ditch. How did it do that? I thought Morgoth controlled our mounts." "I believe our dear leader is trying to figure that out as we speak." Maddox turned back to the others, allowing Alizad a bit of dignity as he scrambled to his feet. The pair strode over to find Morgoth and the undead king staring at each other. Threads of ether bound them, but what Morgoth was trying to accomplish, Maddox couldn't guess. "What's he doing?" Alizad asked. Yemen shrugged. "No idea. As soon as that thing finished devouring the horse's corruption, Morgoth did whatever he did. I've never seen a spell like it, either in real life or in books." "That's hardly a surprise, given how tight Morgoth is with his secrets," Maddox said. "I suppose we'll just have to wait and see what happens." "We don't have all night," Yemen said. "We need to get back to base as quickly as possible." "Relax," Maddox said. "Serena will still be in hell waiting for you no matter when we get back." Yemen snarled and gathered ether.
Maddox just stared at him. They both knew how a fight between them would end. He couldn't imagine the normally even-tempered yeoman getting so bent out of shape over such a mild jab. Whatever spell he'd been preparing diffused back into the ether, and Yeoman looked away. "What's eating you all of a sudden?" Maddox asked. "Did those weeks of camping break your brain?" "No, but it did leave me frustrated. Now we're retreating from the target of my mission, and I'm even more frustrated. I want to do something. Anything other than fail." "You realize it's entirely possible that Serena has been absorbed into the essence of Astaroth's hell, and when you try and contact her, you'll only fail again." "You really are a bastard, Elgin." Maddox grinned at that, not offended in the least. "Something's happening," Alizad said. Maddox returned his focus to Worgoth. The threads of ether that had bound him to the dead king were unraveling, and after a few seconds, Worgoth stood and offered a benevolent smile. The new undead didn't attack him, which seemed like a good sign. In fact, it didn't do much of anything other than stare vacantly into space. "What's got you so happy?" Maddox asked. "Despite our setbacks, this is a glorious day. We have the privilege of bearing witness to the birth of a new type of undead, something completely unique in the world. Hopefully its birth will please Lord Astaroth, and he will grant us the help we need to complete our important work." "What sort of undead is it?" Alizad asked. "Doesn't look like a ghoul or a wraith." "As I said, it's unique. I've named it the Dark King. It drained your horse's corruption to complete its transformation. Now that it's complete, I'm confident that it won't need any further snacks." "I'm sure the Wraith army is thrilled to hear that," Maddox said. "What are you planning to do with it?" Worgoth positively beamed. "That's the best part. The slow transformation allowed it to retain its connection to the royal bloodline. I'm going to send it after the escaped princes. What a delicious twist of fate, to be hunted down and killed by the very person they tried so hard to save. Truly, the universe has a sick sense of humor." Maddox was pretty sure the universe didn't give a shit about them, and that Worgoth was the one with the sick sense of humor. Not that he cared. Those princes had caused them all enough trouble that he'd be happy to see them dead. "If it's supposed to be hunting princes," Yeoman said, "why is it standing there gawping off into space?" "Because I wanted to explain everything to you before I sent it off." Worgoth snapped his fingers, and the Dark King crouched before lunging out into the night. "See how excited it is to see its precious children again?" Maddox gave a mental shake of his head. Worgoth had bad taste down to an art. "So who am I doubling up with?" Alizad asked. Worgoth ignored the question as he headed for his mount. Maddox looked at Yeoman, who scrubbed a hand across his face. "Fine. You can ride with me." "See," Maddox said, "you've just found something you can succeed at. Getting Alizad back to base." Yeoman favored him with a rude gesture. Maddox just smiled and climbed up on his own rapidly rotting mount. Now, if the disgusting things could just last long enough to get them home, they'd be in good shape. Chapter 12. Jack thought he was fit. He trained regularly in the dueling ring and could outlast some of the guards. A day and a half of hiking behind Melcath made it clear that he'd been mistaken. The dragon, and Jack still had a hard time believing that the slender wizard was, in fact, a giant scaled reptile, walked non-stop from sun-up to sunset. The pace seldom varied beyond fast and slightly less fast. The thing that bothered Jack the most was the third member of the group, Tobias. He seemed to have no trouble keeping up, and it annoyed Jack to no end. He didn't think of himself as a prejudiced example of the nobility, but he did think he should be able to do anything a commoner could and better. But he couldn't even outwalk Tobias.
He was feeling disgruntled about it when they finally made camp on their third night together. Heaven's mercy. Had it only been 3 days since they escaped the wizards? It seemed like a lifetime ago. They set up in a dry spot under a cluster of cedar trees about 20 yards off the main southern trade route. Taking such a direct path seemed dangerous to Jack, but despite being king now, he wasn't the one in charge of their route. He slumped to the soft, dry needles and blew out a long breath. His seat felt better than the finest leather chair in the castle. His whole body ached, and he wanted nothing beyond something to eat and a good night's sleep. The sleep would be easier than the food, since all they had were dried provisions carried by Melcath. He seemed to have an endless supply of food in his far too small satchel. Probably some magic made it possible, but Jack didn't have a clue about that sort of thing. He glanced at Tobias, who'd taken a seat well away from him. The man didn't seem comfortable around him yet, despite their circumstances. Melcath wasn't much of a talker, so it would have been nice to have someone to chat with. As the noble, it fell to Jack to make the effort. While Melcath did whatever magic kept them safe through the night, he said, "Your friend Harper seems less uncomfortable around nobles than you." Tobias smiled, a genuine, warm expression rather than his usual nervous grimace. "Nothing scares Harper. That girl's got more iron in her spine than any man I know. I didn't know her mother well, but Dawson was tough as boot leather. Figure that's where she picked it up." As long as he was talking about someone else, Tobias seemed less nervous. "What about your other friend, Barrett?" "Barrett's a survivor. He's scratched a living out of the forest since before I was born. I don't know what's going to happen to us all, your lordship, sir, but I'll bet my last coin that if anyone makes it out, Barrett will." "I thought you'd be angrier since he abandoned you." Tobias shook his head. "He tried to talk them into letting me go along with him. Not his fault the wizards refused. I just sat there shaking, so scared I couldn't think. At least Barrett tried to do something. I was useless. That happens to me a lot." Jack winced at the bitterness in Tobias's voice. He'd felt useless plenty of times, especially when he was learning to use the sun sword. At a minimum, it looked like the two men had that in common. The conversation ended when Melcath sat beside them. He passed out strips of dried meat, biscuits, and a flask of water. A snap of his fingers caused a fire to pop to life. Jack gnawed on the finest piece of jerky he'd ever tasted. Nothing like exhaustion and hunger to improve your appetite. When he finally choked down the food, he asked, "How long will it take us to reach your father?" "At your pace, about a month. Father and I live in the barren foothills just north of the desert. There are no humans for days in every direction. It's paradise." "Have you met many humans?" Jack asked. "No. Why do you ask?" "Usually only people that spend a lot of time around us hate us as much as you seem to." "I don't hate you," Melcath said. "You're irrelevant specks of flesh whose lives begin and end in the blink of an eye. I couldn't possibly care less about you." "That's harsh," Jack said. "Given your attitude, why save us at all?" "It was Father's command. He has a different opinion about you humans. I can't count how many times he's told me that your kind has great potential, for both good and evil. That it's best to help the good ones so we don't have to fight the bad ones. He thinks there are too many of you to simply kill you all off. I disagree, but it would be an awful lot of work. So we do things his way, and I—" Melcath leapt to his feet mid-word and cocked his head as he looked out into the darkness. "What is it?" Jack asked. "Be silent." Jack stared into the night, but unlike the dragon, he had no special night vision. Everything beyond the circle of light might as well have been on the other side of the world. Tense moments stretched to nearly the breaking point before Melcath relaxed a fraction. "It's gone." "What is?" Jack asked. "I don't know. A powerful source of corruption approached the camp. I saw a dark figure, but could make out no details. When I challenged it, the creature fled rather than face me. I doubt it'll be back." "Why?" Tobias asked.
If it fears to fight now, why would it decide to fight later? Melcath sat back down. Don't worry, humans. I will get you to my father intact. Right, Jack said. I'd hate for you to have to find my brother and bring him to your father. Melcath nodded, either unaware of or indifferent to the sarcasm in Jack's voice. He was only half joking. If Jack could spare Lachlan a visit with a dragon, he'd be happy to do so. In the stories, at least, a meeting with a dragon seldom ended well for the human. Chapter 13. Lachlan couldn't begin to describe how glad he was when the towering walls of Duke Huxley's keep appeared in the distance. At the base of the castle sprawled a modest-sized castle town called, unironically, Huxleyville. In truth, it was closer to a small city at this point, with a population well into the 5 figures. He'd visited years ago during a tour with Father. 13-year-old him hadn't been overly impressed, and 18-year-old him agreed. There was nothing but single-story buildings as far as the eye could see, all square and ugly. The 30-foot-tall wall looked well cared for, not that it would even slow the Wraith army should it show up here. You'd think, given the limited space in a walled city, someone would have built a multi-story building. He didn't know if there was a law against it or what, but sometime in the not-too-distant future, they were going to run out of room. Half a mile out, Harper asked, Do you think you'll have trouble getting in? It's possible once we reach the castle, Uncle William or the Duke will recognize me. But the problem is those of lower rank are unlikely to have ever visited the capital. Since I'm not exactly traveling in royal style, they'll be hesitant to believe my claim. The city itself is open to anyone wanting to visit, assuming you're not obviously a troublemaker. Don't you have a code word or something like the amulet Lynn gave Harper? West asked. I would think in an emergency there would be some way to confirm your identity. Lachlan shrugged, moderately annoyed by the question. More that it came from West than because it was a bad question. The wizard had been a friendly, agreeable traveling companion, and Lachlan wasn't sure why everything he did or said annoyed him. No, that wasn't true. He knew exactly why West annoyed him. He had the place beside Harper that Lachlan wanted for himself. Jacob would have laughed at his inability to let go of something that clearly had no hope of happening. Right now, Lachlan would have given anything to hear that laugh one more time. At last, he said, You'd think, but this isn't a situation anyone remotely considered possible. The idea that the second prince would be traveling with only 2 commoners, no offense, for company, is absurd on its face. The smallest party I ever traveled out of the capital with before this numbered several hundred, and that was only a hunting trip. So what's the plan? Harper asked as they approached the open city gate. I think our best bet will be to wait for open court on Friday. The Duke hears petitions from anyone, common or noble. If I can speak to him face to face, he'll be certain to recognize me. What about us? West asked. I fear this isn't something you two can help me with. We've got 2 days before court. Let's find an inn and get settled. Lynn was generous with the coin, so paying won't be a problem. I also need to buy proper clothes. I can't exactly walk into court like this. He gestured at his worn traveling clothes. If he was being honest, Lachlan vastly preferred the simple green tunic and leather trousers to his fancy court outfit. But protocol was what it was, and you couldn't argue with it. Well, Father could have, but he was the king. Not that he ever did. Father had a keen appreciation for tradition. He often said that it served to bind the past to the present and the future. Perhaps it was something that only made sense when you were older. Lachlan would have happily tossed everything useless aside in the name of efficiency and comfort. Did that mean he wouldn't make a good king? He didn't know, and had more pressing things to worry about in any case, like making sure he still had a kingdom to rule. When they reached the gate, the 6 guards on duty gave them a passing glance, or more than passing in Harper's case. She bore the looks with complete disinterest. Lachlan wanted to slap the stares off their faces, and from his expression so did West. Don't forget to peace-bind those swords, the guard sergeant handed him and Harper foot-long strings. Lachlan quickly tied his crossguard to his sheath. He glanced at Harper, but as expected she had no trouble with the task.
"That'll do," the sergeant said. "Enjoy your visit to Huxleyville." The way he said the name of the town made it clear Lachlan wasn't the only one that thought it was stupid. Hopefully for the guard's own sake, he spoke with more respect when his superiors were around. And that was all it took to gain access to the city. Inside, people were walking around, carrying groceries, chatting, and generally acting like everything was normal beyond the city walls. Clearly, word had not reached anyone in power of what happened in the capital. Not surprising, considering pretty much everyone that knew about the attack was dead. "Which inn are we staying at?" Harper asked. "The best one," Lachlan said. "It's called the Gilded Crown, and it's where the royal party stayed the last time we visited. Father took over the whole building. The innkeeper wasn't best pleased when he had to evict his current guests, but he got over it when Father exempted him from a year's taxes." "I'll bet," Harper said. "We'll be lucky if they let us in the door." Lachlan jingled the pouch Lynn had included in his supplies. "If you have coin enough, you'd be amazed how flexible people can be." He took his time leading them on their walk through the streets, both because the sense of normalcy felt good and because Lachlan's memory wasn't perfect, and he kept making wrong turns. As they backtracked for the third time, West asked, "Did it seem strange to anyone else that we weren't bothered on our way here? I assumed they'd at least send some ghouls after us." "You complaining?" Harper asked. "No, it's just weird. We left the village a quarter-mile from where they expected," Lachlan said. "It's not like the wizards can watch everywhere at the same time. Like Lynn said, they probably didn't even notice us leaving. Hopefully Marshall and Barrett had equally good luck." Harper made the sign of the inverted sword over her heart. "Brannock willing." One more wrong turn brought them to the right street. He spotted the sprawling inn about halfway down and only 3 blocks from the castle. The building took up a quarter of the block. There were no guards out front, but there was a pair of burly doormen that served a similar purpose. 3 steps led up to a wraparound porch. No one was sitting outside on this chilly winter day, but there were plenty of chairs and tables for when spring finally arrived. The doormen looked even bigger up close, their green and black tunics straining to contain their massive chests. A single, deep breath looked like it would be enough to snap the laces that kept the front closed. "Are you sure you're in the right place?" the left-hand doorman asked. Lachlan smiled and flashed a trio of gold coins he palmed earlier. "Indeed. I've stayed here before, and am eager to enjoy your fine accommodations again. I apologize for our appearances, but the journey to Huxleyville has been a difficult one. We're all looking forward to a hot meal and a good night's sleep." He spoke in his best snooty noble's tone, and judging from their expressions, each word convinced them more and more that they'd best cooperate. "I understand completely, sir," the right-hand doorman said. "Winter travel is always a trial. Thank you for choosing the Gilded Crown, and please, enjoy your stay." He opened the door for them, and Lachlan strode through without giving either man a second look. It was so easy to get into the old habits. He disgusted himself a little bit, but if you wanted to be treated like a nobleman, you needed to act like one. Hopefully Harper wouldn't think badly of him for it. This would be the first time she'd seen him in a more formal setting. Heat from the common room washed over him, and he let out a little sigh. A campfire was nice, but this was amazing. A number of tables were laid out neatly and separated by enough space to make listening in on your neighbors difficult. The chairs were padded, and the tableware made of solid silver. Everything about the place made it clear only the wealthy and powerful were welcome. There were no patrons, at least. They'd arrived between the lunch and dinner hours. Of course, if you asked, there would be no trouble getting a meal any time, day or night. Considering the cost of a room, you could expect nothing but the finest service. The innkeeper was a slim, elegant woman of middle years dressed in a gown of the finest crimson silks. She stood at the rear of the common room behind a desk with an open book beside a pot of ink and quill. Her expression never wavered as they got closer, showing neither excessive curiosity nor distaste. If they made it past the doorman outside, clearly they belonged here, or at a bare minimum had coin enough to pay the bill. "I'm going to introduce you two as my servants," Lachlan said. "It'll be simpler and spare you from having to act like nobility.
As long as it spares me having to wear a get-up like hers, I'm fine with that, Harper said. I think you'd be beautiful in a gown, West said. Sure, until someone saw the scars on my bare arm and fainted. I have no great desire to share that story with anyone else. Lachlan agreed with West about the gown, but kept quiet. Harper had made it clear where he stood, and he didn't want to say anything that might get him downgraded from friend to that annoying prince she had to put up with. He reached the innkeeper and moved a bit ahead of his companions. My servants and I need rooms. I'll take 3 days to start. She nodded without batting an eye. 3 rooms, or 1 for you and 1 for the servants? 3 rooms, adjoining if possible. You're in luck. We have 3 rooms, 2 adjoining and 1 separate. Ordinarily, we'd be booked solid, but this is the slow time of year. That will be 21 gold pieces. Food is included. Lachlan got his coin pouch out and started counting. The fee for 3 days took about half of his coin. It wasn't really necessary. They could stay anywhere and make preparations. But he'd been living rough for a while now. Staying here would help get him in the right frame of mind for rejoining noble society, or so he justified it to himself. At least they wouldn't have to pay extra for food. After he spoke to the Duke and Uncle William, they should be able to move into the castle. The innkeeper handed him 3 steel keys, each engraved with a gold number. Through the door behind me and take a right. If you wish to eat in your room, use the pool court to call a servant. Otherwise, feel free to dine in the common room at your leisure. Thank you for staying at the Gilded Crown. Lachlan accepted the keys with a nod and led the way down a short hall to the living area. Once they were out of earshot, he asked, Who wants to be off by themselves? I'll take it, Harper said. We're only going to be separated by 1 room after all. What say we get cleaned up, then get together in Lachlan's room to make plans? Works for me, West said. Make it at least an hour, Lachlan said. I plan to enjoy a hot bath. West brightened. Is that something make-believe servants can get as well? Every room gets the same perks. Just pull the rope and tell the servants what you want. They'll bring you a tub and hot water. West grinned and took his key. I think I'm going to like staying here. Lachlan smiled back. After everything that had happened, they all deserved a little reward. A moment of peace to rest, think, and gather themselves for the next phase. Not that talking to his uncle and the dukes should be as dangerous as fleeing a city filled with wraiths, but it would be a challenge of a different sort. A challenge Lachlan had to overcome. Chapter 14. Maddox closed and barred the heavy oak and iron door and sighed. Home at last, or at least what passed as their home for the time being. The acolytes' backup base was a good deal smaller and less comfortable than the dungeon under the ancient fortress. Now they were working out of a burned-out nobleman's estate. What remained standing had been reinforced with timbers and magic to make it stable, while doing nothing to improve the appearance from the outside. He'd asked Worgoth once why the family that owned it didn't tear the place down and build fresh. Despite being off the beaten track, the estate was in a beautiful spot. Worgoth said the family was all dead, and no one knew who owned the land now. Eventually they assumed someone would come to claim it, but hopefully not until the group had finished their work. Having to find yet another base was a job none of them wanted. I'm going back out to find a sacrifice, Yemen said. I don't want to try the ritual without one. Go ahead, Worgoth said. Just make sure you don't draw any attention back to us. Elgin and I will be unsealing the urn. Alizad, you're in charge of security. I'm pretty sure no one saw us approaching, but until we can augment our numbers, I plan to take no chances. Want me to grab a few extra people so we can transform them into ghouls? Yemen asked. Good idea, Worgoth said. If you grab an entire family, no one is apt to notice someone has gone missing. Yemen took his leave, heading for the hidden exit at the rear of the ruin. He'd be hunting on foot since their horses had given out completely 5 minutes after they reached the estate. Maddox yawned, and Worgoth asked, You are up to opening the urn, right, Elgin? The way he asked made it clear that there was only one acceptable answer. Of course, Maddox said. But once we're finished, I'm going to need a full day to rest. The trip plus the ritual is going to leave me spent. I think we can all agree with that plan, Morgoth said. Come along and bring the urn.
Maddox grimaced on the inside at the man's arrogance. No matter how much the ritual had changed Morgoth, that, at least, would remain constant for the rest of his life. The backup ritual chamber, little more than a modest bedroom with an old table for a workbench, was on the second floor of the estate. The window had been boarded over, forcing them to light a lantern. Magical light would have been better, but having opened one urn already, Maddox knew he'd need all his power to complete the task. The room brought to mind a cannibal's butcher shop with the disembodied arm and leg lying there. At least they weren't twitching at the moment. Maddox shuddered at the memory.
What do you think? Arm, leg, or head? Morgoth asked. Not the head. Maddox set the urn down beside the body parts. Not with the way our luck has been running. I'll say leg. I wish I could argue, but we've clearly faced some setbacks. Happily, none of them have been fatal to the mission, and we did get to witness the birth of a new sort of undead. That can certainly be counted as a point in our favor. Can you actually control it? Maddox asked. Alas, no. It retained too much of the king's will, but it does want to kill some of our enemies, so I still count it as a win. Ready?
Maddox nodded and sent 7 threads of ether into the bead of mithril holding the lid shut. Knowing what he had to do did nothing to lessen the stress he felt from maintaining his near-maximum magical output. His exhaustion didn't help either. Morgoth joined his power to Maddox's. His threads felt different, darker, if not fully corrupt. Soon, but not nearly soon enough, the mithril melted, and Morgoth twisted the top off. Maddox slumped with relief and watched as the ashes flew out and transformed into Apprentice's second leg. The hips fused back together, and about a third of the lower abdomen appeared as well, though unfortunately not enough to connect to the arm.
He's starting to look like a proper corpse now, wouldn't you say? Morgoth asked. I guess. You want to ask him for help? Not until I've regained my strength. I'm going to sleep until nightfall. Yemen should be back with his sacrifices by then. Pretty sure he wants to handle the ritual himself, Maddox said, stifling a yawn. Does he think one of us is going to steal Serena away, even though at best she's been changed into a demon?
Maddox snorted a laugh.
I haven't the least idea what he thinks. I only know he seems obsessed with talking to the woman again. She was an excellent wizard, but I didn't especially like talking to her when she was alive, much less now. As far as I can tell, you don't like talking to anyone.
Maddox couldn't argue with that. Talking to people tended to be more trouble than it was worth. Yemen returned to the ruined mansion on the back of a buckboard wagon. A pair of magically controlled horses pulled the wagon and its grisly cargo. Finding an isolated farm hadn't been difficult, and dealing with the small family that called it home less so. It was all adults, which he found strange. Not that it mattered. Adult, kid, any life force was adequate to power the ritual. Thus he had 4 corpses and 1 bound sacrifice. Not bad for half a day's work. As he approached the entrance, Alazad emerged and looked him over.
I don't think we need the wagon.
What did you expect me to do? Carry 5 bodies back under my arm?
By Astaroth, the man was an idiot.
You can transform the bodies while I handle the ritual.
Morgoth and Elgin are sleeping after opening the urn. I'm on watch until one of them wakes up.
Alazad waved a dismissive hand.
Just hide it out back for now. It's not like they're going anywhere. Did you bring food?
Trust the fat turd to be thinking about his stomach.
Of course. I don't expect Morgoth took the time to stock the larder.
Doubt we'll be here long, but a meal would be welcome.
That's something I can handle.
Yemen shook his head. Not a chance. I've tasted your cooking. We'll wait for Elgin to wake up. He might have the personality of a starving wolf, but the man knows how to fix a tasty meal.
My food's not that bad. But you're right. Elgin is the best cook out of all of us. That hardly seems possible.
Yemen shrugged. He knew nothing about Elgin's past and didn't want to. As long as he did his part to complete the mission, nothing else mattered. A shake of the reins urged the horses into motion. As soon as they moved out of sight, he unhitched and killed both animals. They could be raised later along with the ghouls. He had no power to spare for keeping them under control. Opening the hell portal would take every bit of power he had, and even with the sacrifice, Yemen wasn't sure he was strong enough. He dropped the rear gate and dragged the unconscious survivor out of the back by the hair. Yemen's magic bound him so tightly he couldn't let out so much as a squeak of pain. Magically enhanced strength made dragging the middle-aged farmer a cinch. Alizad made himself useful by opening the door all the way and stepping aside. "I'll be in the second casting chamber." "You mean the broom closet?" Yemen growled. "Yes, I'll need all my concentration, so please don't bother me. The food is under the wagon seat." Alizad brightened. "I'll go take a look." He shoved the glutton out of his mind and kept walking. The broom closet was off the main living area at the end of a short hall. It measured 3 strides by 3 strides. Not huge, but big enough for the circle he needed to draw. Yemen tossed the prisoner into the center of the room and slammed the door. He took the time to put a proper ward in place, as much to ensure that none of the infernal energy slipped out, as to keep any of his comrades from entering. They were all experienced wizards, and no one would be stupid enough to just barge in during a ritual. Even the lateful Ukazar knew that much. Preparations complete, Yemen released his strength spell and centered himself. He drew the ether around him and began. Threads shot out, wrapping around the sacrifice and lifting him directly above the center of the room. A quick slash opened the veins at his wrist. As soon as the blood spurted out, he grabbed it and guided it into the shape of a spell circle. Life energy reinforced his magic, making the casting easier. A pentagram formed, followed by words written in infernal. As the ritual progressed, the temperature in the room dropped. The connection to Astaroth's hell grew stronger by the moment, and specks of corruption began leaking out of the partially formed portal. When the last of the sacrifice's blood poured out, Yemen snapped his fingers. The portal opened, and the dead man's body disintegrated. The stench of the grave poured out of the portal, turning his stomach. Now he had to hurry. "Serena, my magic compels you to appear." He knew that wasn't her true name, but he hoped since she wasn't an unwilling target it would at least serve to attract her attention. Second by second, the ritual drained his strength. If she didn't respond soon, he'd have to release the magic and let the portal close. The thought of Elgin's smug face when he had to admit to another failure spurred Yemen on to greater effort. He refused to fail this time. As if drawn by his determination, a skeletal imp crawled out of the portal. Its dead flesh hung from its body like moss from a swamp cedar. Yemen would never criticize Astaroth's power, but his aesthetic left much to be desired. "I knew it was you calling," the imp said in Serena's voice. Yemen nearly choked. He'd thought the imp a messenger, not Serena herself. "What happened to you?" "I bargained for a demonic body upon my death. Lord Astaroth chose this for me. Not my preference, I admit, but better than the alternative." Right. He didn't have time for idle chatter. "We need to know what killed you." "A dragon. A big red one. I tracked the urn to the beast's lair. My ghouls and I entered its cave not knowing what we might find. It took one look at us and loosed a breath of flame. That was the last thing I saw before waking up in this charming new body." "A dragon." He breathed the words out. That had to be the worst possible scenario. "Where did you find it?" "In the foothills near the southern desert. I had a tiny fragment of mithril that I combined with resonance magic to track the urn. The dragon didn't even bother with a ward. Not that it needed one." "I suppose not," Yemen hesitated. The pain of maintaining the portal was growing by the second, but there was one more thing he had to know. "How are you managing in your new role?" The rotten flesh of her face shifted in what he assumed was an attempted smile.
I have no role yet. I wander the endless graveyard with the other demons and wait for either the Master's command or the summons of a mortal wizard. I look forward to seeing you there. Together the boredom should be reduced." Yemen shuddered. It sounded like a fate much worse than being absorbed into the essence of hell. "I look forward to that as well, though hopefully not soon. Farewell, Serena." He released the spell and the portal closed, dragging the imp back to hell. He found it difficult to think of the Empress Serena. While she hadn't been the most beautiful of women, she'd been far more attractive than her current form. He shuddered at the thought of spending eternity with her looking like that. He took a step toward the door and staggered, his muscles weak and sore. It hadn't felt like the ritual lasted that long, but as was often the case with magic, his perceptions may have been warped. Well, whatever. As soon as Morgoth woke up, he'd finally be able to report a success. The fact that they'd have to defeat a dragon to claim the fourth urn lessened his satisfaction a fair bit. An impenetrable barrier to the north, and a dragon to the south. Since they'd already failed at the former, there really was only one option left. Hopefully the Wraith army would have better luck than Serena and her ghouls. When he felt stronger, Yemen pulled the door open. As soon as he did, the wonderful smell of something cooking washed over him. It was almost enough to take away the memory of the miasma that emerged from his portal. Retracing his steps, he found Morgoth and Alazad seated at the battered and ill-used dining room table. 4 places had been set with wooden bowls and spoons. Elgin had to be in the kitchen. Morgoth smiled as he approached. "You look nearly as bad as I felt after opening the urn. Is all well?" "No, but I did make contact with Serena. She's been transformed into an imp." Yemen sat down before he fell down. "And what did she have to say?" Morgoth asked. "The guardian of the fourth urn is a fire-breathing dragon." Yemen shared what few details Serena had offered. "I hope you have a plan, because that's not the sort of opponent we can defeat easily." "A dragon?" Alazad blurted out. "I didn't even know there were dragons in Coltsland." "I'd be surprised if anyone did," Morgoth said. "Still, it's a living thing, and if it's alive, then the Wraiths can drain its life force. We'll need to strengthen our army as much as possible on the way south, but surely a few hundred Wraiths will be able to overcome a single dragon." That sounded way too optimistic to Yemen. But then again, he didn't have a better idea. At this point, they either needed to defeat the dragon or give up, and he had no intention of giving up. Elgin chose that moment to enter, a heavy iron pot clutched in his hands. "Stew's ready." Yemen picked up his wooden bowl, eager for the food. He just wished it didn't feel so much like a last meal. Chapter 15. If you'd asked Barrett what he considered the least likely thing he might do in his life, traveling most of the way across the kingdom with the High Priest of Brannock might have made the list had he even considered it possible. Now here they were at the edge of the great forest, staring at the towering, jagged peaks that separated Montague from Port Settle. The barrier mountains were dark and tall. Snow capped the few whose tops he could see through the thick blanket of clouds. He glanced at Marshall. Barrett had gotten comfortable enough around the priest to call him by his name, and found him deep in thought. His brow was furrowed and cast deep shadows over his eyes. His traveling clothes had seen better days. The gray tunic and brown pants had been patched several times over the last few weeks. Briars and thistles were hard on even the toughest clothes. His beard had grown and left him looking like as much of a mountain man as Barrett himself. "Is there a problem?" Barrett asked. Marshall smiled at that. "I mean a new one." "I know what you meant. The answer, unfortunately, is that I'm not certain. We should be close enough to the temple to allow me to sense the holy aura, but I can't. Since I also can't imagine the monks doing anything to earn Brannock's disfavor, I can only assume something terrible has happened. Come on, the sooner we find out for sure, the better." Barrett had never heard the normally certain Marshall sounding so hesitant.
He fell in beside the priest, and they left the forest behind. After barely half a mile, they reached the foothills and started climbing. The slope started out gentle, but that wouldn't last. Hopefully the temple hadn't been built too high in the mountains.
"Do you know the priest in charge of the temple?"
Barrett asked. Only by name and reputation. Abbot Byrne served in a minor temple near the southern border before Brannock called him north. Since the day he arrived, he hasn't left once, at least not to my knowledge. If my worst fears are confirmed, this might be one time I hope I'm misinformed. Dusk was rapidly approaching when Barrett spotted the temple. Fortress might have been a better word for it. The monks had built their home directly into the side of a mountain. 2 giant statues of Brannock holding his sword point down, hands resting on the pommel, flanked an open door 2 stories tall. He saw no sign of movement, and the open door had to be a bad sign.
"Marshal, do we want to do this so close to nightfall?"
"I sense no corruption," Marshall said. "Or life. As far as I can tell, the temple is devoid of anything that might threaten us. That being the case, we'll be safer inside than out here." Barrett had serious doubts about that, but he paused, strung his new bow, and fit one of the silver steel-tipped arrows to the string. He hadn't had to use one of them yet, and he'd be perfectly happy for his streak to continue. Marshall led the way up a winding path to the front door. The familiar, stomach-churning stink of decay filled the air. Barrett had a bad feeling about this. As they passed through the doors, a sphere of white light appeared over Marshall's head.
"Brannock, be merciful,"
Barrett said. A long, wide hall led deeper into the temple. Badly rotted corpses lined the path. Only their gray robes marked with the inverted sword symbol confirmed their identities. They'd deteriorated so much that Barrett couldn't tell what killed them. Marshall didn't say a word as he knelt beside the first body and lowered his head in prayer. Barrett kept watch while staying a respectful distance away. He looked around, hoping for something to distract him from the bodies. His gaze shifted up to the walls. The monks had painted detailed images of Brannock battling demons and other monsters. The work was so lifelike. Barrett couldn't imagine the time and skill necessary to create such a thing. Clearly, the monks had more talents than just fighting. Marshall made the sign of the inverted sword and stood. "I fear we will find no help here. And worse, I doubt the urn remains secure."
"Do we leave or keep looking?"
Barrett asked. "Keep looking. I have to know for sure if the urn has been taken."
"Can you tell what happened to them? There are no obvious wounds."
"Some sort of magic killed them, I feel certain. Unfortunately, so much time has passed that nothing remains for me to analyze. Not that it matters. Whoever or whatever did this is long gone." Barrett dearly hoped Marshall was right about that.
"Where would they have kept the urn?"
"In the main chapel on Brannock's altar. It would have been protected by magic, but clearly whoever attacked them was a powerful wizard. Once the monks were dead, I fear the wards wouldn't have been enough by themselves." The pair left the entry hall with Marshall in the lead. Barrett kept his head on a swivel and tension on his bow. If anything nasty showed itself, he'd put an arrow in it quick as a blink. At the end of the hall, Marshall turned right down a narrower, lower passage. This one had no decorations. Perhaps the monks hadn't gotten to it yet. They never would now. At least there were no more bodies. That seemed strange, and Barrett had a lot of questions. Even so, he remained silent. Talking seemed disrespectful, even as he wished for anything to distract him from the oppressive silence. After one more turn, he couldn't take it anymore.
"How many monks were there?"
"I don't know. New people arrived all the time, so the number was always in flux. This is my first visit to the temple in nearly 20 years. The last time there were around 40, and Abbot Byrne had just arrived to assume command."
"He didn't report to you?"
Marshall chuckled. "Abbot Byrne reported to Brannock and no one else. While they were technically a part of the Kingdom Faithful, they also considered themselves separate from the main temples."
"Sounds like the alchemists."
"Very similar, though I hadn't thought about it until you said so. The main chapel is just ahead." Barrett swallowed and fell silent.
Every inch of his body was tense. If anything was going to happen, it would happen here. He knew it. They stopped in front of a set of double doors carved to resemble winged men in fancy armor. They weren't shut tight, and when he looked down, he saw the reason why. Someone's foot was stuck between them. He offered a silent prayer as Marshall pushed on the door. "Help me." Barrett wanted few things less than he wanted to put his bow down. Not that they'd seen anything remotely threatening, but holding it made him feel safer. Grimacing slightly, he set the bow and arrow against the wall and pushed with both hands. It took everything both men had, but they finally forced the door open enough to step inside. Marshall went first, while Barrett collected his bow. The room beyond looked more like a slaughterhouse than a chapel. Bodies were strewn about like toys tossed by an angry child. He had no trouble figuring out what killed this bunch. Limbs had been torn from bodies, heads crushed and bodies smashed. He shuddered to think what could have done this to the finest warriors in the kingdom. At the far end waited a simple gray stone altar. The cloth with Brannick's symbol had been torn off and tossed aside. The damage looked intentional. Of a silver urn, he saw no sign. This is why I felt no holy energy. The death and darkness have broken the temple's link to Brannick. It needs to be consecrated again. "I'm sure that's important, Marshal, but do we have time to do it now? With the urn gone and the monks dead, seems to me the best thing we can do is hurry back to let everyone know the bastards have 3 rather than 2 urns." That occurred to me as well. However, this was a place with a powerful connection to the Sword Lord. If we can restore it, the Archangel might be able to tell me what happened, and more importantly, what we need to do next. Barrett nodded. That did sound useful, and it wasn't like he was going to just leave Marshall here alone. "What do we need to do?" "First, we need to remove the bodies and burn them." He must have seen the look on Barrett's face, because he hastened to add, "There's no danger of them rising again as undead. It's just the temple's preferred funeral rite. I'll conjure holy flames to consume them. Once that's done, we need to clean the filth from the walls and floor. Finally, I'll offer prayers for the dead. If Brannick is pleased with our work, he will bless the temple once more." Barrett unstrung his bow and slipped the arrow into his quiver. "Well, I can't say dinner holds much appeal. Maybe a couple hours' work will help." Not that handling bodies sounded particularly appetizing. Still, the sooner they got started, the sooner they could rejoin Harper and the others. Chapter 16. Harper, West, and Lachlan, after a wonderful night's sleep, enjoyed breakfast together before the prince declared that he was going shopping. This drew nods of disinterest from Harper and West. Neither of them knew a thing about nobles' clothes. West spent all his money on books and other magic stuff. For her part, Harper bought a new set of hunting leathers every year or two, plus some other comfy things to wear around the house. Otherwise, she couldn't have cared less. It was another of her personality quirks that had annoyed her mother. At least the prince hadn't insisted they join him in their role as pretend servants. Harper had about as much in common with the average maid as West did with the average footman. Lachlan set out alone half an hour ago, leaving Harper and West to their own devices. So here they sat, facing each other across the small table in West's room, a deck of cards between them. Where West had gotten it, she had no idea. From the alchemists, probably. "So, what do you want to play?" West asked. "I only know 3 games, and I have no money to bet, which leaves 1. Hangman." West shrugged and dealt. "Think he'll be okay?" "Lachlan? I'm sure he'll be fine. I doubt there's much crime in this part of the city. Besides, having seen him fight, I pity any thief stupid enough to try his luck. He makes Dad look like an amateur with a sword." "High praise considering Dawson was a ranger." Harper rearranged her cards. "I'm more worried about Barrett. Just him and Lord Marshal is an awfully small group if they run into trouble. I wish I could have pried Elias away from his lady friend. Sending a ranger along would have set my mind a little at ease." "You'll never get him away from Octavia." West tossed out a card. "I've got a gold piece that says they're married by the time we get back." "You're on. But if you win, you'll have to let me owe you until we get home." She drew a card from the top of the deck and discarded one of her own.
West promptly snatched it up, drawing a little snarl.
I've been thinking about what happens after Lachlan speaks to his uncle. There's no way the army can just march out. The Wraiths will kill them all in a night. You're right about that. The only way I can see it working is if we lead a small group back to collect enchanted weapons for the others. Then when the Wraiths appear, they can kill the monsters. I don't know how long it will take Lynn and the others to prepare that many weapons, but until they're ready, there's no point in letting the wizards know we've snuck out. I wish the status spell let me pass more information than the fact that we haven't died yet. West picked up her discard and tossed out a useless one of his own. I'm surprised there isn't a spell that can do that. I can't imagine some wizard not thinking of it centuries ago. I'm sure such a spell exists. I'm just not skilled enough to cast it yet. Maybe in the future. West laid his hand down. I slipped the noose. Harper tossed her hand on the table. Damn the luck. How did you get so good? I've never seen you playing at the Bear. Maggie likes to play after dinner. Hangman is mostly luck anyway. West started to shuffle. After a couple riffles, he stopped and said, What are we going to tell Tobias's family? That very question had been gnawing at Harper since they left the village. The truth, I guess. He died a hero trying to help the capital survivors. Thinking about Tobias alone in the mud, surrounded by strangers, enraged her. Harper wanted to punch something, but there was nothing handy. It was yet another thing she owed those bastards for. The way things were going, she wasn't sure they'd ever get what they deserved. At least, not from her. I like that, West said. Did he have any family besides his sister? Not that I know of. Harper shook her head and swallowed a sigh. She knew all the Rangers, but not their personal lives. Dad always said it wasn't good to get too close to your subordinates. Made it harder to give orders in the field. And Harper was enough younger that they didn't hang around much together when she was a kid. Sorry, didn't mean to throw shade over the mood. Want to play another hand? Sure, and don't be sorry about it. You didn't bring up anything that wasn't already on my mind. Harper lost track of how many hands she'd lost when a knock sounded. Harper, are you in there? Lachlan was back, and sooner than she'd feared. She opened the door and found him holding a cloth-wrapped bundle. That was quick. The store wasn't as busy as I thought it might be, and they had an outfit in my size. I thought I might try it on and get your opinion. Harper grinned. What I know about noble fashion, or common fashion for that matter, doesn't amount to a single page. But if you want to show off your new outfit, I don't mind. He winced. I wish you wouldn't make me sound like a girl looking to preen for her crush. I just need to know if the lines are clean. Sorry, Harper said, not meaning a word of it. Why don't you change and come back? I'm sure between us, West and I can tell that much. I'll only be a sec. Lachlan slipped into his room next door. I'm pretty sure he didn't want to show off for me, West said. Probably not, which is why I asked him to. I've finally got him to understand we're just friends, and I don't want to do anything that might confuse the issue. Like going back to his room to see his new outfit? Exactly. 15 minutes later, Lachlan returned dressed in all black, including shiny boots. Even Harper could tell the material of his tunic and trousers was high quality. The green piping on the trim was a nice touch. While the ensemble looked a bit dour, it wasn't bad by any means. Nice, West said. You look like a real prince now. Did you wear some kind of crown? Only Father had a crown. Assuming no one snuck in and stolen it, I imagine it's still sitting on his desk at home. Lachlan turned to Harper. What do you think? Princely for sure. I can't imagine you'll have any trouble getting in the door dressed like that. Thanks. I'm going to change back into my traveling clothes, then maybe some lunch? She nodded. I could eat. Me too, West said. The prince's wince was subtle, but she still caught it. Clearly it hadn't been an open invitation. We'll meet you downstairs, Harper said. Sure, I won't be long. When the door closed behind him, West joined her out in the hall. Are you sure he took the hint? Harper finally sighed. I was up until that little display. Can't worry about it now. Let's get a table and a bottle of overpriced wine. I need a drink. Chapter 17. A line had already formed outside Castle Huxley when Lachlan arrived.
Not a long line, thank Brannock, but enough people that he suspected he'd have been in for a long day if he planned on waiting his turn. The best thing about open court was that everyone was free to enter. Commoners dressed in their finest, if often still patched clothes, stood beside minor nobles dressed in silks and flashing gold rings. Of course, outside the capital, many nobles were really large farm owners who managed their sprawling properties. Lachlan had run into many a count and baronet over the years, and he generally found that their good nature and pleasantness decreased as their rank increased. Of course, even dukes made a point of treating him and his brother with the utmost respect. It was pro forma, of course. Too many things were when the nobility was involved. He grimaced against the pain in his heart when he thought of Jacob. His brother had tried so hard to protect everyone. It seemed impossible that he was dead. But Lachlan doubted the wizards would grant him a reprieve once their demands were ignored. No, all he could do was make them pay for what they did. And he would. When the army marched, Lachlan meant to be at its head and damn the consequences. Maybe leading the army wasn't the proper task for a king, but with his gift, Lachlan was the finest warrior in the kingdom. Destroying the monsters that threatened his land and people was his duty, and he meant to see it done. He reached the open gate and the guards waved him through after a quick glance at his peace-bound sword. Taking his place at the end of the line behind what he guessed was a farmer and his wife, Lachlan glanced at the shadows. They had about an hour before court opened. If his plan worked the way he hoped, there were going to be a lot of disappointed people today. The wait seemed to drag on forever, but eventually the keep door opened and the guards waved them in. Everyone marched ahead at a steady, orderly pace. Even the commoners seemed relaxed, reasonably so anyway. Had they been here before? Open court happened on a fairly regular basis, so it wasn't impossible. Inside, a long, straight hall led to the courtroom, what would have been the throne room back home. Though he suspected the dukes thought of them as throne rooms, no one had the nerve to call them that, at least not where anyone might hear and report to the king. Rows of benches sat facing an open area cordoned off by a railing with a gate in it. 10 guards armed with halberds and wearing black and green tabards stood behind the railing, ready to act immediately should trouble break out. Their perfectly polished mail shirts gleamed in the light of magical crystals hung from the ceiling. They looked impressive, and he had no doubt that should it be necessary, they'd be every bit as impressive in action. Duke Huxley, a florid-faced man draped in silks, gold, and gems, sat on a cushioned chair and twirled his mustache. He looked bored. No surprise there. Though he never showed it, Lachlan knew father used to be bored by open court as well. Beside the Duke, on a less fancy chair, sat Uncle William. He wore his green and black general's uniform complete with about 5 pounds of gold medals. Unless he had to go into the field, he seldom appeared without those medals. That he'd given them to himself didn't seem to faze him. Lachlan hadn't expected to find Uncle William here. His uncle seldom did anything resembling work. This was the Duke's court, so he couldn't imagine why he'd bothered to attend. Not that the reason mattered. His presence would make Lachlan's life easier. Hopefully, they could go somewhere quiet and make plans. Rather than take a seat and wait his turn, Lachlan strode right up to the gate. The nearest guard held out a hand. "You'll have to wait until you're called." "I fear my news won't keep. Uncle William! Duke Huxley!" The guard drew his gauntlet-covered fist back. "Show some respect!" "Hold there!" the Duke's voice boomed out. The guard froze and turned slowly to look back at his lord. "Your Grace?" "Prince Lachlan," Duke Huxley said. "Is that you? It's been years." "I'm honored you remember me, Duke Huxley. I apologize for my lack of decorum, but some serious issues have arisen, and I have little time to delay." Of course. Step aside and let His Highness through." The guard hastened to obey, his eyes as big as saucers. It seemed he understood who he had threatened. "Beg your pardon, Highness." "Have no fear. Your head is in no danger from me. I didn't exactly announce my pending arrival." The man relaxed a fraction and bowed. Lachlan strode past him, the incident already forgotten. He nodded to the Duke and offered his hand to his uncle. An unenthusiastic, limp shake, was all he got in return.
"Did my brother send you?"
Uncle William asked.
"No. What I have to tell you is best not said in open court. Is there somewhere we can talk?"
"Certainly," Duke Huxley said. "We'll go to my private office. I even have one of those magic things that prevents people from listening through the door. I don't recall what the magical engineer called it. Should court be cancelled or delayed?" Lachlan considered for a moment. His first instinct was cancelled, but the initial conversation shouldn't take that long, and making plans would be a project of days, not hours. "A couple hours should be enough to bring you both up to speed. You can decide how we should proceed after I tell you what I have to say." "Fair enough." Duke Huxley stood, the chair creaking as he pushed his bulk upward. "Everyone, an emergency has arisen. Court will be delayed until after lunch. If you wish to remain here, that's fine. Otherwise, you can return after the noon meal. Your understanding is appreciated." Lachlan heard a few grumbles, but no major complaints. They probably figured anyone heard complaining would get a poor judgment. The people rose, bowed to the Duke, and filed back out. Duke Huxley led Lachlan and his uncle out of the courtroom and through a side door. A short walk brought them to a well-appointed room with a desk, chairs, bookcase, and pretty much anything else anyone could need in an office. The Duke hung a gold disc on the door pull. "There. Now you can be sure no one will hear your news. Please, have a seat and tell us what's brought you all the way from the capital." The three men settled around the Duke's desk. Lachlan took a deep breath and laid out the details. The only thing he kept to himself was the fact that he was adopted. No one could ever know that. When he finished, both his uncle and the Duke were staring at him with their mouths partly open. A perfectly reasonable reaction. "You're certain everyone in the capital is dead?" Uncle William asked. "As sure as I can be without a door-to-door search. I doubt the wraiths spared anyone save those few we were able to get out." "And my brother and Prince Jacob?" "I didn't see their bodies, but I can't imagine the wizards sparing them. Father was very close to death after the wraith struck him. Without Lord Marshall's magic, even if the wizards didn't carry out their threat, I don't see how he could survive." Somehow Lachlan didn't choke up as he spoke. It was a near thing, but if he lost it every time he thought about his family, he'd never accomplish anything. "Then this makes you the new king," Duke Huxley said. "Yes, I suppose it does. Right now, though, the most important thing is reclaiming our country. Since my wild talent prevents me from wielding the sun sword, I'll be counting on you to fight by my side, Uncle." Uncle William nodded, his mind seemingly a mile away. "We'll need to make more detailed plans, of course," the Duke said. "For now, why don't we get you settled in? I'll send a messenger to collect your companions. There are plenty of guest rooms in the castle." "Thank you for the invitation," Lachlan said. "I'm sure Harper and West will be relieved to know we've gotten things at least somewhat settled. Much remains to be done, but I'm sure with all of us working together, we can find a path through this mess." Duke Huxley stood and came around the desk. "Well said, Your Majesty. You already show signs of the fine king you'll be. Come, I'll walk you to the guest room myself." "I couldn't ask you to do that. I'm sure you're anxious to get back to court." 10 minutes more or less won't make any difference." Lachlan stood, and the Duke gently guided him toward the door. The sucking up had already begun. Not a surprise, and he supposed he'd best get used to it. Father always hated this part of being king. Still, being polite and generous with your liegemen was important for a ruler. His uncle's chair scraped as he stood. A heavy step was followed by sharp pain. Then darkness. "Have you lost your mind?" Duke Huxley asked. William Irving stood over his unconscious nephew, a heavy dagger in his right hand. Blood stained the pommel from the blow he'd struck to the back of the boy's head. "No, I'm perfectly sane. This is the moment we've been waiting for. As long as my brother was alive and popular with the people, our plan to overthrow him had no hope of success. But now, not only is the main obstacle to my assuming the throne dead, but once we deal with this wizard business, the people will welcome me as a hero. Order will be restored, and I'll keep my promise to elevate you to the position of Archduke.
the second most powerful man in the kingdom." Huxley looked from Lachlan to William and back. William could almost see the gears turning as he weighed the benefits against the risks. It seemed like an obvious decision to him. Whether William was king or not, they still had to deal with the monsters running around the kingdom. Why shouldn't he benefit from doing his duty? Only fools and children believed in doing good for its own sake. Everyone else tried to get what they could. "What are we going to do about him?" Huxley asked. William smiled. He had the Duke now. "Simple. We name him an impostor, make a big proclamation, and publicly execute him. I'll claim he was working with the wizards and helped kill the real royal family. Heartbroken, I'll reluctantly take my place as king and promise to lead Montague through this dangerous moment. I'll name Huxleyville the temporary capital as well." "Why not make it the permanent capital? Montague City is bound to be filled with corpses and disease. You could just order the whole thing burned to the ground." "We'll see. Time enough to make such important decisions after the current crisis is dealt with. We need to collect his friends as well. They can all die together." Huxley surprised him by shaking his head. "That might not be best. I have nowhere to keep a wizard secure and will need the girl to guide us to the alchemists." William waved a dismissive hand. "I know how to reach the alchemists. As for the wizard, you're right. Killing him quickly is the wise move. We can string them along until they're in the castle out of sight. They'll be expecting word from Lachlan after all and won't be suspicious. A sword through the guts will kill a wizard just as well as a normal man." "Agreed, then. I'll send my most loyal troops to secure the pair. But first we'll need to transfer His Majesty to a cell." "The strongest one you have, guarded by crossbowmen at all times. This magical ability of his worries me. I'd cut his throat right now if we didn't need to make a show of his execution." Huxley went to give orders, and William sat back down. He took out a handkerchief and started cleaning the pommel of his dagger. He couldn't believe his luck. After all these years of living in Jacob's shadow, it was finally time for him to take his place as ruler of the kingdom. He'd make a far better king than his soft-hearted fool of an older brother. Montague was about to enter a glorious new age. The people would love him for all time. These happy thoughts swirled through William's head until the guards came to collect his nephew's still unmoving body. Chapter 18. If Harper had to play one more hand of cards, she was going to scream. 2 hours had passed since Lachlan left for the castle. Before he set out, he said not to expect him back today. No doubt much discussion about the current crisis would be necessary. She understood that. She didn't like it, but she understood it. She never would have imagined missing sun-up to sundown hiking, but here she was. At least during the trip she had something to focus on other than how long it was going to take West to win the current hand of cards. Harper had never been good at waiting. A deep breath calmed her, and she discarded. Dad used to say that 3/4 of being a soldier was waiting. How he stood it, she had no idea. West picked up her card and laid down his hand. "I slipped the noose." "Of course you did." She tossed her hand down in disgust. "Are you even trying to win? Doesn't matter. It's either cards or pacing. I wish this stupid fancy inn had an archery range, or a dueling circle, or just about anything to distract me. So much depends on Lachlan's success, and there's not a damn thing I can do to improve his chances. You've done a lot just to get him to this point. Not everything has to be done by you. Try to have a little faith." Harper grinned. "When did you become a philosopher?" "I didn't. Master Zan gave me that exact same speech not long after you left for the capital. I was so worried and felt totally useless. He pointed out that I could only do what I could do and that I needed to trust that you'd be okay. And you were. Now we need to trust Lachlan. Though I still don't like the way he looks at you, I have been impressed with his determination. Nothing like losing your father and brother to focus your mind." "Thanks, West." "My pleasure. Want to play another hand?" "No, I thought I might get lunch." "Hungry?" "Always. Having enjoyed their breakfast, I can't wait to try lunch. How much coin did Lachlan leave us?"
I didn't count it, but even a small pouch of gold is more wealth than I've seen in my entire life. Anyway, the food's free, remember? Come on. She led the way out of their room and down the hall to the common room. A handful of seats were occupied, but it was still a little early. They went to a table away from the others, but before they could sit, the inn door opened and a squad of 10 soldiers strode through. They wore the familiar green and black uniforms of the Montague military. Every soldier wore some variation on that uniform, though for obvious reasons, Harper liked the ranger uniform best. "Is this a good sign or a bad sign?" West asked. "Not sure. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with us." "I'll bet anything you care to wager against that." Harper didn't believe it herself. She'd expected a servant to come and get them, not soldiers. Let's just sit and see what happens. She followed her own advice and settled into the cushioned hardwood chair. Less than a minute later, the innkeeper pointed at them, and the guards turned their way. She tensed and immediately forced herself to relax. They didn't even know anything yet. It was too soon to panic. Everything was probably fine. The guard sergeant moved a little ahead of his men and looked down at them. His gray mustache twitched, reminding her of a bunny for some reason. Not that there was anything cute or fuzzy about the man. "Harper Gale and Westmeyer?" he asked. Harper nodded. "That's us. How can we help you, Sergeant?" "His Grace Duke Huxley sent my squad to escort you to the castle. A room has been prepared for you." "For both of us?" West asked, drawing a look from Harper. "That's correct. Right beside the royal suite." He offered the least subtle wink ever. "That's a relief," Harper said. "Give us a couple minutes to grab our gear and we'll be good to go." "Servants will be sent for that. We don't want to keep the Duke waiting." Harper shook her head. No way was a servant getting their hands on her silver steel arrows. "Do you really want a servant pawing through the royal undergarments?" "Fair enough. 10 minutes. "Thank you." Harper hopped to her feet, and she and West retraced their steps back to their rooms. 10 minutes wasn't long, but they didn't have that much stuff to pack. She pulled her door open, and West followed her in. "You need to get your own stuff ready." And what was with that question? Of course they've got a room for both of us. "That's why I asked. He lied about having rooms for both of us." Harper froze, her hand halfway to her quiver. "What do you mean he lied?" "Just what I said. I can see through the ether when someone lies. He was speaking very precisely to avoid saying anything direct. Someone must have coached him on how to talk to a wizard. Clearly his orders didn't cover how to answer questions." Shit. Harper didn't know exactly what was going on, but she doubted it was good. "We need to ditch these guys. No way am I going to the castle with a liar." "Even if we do, what then? There's no way we'll be able to get a message to Lachlan." "We'll worry about that later. I didn't notice a back door, did you?" "Only the servants' exit through the kitchen." "Right, and the only way to get to that one is through the common room. No way will that work." West crossed the room and tapped the window. "We can always make our own exit, just like when we rescued Barrett." She nodded. "Do you need anything from your room?" "Just my pack. I never took anything out of it." "Grab it and let's go. If the guards want Lachlan's stuff, they can have it." West ducked out, and Harper grabbed her own pack. She hadn't bothered to unpack either, not that she had much in the way of possessions. Other than her arrows, the only things of real value were the magic lamp and the food Lynn gave them. Her single change of clothes hardly mattered. In short order, West returned with his pack over his shoulder. She figured they'd used about half of their allotted time. They needed to move, and move quickly. West was staring at the window, seemingly lost in thought. "Hey, time's wasting. Make with the magic." "There's a problem. We need someone on the outside to catch the pain or it will shatter. Unless those guards are deaf, they're bound to hear it." Harper cursed the universe, then snapped her fingers. She took out an arrow, went to the window, and used the incredibly sharp tip to cut a circle in the glass. A tap sent it falling to the ground. She hooked her fingers into the hole. "Problem solved. Get to it." In a blessedly short amount of time, Harper found herself holding the pane of glass. She lowered it gently, then set it to the side. A quick glance around, combined with the lack of shouts, confirmed that no one had seen what they did. She climbed out, reached back, and took West's pack. When he'd joined her, she returned it, and they set out. Harper had no particular destination in mind other than away from the guards. To that end, she made a point of circling wide around the inn to avoid any chance of them being spotted by anyone looking out the front. When they'd put about 10 blocks between them and the inn, she stopped and blew out a breath. They were safe for the moment, but she had serious doubts about how long that would last. Harper didn't believe for a moment that Lachlan sold them out, which meant that the Duke, or given what she knew about the turd, his uncle, had done something foolish. "What now?" West asked. There were moments when she wished to never hear that question again. "Can you find out what happened to Lachlan? If the guards are after us, I have to think something went wrong with his meeting." "That's tricky. I'll need to figure out if the castle has wards, and if so, what sort they are. Depending on what I find, I might be able to." Before she could get her hopes up, he added, "But given that it is the home of one of the most important people in the kingdom, I wouldn't count on anything." "Right. What do you need so you can do whatever you have to do?" "Time and a quiet place to work. Close to the castle would be ideal, but right now I'd say that would be unwise." "Understatement of the year. Let's find a place and get off the street." "Do you know another inn?" "Of course not, and we're not going to look for one. There have to be rooms for rent long-term, something a newlywed couple could afford." West grinned. "A newlywed couple looking for their first place together. I like it. Better than two criminals on the run." Harper seconded that. The last thing they wanted to look like was what they were. Chapter 19. When Lachlan came to, the first thing he noticed was the throbbing pain in his head. The next thing he noticed was the stone floor and feeble flickering light. What the hell had happened? He remembered talking to Duke Huxley and his uncle. Then someone said something about finding him a room. Then there was a sharp pain, and nothing. Given that there were only 3 of them in the room, either the Duke or his uncle must have struck him in the back of the head. That at least explained the headache. He slowly sat up and reached around to touch the base of his skull. His finger came back damp, but the bone didn't feel broken. That was something, at least. It didn't exactly take a genius to figure out what happened. With him out of the way, Uncle William was next in line for the throne. Clearly he saw his opportunity and took it. It was Lachlan's own fault for trusting the ambitious prick. Just once he had dared to imagine his uncle would do the right thing. Stupid. When he felt steady enough, Lachlan took a step toward the light. He soon found himself standing directly in front of a heavy wooden door. The light came through bars set into the top of it. Of course he was in a dungeon cell. Where else would he be? Actually, the more he thought about it, the bigger surprise was that he woke up at all. Why risk keeping him prisoner? It would have been far quicker and less risky to just kill him outright and dispose of his body. Clearly his uncle must have some plan in mind. He might be a lazy, useless excuse for a general, but Uncle William was a skilled schemer. Lachlan got up on his tiptoes and peered through the narrow gap. He could just see a pair of guards keeping an eye on the cell. "Hey, what's going on? Why am I down here?"
"Shut up, traitor," one of the guards said. "His Highness told us about your betrayal. Make no mistake, you'll be executed as soon as word can be sent to the other nobles about the death of the royal family." So that was his game. Blame everything on Lachlan and then execute him as a traitor. Not especially devious as plans went, but certainly effective if everyone believed it. And the other nobles would believe it, especially if Uncle William was generous with the rewards for supporting his claim to the throne. If he had Duke Huxley on his side, the other dukes would be reluctant to go against the pair. It could work. Damn the man. And in the worst case, a civil war might break out, making the acolytes of darkness's job that much easier. And there was nothing he could do about it from inside his cell. He frowned. "What happened to my friends?" "The city guards will deal with the other traitors, rest assured." Sounded like Harper and West were still on the loose. Good.
They were his only hope of getting out of here. His eyes had adjusted enough that he could see the thin, narrow cot that would serve as his bed for the foreseeable future. Not exactly the gilded crown, but at least he was still breathing. And where there was life, there was hope. He just wished his hope didn't rely on things completely outside of his control. William listened, outwardly calm, as the guard sergeant explained how Lachlan's friends had escaped. The fool had actually given them time to pack their bags. Yes, he was supposed to keep their capture quiet, but William had assumed that whoever they sent would have brains enough not to let the targets out of their sight. That turned out to be an expensive oversight. He glanced at Duke Huxley. The man looked as disgusted as William felt. The Duke had a hand to his face, and it looked like he wanted to weep. No doubt having the stupidity of his guards put so clearly on display did nothing for his state of mind. The sergeant finished his report and added, "Have no fear, my lords. The fugitives' descriptions are being spread as we speak. There's nowhere in the city they'll be able to hide." Huxley nodded and waved a hand. "I'm confident that you and the men will do everything you can to capture the fugitives. You'd best get back to it." The sergeant bowed and stomped out of Huxley's office. When he'd gone, William said, 2 teenagers managed to elude a squad of 10 of your guards. Not a terribly impressive effort." "True, but remember Lachlan's story. These 2 are clearly not ordinary teenagers, and one of them is a wizard. Perhaps we should have sent a magical engineer along with the guards." "We certainly should have done something different. And why are we getting a report from a sergeant rather than a captain?" "That sergeant was directly in command of the unit assigned to the mission. His commanding officer probably thought he would be the best one to tell us what happened." William snorted a laugh. "More likely his commanding officer was afraid of what might happen should he be the one to bring us the news of his underlings' incompetence. An unjustified fear, but he would have no way of knowing that." "There's no need to worry," Huxley said. "The guards won't make the same mistake twice." "No, I expect they'll make all new mistakes. Still, I suppose we have to do the best we can with what we have. Had I known what was going to happen, I would have brought some of my elite soldiers, maybe even a squad of rangers." Huxley slumped into one of the cushioned chairs. "I suggest not bringing the rangers into it until you've been fully invested as king. Those men tend to think for themselves more than I'm comfortable with." William grabbed a carafe filled with amber liquid and poured himself a glass before dropping into the chair beside Huxley. He took a sip and sighed. "You do have a point. Also, despite what you might think, their reputation for competence is overstated. Did I ever tell you the story about how I dispatched a unit of rangers to kill an enemy armor pilot and they just kept failing?" "I remember that story. Didn't the unit eventually succeed and the commander receive a commendation from your brother?" "Indeed. It was at that moment that I first began to question Jacob's fitness for the crown. He even made me attend the ceremony." William drank half his glass of brandy in one swallow. "I promise you that as king, I will not make the same mistakes." Chapter 20. Harper and West made their way through the city, quickly, but not so quickly that they'd attract attention. A few inquiries made with the local shopkeepers had gotten them a lead on a potential apartment they could use for a temporary base. When they reached a particularly empty stretch of street, Harper unbuckled her sword belt and held it out to West. He looked at her but didn't take the blade. "What are you doing? I don't know how to use a sword." "I suspect most wizards don't. I know most women don't. When someone sees a man with a sword at his waist, the last thing they're going to think is wizard, which is what we want. It will also help me look less remarkable. Plenty of women might use a lightweight bow for self-defense, but a sword is just too unusual." He finally took the sword belt and cinched it around his waist. "I never even thought about that. Should we work out a cover story? Newlyweds looking for their first place together should be enough, don't you think?" "Shit, we don't have rings." West shook his head. "That's not unusual. My parents didn't get proper wedding rings until they'd been together for 3 years. Anyone that interviews us is going to want to know which village we came from.
Should we just say Parville? No, it's too far away. We'll say we came from Lindbergh. I never heard of that town. I'm not surprised, Harper said. I just made it up. There are tons of dinky little towns no one's heard of. One made-up name is as good as another. I think if we keep the rest of the details consistent with our actual lives, we should be okay. West nodded, looking glum. What? A new husband should at least try and look happy about it. It's nothing. I just never thought we'd have to pretend to be married before we got married for real. Harper stared at the sky. Brannick, give her strength. A lot of things have happened that I never thought we'd have to deal with. This one is at least unlikely to get us killed, so we might as well enjoy the change of pace. I know. I'm not complaining. It's just a lot. I guess the events of the past few weeks finally caught up to me. I'll be okay. Let's just get where we're going so I can start analyzing the castle wards. Harper clapped him on the shoulder. That's the spirit. I think that's the store the shopkeeper told us about up ahead. I really hope the owner hasn't rented out the apartment yet. West nodded, his game face back on. I feel awfully exposed out in the streets. Harper couldn't argue with that. At least the last group of guards they passed didn't give them a second look. It would probably take some time for their description to get passed out to everyone. The longer it took, the happier she'd be. They stopped in front of a fair-sized building with a sign that read Granny's Dresses. It seemed strange that there would be a dedicated dress shop this far from the noble district. But then again, common women needed dresses too. You'll have to take the lead, Harper said. It's kind of expected in this situation. Are you sure? Finding a home, even temporarily, sounds more like the sort of thing the wife would be in charge of. My mom runs everything in the house. But did she pick out the building? West frowned. I'm not sure. The question never came up. This is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. No, it's not. You're completely overthinking it. This lady wants to rent her apartment, and we want to move in. As long as we don't look like lunatic murderers, we should be fine. Harper grabbed his arm. Now let's do this. West pulled the door open, and they went in side by side. The shop was filled with dresses, some on mannequins and others lying on tables. Just inside the door and to the left, they found a counter behind which sat an old woman. Granny, Harper assumed. That had to be in her 80s if the number of wrinkles on her face was any indication. Fine silver hair covered her head and her eyes drooped as if it was all she could do to keep them open. Harper cleared her throat, and the woman's eyes popped open. Can I help you, kids? When West didn't speak up, Harper elbowed him in the ribs. Yes, ma'am, West said. We heard through the grapevine that you had an apartment for rent. We're looking for a place of our own. Granny smiled, smoothing some wrinkles and making new ones. Her watery blue eyes turned to Harper. Married? Harper looked away as if she felt shy. Newlyweds. Isn't that nice? Granny hopped off her stool. Come along and I'll show it to you. It's nothing much, I'm afraid. 3 rooms tucked in the back of the workshop, but it's quiet and private. She let out a raspy giggle at that last bit. Harper restrained an eye roll by the narrowest of margins. As they walked toward the rear of the sales area, West asked, Is it okay to leave the shop unmanned? No need to worry. Our business is mainly wholesale. The shop is as much to show off our wares as it is for the few locals who need a new outfit. Granny opened a door at the back and led them through a sprawling work area filled with scattered tables, where 10 young women worked at cutting cloth and sewing it together. A few of the women looked up from their work, but a hard glare from Granny immediately had them back at it. Despite the sweet exterior, she seemed to be a strict taskmaster. Another door opened into a short hall that ended at the apartment. It really wasn't much. A small living area, smaller bedroom, and a tiny kitchen. At least it had basic furniture. Not that Harper actually cared. No way would they be here for more than a handful of days unless things went drastically wrong. After the 10-second tour, West asked, How much? 3 silver coins a week. If you pay for the month, 1 gold. West nodded and dug one of the gold coins Lachlan had given them out of his pocket. We'll take it.
She took the coin and beamed at them. I'll get the key. Make yourselves at home. Granny left, and Harper closed the door. When she couldn't hear the old woman's footsteps anymore, she said, This should do. How long will you need for the magic?
No idea until we get started, West grinned. I didn't think you knew how to look bashful.
Of course I knew how. I've seen enough people do it. I'm trying to play a part here. Good work playing yours, by the way. Your assertiveness actually seemed natural.
Thanks. I just imagined how you would have done it.
Harper gave him a good-natured slap on the shoulder. Granny returned a moment later with an iron key. There you are.
Thanks.
West took the key. Granny focused on Harper. If you're looking for work, I have an opening in the workshop.
That's very generous, but I'm more familiar with leather work than fine stitching.
If you know the basics, you can learn the rest, Granny waved. Just something to think about. The old woman ambled off, and West locked the door behind her.
I'd best get started before you decide to take up a new career.
Harper smiled. It was good to see West joking, even if it was forced. She doubted there would be much to smile about in the future. West felt pretty sure that the bed, if you could call it that, was actually a pallet made from heavy planks and covered with spare linen. He'd slept on softer patches of ground, and right now the floor was looking like a fair option. Pity Harper had already claimed it. Right now she was in the living room taking an inventory of their supplies. They should be okay for a little while, but neither of them expected to end up on the run after they arrived. He shook his head and tried to focus. He needed to study the castle wards, not daydream about things he had no control over. Tossing and turning to get more comfortable on the hard bed, he took a deep breath and shifted his vision to the ether. Now for the tricky bit. He freed his vision from his body while keeping his focus on the ether. So far, so good. The real world was visible through the swirling, chaotic energy. It took a moment for him to fully orient his ethereal construct, then he flew toward the castle. He didn't have to get very close to see the powerful dome of glowing energy that enclosed it. Looking down from directly above gave him a fair view of the complete spell. Just as he feared, it appeared to be designed to keep out any sort of ethereal construct. That meant no extended senses, and no spirit body. If his master was here, he'd probably know some trick to get by it. But West didn't. If he couldn't find something from above, maybe below would reveal a gap. At ground level, the barrier looked every bit as secure as it did from above. He also made a note of the dozens of soldiers coming and going through the gate. When he reached 100, he stopped counting. Heaven's mercy, he hoped they weren't all looking for him and Harper. Even if they were, he couldn't do anything about it now, or later for that matter. Back to the problem at hand. Making a slow circle, West studied every inch of the barrier for any sign of an opening, and found none. Wait. He flew back. It wasn't a gap, but the barrier did reach beyond the castle wall right there. It was only about 3 feet, but that was enough. If West could get to that spot, he could extend his sight from inside the barrier. Assuming it worked, he'd be able to spy on the entire castle. It was a slim hope, but given all that he'd seen, it was the only hope they were likely to find. He ended the spell and returned his sight to his body. Slowly getting up off the bed, he took his time getting used to seeing out of his own eyes again. He hadn't used that spell very much and wasn't comfortable with it yet. Harper looked up as he entered the living room. She had all their possessions laid out on the central table. There wasn't much, and the sight depressed him. "What did you find?" Harper asked. "Not much." He told her about the tiny opening. "If I can get there, I think I can scout out the castle." Harper nodded. "We'll go tonight." Whoa, don't we need to scout it out first? You know, make a plan? No, that's the worst thing we could do. With all those guards in the area, we need to do this once. The more times we enter the area, the better the chances that we get caught. Hopefully you can find Lachlan and figure out what's going on, then we can make a plan. West didn't like it, but she had a point. He'd better try and take a nap since it certainly didn't look like he was going to get any sleep tonight. Chapter 21. A month. Had it been a month? Jack had totally lost track of time. Days and days of walking had finally brought them within sight of the desert. The vast expanse of sand, and not much else, marked the southern edge of Montague. Low, rounded mountains loomed over it. None of the 10 city-states claimed the desert. It served as a sort of buffer zone. The only residents were bandits, and apparently a dragon. Jack glanced at Melcath. Their guide hadn't said more than a handful of words since whatever weird thing approached their camp the second night on the trail. Though not openly hostile, it was clear to Jack that Melcath would rather be doing basically anything other than serving as their guide. At least he'd led them unerringly to their destination. Some days it felt like the only thing Jack saw was the red cloak billowing in front of him. Even the desert, dreary as it appeared, made a welcome change of place. His gaze shifted to Tobias, the final member of their little group. The tracker didn't say much more than Melcath, though he'd chat if Jack spoke first. It was like he was afraid, even now, to give offense. Jack understood that, but he'd have killed for someone to talk to, if only to take his mind off of everything.
"Will we reach your father today?"
Jack asked, more to fill the silence than out of any particular desire to know the answer.
"Likely a little before sunset."
Melcath pointed at one of the mountains.
"Our home is at the base of that hill."
Jack squinted against the glare from the sand, but even then saw nothing that separated one hill from the next. If Melcath could actually see something from here, his eyesight must have been phenomenal.
"You must be glad to be back,"
Tobias said.
"I am glad to have completed my father's errand successfully. With any luck, your discussion will be brief and I'll never have to see either of you again."
"You're not going to miss me?" Jack asked. That question drew something between a hiss and a grunt from Melcath.
"Seriously, though, why do you think the wizards didn't send any of their monsters after us? I mean, even you couldn't stop 100 wraiths, could you?"
"I have no idea why you humans do most of the things you do. Perhaps after I destroyed their ghouls and stopped the second creature, they decided to find something else to amuse themselves. I couldn't possibly care less. Now be silent. I've had enough of your prattling."
"Just one more question, please."
"Just one more."
"Thank you. Is there any advice you can offer me about your father beyond what you said after we first met? Since he indirectly saved my life, I want to make a good impression."
Melcath stopped and turned back to face him. Even in the bright sunlight, the glow from his eyes was clear.
"You don't seem to understand. Humans make no impression on us regardless of what you do. We no more expect manners or wit from you than you would from a hummingbird. All you need to do is answer his questions. If you can manage any level of thoughtfulness, that would be a bonus. Do you understand now?"
Jack nodded, and Melcath set out again. It wasn't every day you got told you were as valuable as a hummingbird. In fact, as a prince, he'd never been treated with such disdain from anyone save the wizards, and since they planned to kill him, he didn't think they counted.
"He really seems to hate us,"
Tobias said. Jack shook his head.
"No, he doesn't hate us. Hate implies interest. I think he simply doesn't care about us. As far as I can tell, Melcath looks at us the way we might a squirrel."
"I hope not," Tobias said. "I eat squirrel pretty regular." Jack grinned at that. It seemed Tobias had a bit of a sense of humor, when he could get past his fear of offending. "Don't worry. I doubt the dragon would send his son all the way across the kingdom just to bring back supper." They trudged on in silence after that, not even pausing for lunch. At last, when the sun hung low in the sky, Jack finally spotted a wide-open cave about 20 yards up a sheer cliff face. Someone had carved crude steps into the stone to allow an easy way up. Perhaps the dragon had, at some point anyway, regularly entertained human guests. He had no real reason for thinking that, but it did make him feel better. When they reached the base of the steps, he revised his opinion. They looked less like an easy way up and more a test of courage. No railing separated you from a fall to the stones below, and the steps were only just wide enough for your foot with nothing to spare. They were going to talk to a dragon, for goodness' sake. Wasn't that enough of a test? The answer was self-evidently no, so they set to climbing. Luckily, they reached the top without incident, and Melcath led them into the cave. It grew pitch black a few strides inside. With surprising consideration and lack of comment, Melcath conjured a ball of fire. It didn't reveal much of interest beyond the flat path that led down into the earth and the reddish-brown stone walls that sparkled in the magical light. Jack wanted to ask what caused the sparkling, but somehow it felt almost irreverent to speak in this place. It wasn't like they were in a temple or anything, yet even breathing heavy felt wrong. He couldn't explain it, but the impression of holiness— no, that wasn't it. Awe, that was the word he was looking for. The feeling of awe nearly overwhelmed him. That made no sense given that they were simply walking down a tunnel. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He'd accomplished nothing beyond giving himself a headache. 5 minutes of walking brought them to a large open cavern. Jack froze dead in his tracks. In the center of the chamber, lying curled up like a cat with its tail covering its nose, was a dragon. Shiny red scales covered its body, and spikes ran down its spine. Just its body had to be 30 paces long, and the tail was nearly that. Bat-like wings were folded down tight to its body. Jack shivered, the rush of awe nearly putting him on his knees. "Father," Melcath said, "I've brought the human prince." A yellow eye nearly as big as Jack's head popped open. It gazed at him, seeming to look into his soul. And perhaps it did. He had no idea what a dragon could do. "Was the king not available?" The dragon, Melkor, Jack suddenly remembered, asked. "Dead, or near enough when I found him." Jack bristled at the casual way Melcath spoke. Then he took a breath and reminded himself that it wasn't Melcath's father that had died, and he had no reason to feel emotional about a dead human. Hardly a surprise, given how little he seemed to care about living ones. "I suppose a prince will do." The dragon stretched again, reminding Jack of a cat, right down to the curved claws at the end of his talons. Claws that dug into the stone of the cavern floor like it was made of clay. A flash of white light forced Jack to look away. When he turned back, an older man in red robes stood facing him. Melkor had a long gray beard, hawkish nose, and the same glowing yellow eyes as his son. "My true form can be a bit overwhelming to humans. As I'm sure my son told you, my name is Melkor, called the Red during my time in the human kingdom. First, allow me to offer my most sincere sympathy to you for the loss of your father." Those simple but kindly meant words nearly set Jack to crying. Everything had been so crazy he hadn't really been able to mourn, or really even think about his father. Melkor gave him a few moments of silence as he fought to master his emotions. It was another kindness and show of consideration he hadn't expected. "Thank you, sir. I am most grateful for your words. Do you have a title or honorific that you would like me to use?" Melkor chuckled, a surprisingly warm and human sound. "I am far beyond the need for such things. Just my name is fine." Jack found himself warming to the dragon, a remarkable turn of events given his son's attitude, but a welcome one. "Melkor, then. I'm Jacob, and my companion is Tobias. Please tell me what you wish to know." "Perhaps 3 months ago," Melkor said, "I had a visit from a much less well-mannered human. She tried her best to kill me, a sad, pointless effort that ended with her death and the destruction of her undead servants." Jack tried to picture anyone, even one of the wizards that destroyed Montague City, being so mad that they would try to kill a dragon and failed. "I can't imagine how she even found me.
This area is harsh and unpopulated. I chose to make my home here for precisely that reason. Yet come here she did. Straight here. She didn't stumble onto my home by accident. I've been trying in vain to understand what would prompt someone to do something so foolish. Finally, it became clear that I needed more information, so I sent Melcath to collect someone that might provide it. Tell me, what's been happening in the world?
Very well, but this might take a while.
In that case, there's no reason for us to be uncomfortable.
Melkor pointed, and 3 chairs grew up out of the stone floor. A round table joined them a moment later.
Melcath, be a good lad and fetch the wine and some snacks for our guests.
As you command, father. Melcath stalked deeper into the cavern, out of sight. He doesn't seem to like people. Jack took a seat. Tobias sat beside him, looking for all the world like he expected the chair to eat him. I feared you might share his attitude. Melkor chuckled and sat across from them.
Melcath is young, and with that comes a certain arrogance. It's something all dragons are born with, and alas, many never grow out of. He's a good boy. I'm confident that in a few more centuries the worst of the rough edges will be worn off.
A few centuries. Right. So much for any hope of a rapid improvement. No sense stretching the dragon's patience. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jack launched into his tale. Tobias even chimed in a couple of times with a hesitant comment. For his part, Melkor seemed content to listen until the end, a fact which Jack very much appreciated. When they finally finished, Melkor said,
It seems our worst fears have come to pass. We always worried this day might come, though we certainly hoped to be wrong.
Who's we? Jack asked.
My companions during the First War. The group included one of your ancestors who wielded the Sun Sword. Pity that was lost to the enemy.
At least they can't use it against us, Jack said.
That is a small comfort. You say they have only 2 urns?
As far as we know, they couldn't get through the alchemist's barrier. Obviously, they failed to defeat you. As far as the one kept in Brannick's temple, Lord Marshal has gone to confirm its status.
As long as they don't get 4, we still have a chance to prevent the Apprentice's revival. That will spare your kingdom from the worst possible outcome.
You mean 5, right? Jack asked. There are supposed to be 5 urns.
There are indeed 5. But should 4 be opened and 1 be his head, he will have sufficient mass to function, even if he's not at his full capacity. I assure you that even weakened, the Apprentice is a grave threat.
Jack had no doubt about that. There's one thing that's been bothering me since I first learned about this guy.
Does he not have a name? I'm sure he does, but we never discovered it. You see, he's a devout worshipper of Astaroth, demon lord of disease and the undead. To gain more power, he's made a contract with the demon lord using his true name. For that to work, you have to kill everyone else that knows your name. Should someone learn it, they will gain power over you.
Jack's eyes widened. Is that how we beat him? We learn his true name?
That was always the backup plan, but learning it is no simple matter. Everyone that might have known it is centuries dead.
Melcath returned with a tray loaded with meat, cheese, fruit, and a bottle of wine and mugs. He proceeded to pour 3 mugs of wine and hand them out. If you'll excuse me, Father, I'll leave you to your discussion. A 4th chair appeared, and Melkor said,
Please join us. What I have to say next concerns you as well.
Though he didn't look happy about it, Melcath sat, arms crossed, looking for all the world like a petulant teen forced to join a boring adult conversation. Had Jack ever had such a terrible attitude? He smothered a grin. Sure he had, like 6 weeks ago. Count on having your life turned upside down to put things in perspective.
As I was saying, Melkor took a sip of wine, everyone that might have known the apprentice's name is long dead. However, there is one person that might be able to learn what it is. Lord of the Dead.
Jack frowned. He had no idea who Lord of the Dead was, but doubted he was the sort of person they'd want to deal with. Not that it seemed like they had a ton of choices.
Who is he?
Jack asked.
Lord of the Dead is Astaroth's high priest on our world, and one of the rulers of the land of the demon binders. If anyone can make a deal with the demon lord for the information we seek, he can.
Jack's mind reeled. I didn't understand much of what you just said, but I'm pretty sure a demon lord isn't going to tell us what we want to know for free.
You're perfectly correct, Melkor said. Luckily for us, I have an artifact that will be of great interest to a hell priest of Astaroth. Melkath, you will carry Prince Jacob to the land of the demon binders, and together you will bargain for the apprentice's true name. If heaven stands with us, we won't need it. But if the worst happens, your success will decide the fate of Montague and possibly all of Colt's land.
I ask with all respect, Father, why do we care? It would be a simple matter to fly somewhere else and make a new home.
Do you think so? Melkor asked. Do you imagine other dragons will simply let us fly through their territory and set up a lair of our own? I know my own strength well, and I can tell you I'm far from the strongest dragon living in this world. Though they may spend most of their time sleeping, an intrusion will be detected instantly. And should we linger, we will be dealt with harshly, for better or worse. This is our home, and we must fight to keep it.
Begging your pardon, sir, Tobias said, but why don't you and your son just hunt down the wizards and kill them before they can finish their business? He'd been so quiet, Jack had almost forgotten Tobias was there. But now that he'd said something, that did sound like the perfect solution.
If only it were so simple, Melkor said. I can't leave the urn undefended, and Melkath isn't strong enough on his own.
Melkath bristled and bared his teeth.
Don't give me that look. You know it's the truth. A few ghouls might not be a problem, but 4 wizards and their combined undead would wear you down and kill you. No, learning the apprentice's true name is the only way to be sure.
When the tension between father and son had grown nearly unbearable, Melkath finally looked away.
As you wish, father. Excellent. I'm sure you're all weary from the long journey. Rest and recover. You can leave in the morning.
Tobias flinched when everyone looked at him. What about me?
You haven't been forgotten about, Melkor said. In fact, you have a most important task to carry out. When the time comes, you'll be helping me protect the urn.
Against those wizards? Tobias sounded as incredulous as Jack felt.
Indeed. I'll be counting on you.
Tobias's eyes rolled back in his head, and Jack barely caught him as he fainted. That pretty well summed up his own feelings on the matter. Chapter 22. Harper waited until 3 hours after sunset to wake West. She hated to do it since he appeared to be sleeping so peacefully. She had hoped, foolishly it turned out, that things might go more smoothly once they reached the Duke and gained some official help. Not that Lachlan wasn't an official. He just didn't have an army at the moment. And that might have been part of the problem. Princes and kings might be in charge, but it was loyal men in armor and carrying swords that gave them authority. At the end of the day, Lachlan, however good a fighter he might have been, was still just one guy. She shook her head and climbed up off the floor. West, come on, wake up. It's time. He groaned and sat up.
How long have I been asleep?
I have no idea, but we need to get going.
I figure it's a little after midnight. The guards should be just as tired as we are. With any luck, whatever patrols might be out will be thinking about their comfy cots instead of us. I don't remember you normally being this cheerful after waking up. He finally threw the covers off and started getting ready. I'm not especially cheerful, but I figured you'd rather get woken up with a kind word than a boot in the ass. Number 2 is still an option. Okay. Do we have anything to eat? Alchemy biscuits. There are a handful left. West made a face as he pulled on his boots. No real food? No. And I actually prefer the biscuits. 4 bites and a big glass of water and you're good for the whole day. So much more convenient. And so much less taste. Of course, if the worst thing we have to deal with tonight is bland food, I won't complain. Anymore. They ate their biscuits and split a skin of water before heading out. The shop was quiet this time of night, and they had no trouble slipping out the back door unnoticed. West cast a night vision spell on her, then himself, and she took the lead. At this time of night, the city was quiet. The only signs of life were the lights from the occasional still-open tavern. She suspected they were the sort of place you didn't visit unless you were looking for trouble. And she wasn't, at least not that sort of trouble. 3 blocks from the shop she spotted the glow from a lantern further down the street. Harper grabbed West's hand and pulled him into an alley between 2 businesses. She crouched low and waited. A minute later, 4 guards ambled by, not paying the least attention to anything. Not that they'd be able to see much down a dark alley given the light from the lantern. She waited a full minute after they passed, then ducked out for a quick look. All clear in both directions. They were forced to hide twice more before reaching the neighborhood nearest the castle. That was fewer than she'd expected, given West's warning. But now things were going to get tricky. Security would have to be tighter near the castle. Where do we need to get to? West frowned. As you're facing the main gate, it would be on the left side. I'll have to find the exact spot once we're close. Relief flooded through her. If they could avoid the area around the gate, it would make things much easier. Happily, the castle didn't have a moat, which would also help. She glanced up at the wall. Heads were visible at regular intervals on the battlements. While they might be able to stop someone from sneaking in, she doubted they'd be able to spot the 2 of them moving without a lantern. She slipped between a pair of buildings and worked her way toward the castle wall. Her gaze darted toward the guards every few seconds, but so far none of them had reacted to their approach. Harper paused at the edge of the shadows. This would be the hardest part. 50 yards of open space separated the castle from the nearest building, and the light from the guards' lanterns cast a powerful glow. The nearest guard was only a few paces to their right. If he was paying attention at all, there was no way he could miss them running across the gap. Putting an arrow in him would solve the problem, assuming one of the others didn't notice him fall, which they were almost certain to. Plus, she didn't want to kill some poor bastard just doing his job. That left Magic. West had the most important job tonight, and she didn't want to risk wearing him out, but there didn't seem to be another way. She was just about to ask him when a huge racket broke out from the gate. Alarm bells clanged, and a moment later the guards ran from their posts. Not one to waste an opportunity, Harper sprinted across the gap and pressed her back to the wall. West stopped beside her a moment later. "What was all that about?" West asked. "Who cares? It got us across the gap. Where to now?" As West looked around, Harper held her breath and listened. The alarm had stopped, but she could still make out the faint sound of steel on steel. Sounded like someone had attacked the gate. Who would be so stupid? As far as she knew, there were no conventional enemies in Montague with sufficient strength to attack the city. "I found it," West said. Harper put whatever was going on out of her mind. Their task was hard enough without worrying about something out of her control. West inched along for 20 paces, then stopped. "This is it. I'm going to try and extend my sight and take a look around the castle. My body will be blind while I'm doing it, so you'll need to keep watch for both of us." "No problem. Good luck." After a moment of concentration, West's expression went slack. In the distance, the sound of fighting grew louder. Whatever was going on, she hoped it stayed way over there. She put a hand on the hilt of her sword. No matter what, no one would get to West while she was alive.
The most horrific clanging woke William from a sound sleep. He'd been dreaming about taking his place on the throne while the people cheered him for restoring order to the kingdom. To say that he was in a foul mood would be a gross understatement. Tossing his silk sheet aside, he climbed out of bed and put on his heavy robe. A little shiver ran down his spine. Even inside the castle, the night held a chill. He glanced at the cold fireplace and debated summoning a servant to stoke it back up. Another series of harsh clangs sounded. It was so loud he couldn't think straight. William stalked over to the door and yanked it open. The 2 guards on duty snapped to attention. "My Lord General," the senior man asked, "what in heaven's name is all that racket?" "The alarm bell, my lord. Sounds like the one at the main gate." The guard sounded perfectly calm as he made this announcement. William's eyes about bugged out of his head. "The castle's under attack." "Impossible to say for sure, my lord. It could be a fire or some other issue." How could he be so at ease? "And that doesn't concern you. Anyone so foolish as to attack the castle would have to defeat the entire garrison just to get inside. Then they'd have to fight their way through the elite castle guards to get here. I doubt anything outside of a full military assault could manage that." The guard cocked his head. "The alarm has stopped. No doubt the issue has been resolved." William wavered between wanting to know what was happening and not wanting to send one of his guards to find out. He snapped his fingers and went back inside. A yank on the pull rope would bring one of the night servants running. An expendable servant would be the perfect one to send. Soon enough, a girl about 19 was running off to get answers. Some might say sending her was cowardly. Not that they would say it where he could hear, but he knew what people thought about him. It never ceased to amaze William how stupid the average person could be. There was nothing brave about running into danger. Not for someone important. He had a responsibility to stay where it was safe so he could make decisions for the good of the people. His brother had never really understood that, and look where it got him. Dead and buried. No, William would not be making that particular mistake. He went to the cupboard, poured himself a glass of brandy, and downed it in one shot. He dismissed the bed with a single look. There was no point getting comfortable. The servant would be back soon. As if on cue, a noise came from outside. That was quick. A moment later, someone screamed, and a dark pool started to spread under the door. William trembled and scrambled back. He looked around, but there was nowhere he might hide that the killer wouldn't find him in seconds. He was trapped like a rat. A heavy blow buffeted the door, rattling its frame. A second blow smashed in the middle of it. A pair of glowing red eyes set in a dark face appeared in the opening. William couldn't make out any details, but seriously doubted the thing in the hall was human. Had the wizards Lachlan described sent an assassin to kill the next in line for the throne? He cursed himself for locking up his nephew. If he had left the boy as a figurehead, he'd be the one in danger right now. How could he have been so stupid? A final blow crushed the door, revealing the monster's silhouette. It held a sword that seemed made of darkness. "Dear brother," said a cold, lifeless imitation of King Jacob's voice, "I have so been looking forward to our reunion." Chapter 23. West wove the ether into the shape of a pair of eyes and connected them to his real eyes. Taking a deep breath, he sent them soaring up and over the castle wall. So far, so good. As he'd hoped, being inside the barrier allowed him to use the spell. Now he just had to hope he had enough range to reach Lachlan. "It worked," West said. "Starting my search now." "We're still in the clear here," Harper said. "Good luck." West would take all the luck he could get as he approached the main keep. He glanced at the ground and found more soldiers running toward the gate. A dark shape fought with them, and from the looks of the many bodies lying on the ground, the guards weren't having a good day. He didn't know what the dark thing was, and he didn't especially care. As long as it kept the guards busy, it would make his task that much easier. He flew through the keep wall and started on the top floor. Room by room, he checked for the prince. What he found was a bunch of panicked-looking people waving their hands at guards whose expressions said they'd rather be just about anywhere else. When he'd checked the entire top floor, it became clear that Lachlan hadn't been given a luxury suite. If he wasn't with the nobles, that meant he was probably in the dungeon. Of course, if he wasn't there, West didn't know where to look next. He dropped straight down, finally emerging in a torchlit passage. On either side were closed doors with bars at the top. Certainly looked like the dungeon. The first 2 cells were empty. The third held a man dressed in rags that looked like someone had beaten him within an inch of his life. He didn't know what the unfortunate fellow had done, but West couldn't imagine he deserved this. He pulled back out into the hall. His eyes were starting to sting, a sure sign that he wasn't far from his limit. 5, maybe 10 more minutes, and he'd have to take a break. At a minimum, he should be able to check the rest of the cells before then. Around the next corner, he found a group of 3 guards armed with crossbows standing across the hall from a closed door. This looked promising. He slid through the door and, sure enough, found Lachlan resting on an uncomfortable-looking cot. The prince definitely hadn't gotten a luxury suite. On the plus side, it didn't look like he'd been hurt either. "I found him," West said. "He's locked up and under guard." "Can you free him?" Harper asked. "Sure, an iron padlock is no obstacle for a wizard. The trio of armed guards are another matter. However skilled Lachlan might be, I doubt he can take 3 men with loaded crossbows, not without getting a quarrel in the gut." "Can you ask him if he has any ideas?" West couldn't extend both his sight and voice at the same time, but he could swap them easily enough. "Give me a minute." West shaped a crude finger and used it to poke Lachlan hard in the ribs. The prince sat up, and his lips moved as he rubbed his side. West moved so that his construct was right beside Lachlan's ear. Then he transformed it from eyes into a mouth. In a very soft whisper, he said, "Prince Lachlan, it's West. I'm speaking to you with my magic. Please don't speak until I'm finished, since I won't be able to hear you." West detailed the current situation, including the chaos at the gate. "I can open the door for you, but I can't deal with the guards. Please reply with any idea in 5 seconds. The ethereal construct shifted again, this time into an ear. "Even with my ability," Lachlan said, "I wouldn't be able to defeat 3 men unarmed, not without a distraction. Can you 2 come to me? If the chaos is as bad as it sounds, you shouldn't have much trouble." "Lachlan wants us to come to him," West said, "using the chaos as cover." "We can try," Harper said. "Tell him we'll be there as soon as possible." "Harper's willing to try," West said. "We'll be there as soon as we can." West released all his magic and slumped back against the wall. That had taken a toll. "You okay?" Harper asked. "Yeah, just tired. If it comes to a fight, I'm not going to be much help for a couple hours." "If it comes to a fight, we've already lost. Come on." West pushed away from the wall and followed Harper toward the gate. Come what may, they were committed now. When they'd left the dress shop, Harper hadn't intended to try and enter the castle. She figured there would be some way for West to use his magic to locate Lachlan, and if necessary free him. It was a shock to find that the Duke had locked him in the dungeon and placed guards outside his cell. That seemed like overkill for one man, but if he found out about Lachlan's magical talent, it did make some sense. She hugged the wall as they approached the gate. Light from burning lanterns revealed a handful of bodies scattered around in front. Luckily, it didn't let her see any details. Harper had seen enough twisted and mangled bodies to last a lifetime. Unfortunately, she feared there would be many more such sights in her future. "Ugh!" West groaned and doubled over. Harper froze. "What?" "There's so much lingering corruption, it's making me sick. Whatever did this, it wasn't human." "Wraiths?" Harper asked. "I don't know. I haven't encountered them closely enough to say for sure. I will say it was something powerful and evil. If at all possible, we should rescue the prince and avoid this thing." Harper liked that plan, but had her doubts about its likelihood of working out that way. Nasty, undead monsters seemed to end up in their path far too often. She started moving again. The gate looked like someone had hacked the wood apart. Given that the boards were 6 inches thick, she failed to imagine who or what would be strong enough to manage such a feat.
West examined the severed ends and shook his head. They weren't cut. Something rotted through the wood in an instant. I've got a really bad feeling, Harper. You and me both. Let's keep moving. The sooner we get this done, the happier I'll be. She stepped through the gates, picking her way past dismembered bodies that looked like they already had a month's decay on them. Poor bastards never had a chance. Just to be safe, she drew her bow and put a silver steel-tipped arrow on the string. If she got a shot at the son of a bitch, they'd find out real quick just how tough it was. Assuming they faced some other sort of undead, it should be as weak to the enchanted metal as the wraiths and ghouls. Or so she hoped. At the keep, they found the door hacked apart, same as the main gate. Doesn't this thing know how to use a door pull? Don't underestimate its intelligence, West said. Many undead destroy things for the sheer joy of it. So Master Zan said anyway. What a bloody waste, she muttered as she stepped through the doorway. The entry hall was every bit as littered with corpses as the courtyard. Bodies in servants' uniforms mingled with guards in armor, all of them in the same shape as those outside. Which way? Harper asked. West grimaced but closed his eyes. After long seconds, he pointed toward an open doorway to her left. That way. Third door on your right leads to the dungeon. Harper glanced at the ceiling. Sounded like a muffled voice from upstairs. Seemed someone had survived this mess. Hopefully they didn't get it in their heads to cause her trouble. Be a shame if she ended up having to kill some soldier just following orders. They made it to the correct door, but found it hacked apart just like the others. It's down there, West said, his voice strained. Shit. It's got to be after Lachlan. She darted through the ruined door and pounded down the steps, every sense straining to pick up a hint of where the monster might be. A pained scream cut through the air as she reached the bottom of the stairs. That sounded close. To your left, West said. Just a little bit further. Harper turned and sprinted down the stone hall, not caring how much noise her boots made. She rounded a corner in time to watch a shadowy figure cut a guard in half with a sword that appeared to be made of solid darkness. Harper didn't think. In one smooth motion, she drew and loosed her arrow. The creature didn't so much dodge as change the shape of its body to let the arrow whiz by. Her second arrow had no better luck. The monster turned its glowing red eyes on her. Shit. She fit a third arrow to her string as it surged toward her. So fast. Harper didn't have time to draw. The black sword drew back. A blast of white flames roared past her, hammering into the monster and driving it back. West stood beside her, hands raised, his pale face twisted in concentration. The monster screamed and fled down the hall out of sight. West released the spell at once and fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Harper tossed her useless bow aside and drew her father's sword. Weapon raised and ready, her gaze darted in every direction. Is anyone out there? That was Lachlan's voice. We're here, Harper said. Are you hurt? Harper? Thank Brannick. Can you get me out of here? I'm okay, West said. Free him so we can leave. I won't be able to use that spell again for hours. Harper nodded and hurried over to the closed cell door. A hard blow from her silver steel sword sliced the lock in half. She yanked the door open and Lachlan hurried out. It didn't look like they'd tortured him or anything, at least. You hurt? She asked. Not beyond the headache I got when my uncle hit me with his dagger hilt. He reached back to touch his skull. The bleeding stopped at least. When I heard West's voice coming from nowhere, I thought I'd rattled my brain worse than I first feared. Thank you both for coming to get me out of here. We're not out of here yet, Harper offered him her sword. There's an ugly and scary fast undead thing wandering around killing people. It's my father, Lachlan said. Or what's left of him. I saw him through the gaps in the bars. I don't know what he's been turned into, but I have to put him to rest. No, West said. We need to get out of here while the getting is good. It's only a matter of time before he comes back. The divine white flames weakened him, but didn't come close to destroying him. Lachlan shook his head. I can't leave Father like this. And, my personal reasons aside, We still need the Duke's army to fight the Wraiths. Assuming Huxley's still alive, I believe I can convince him to do the right thing." Having been forced to do the same thing for her own father, Harper understood exactly where Lachlan was coming from. She also understood that nothing she or West might say would turn him aside from this task. And frankly, Harper had no intention of trying to talk him out of it. "It's too fast for my arrows, but I'll do what I can to back you up." They both turned to look at West. He threw up his hands. "Fine. We'll all die together. Just so you both know, my magic's used up. I'm literally a light spell away from going into backlash." "My vision is still clear," Harper said. "We've got about an hour before the night vision spell runs out of power. I might recover enough by then to renew it, but don't count on it." "You've both done enough," Lachlan said. "Thank you. Laying Father to rest is my responsibility. I won't ask you to step in again." "You don't have to ask," Harper said. "We're friends. West and I can't just stand by and let you die." West's expression made it clear he didn't think much of being called the prince's friend, but at least he didn't contradict her. "It's gone back upstairs," West said. "Probably looking for some life force to drain so it can heal the damage my white flames caused." "Then we need to hurry," Lachlan said. "I'd prefer to fight him when he's as weak as possible." Harper wholeheartedly agreed with that idea. Lachlan took point, and they hurried back upstairs. The hunt was on, though who would be the prey remained to be seen. Chapter 24. Lachlan gripped his borrowed sword so tightly the hilt wrap cut into his fingers. He welcomed the pain. It helped distract him from the horror that his father had become. Marshall had made it pretty clear that his father was going to die, but it was one thing to die, and another to become whatever he had become. It made him think of Harper and what had happened to her father. The parallels were uncanny. It felt like destiny, but he didn't let that thought burrow too deeply into his brain. One thing was certain. If he ever got his hands on the wizards that did this, they would wish they'd never been born. "It's upstairs," West said. Lachlan led the way to the stairs to the second floor. He had to focus on the matter at hand. Having seen the way his father's new form moved, he knew that any distraction, magical abilities or not, would get him killed. They pounded up the stairs, and he nearly ran down a servant girl. Tears stained her face, and she stared at him without seeming to see him. "Did you see the creature?" he asked. "It was headed toward the Duke's room. Please let me go. I don't want to die." "Where's his room?" Harper asked. The servant pointed back over her shoulder. "End of the hall, last door on the right." Lachlan stepped aside, and she fled as fast as her feet could carry her. He didn't envy the woman the nightmares she'd likely face in the future, but hopefully she'd be alive to work through them. Putting the servant out of his mind, Lachlan ran down the hall at a dead sprint. He rounded the bend in time to watch his father cut the Duke's door apart. "Father!" The monster turned to look at him. It seemed self-aware enough to remember who he'd been. A little smile creased his dark face, and he ducked into the room, out of sight. Lachlan reached the door only a second later. Inside, the monster stood beside a bed, over the Duke and his trembling wife, the edge of his dark sword only a fraction of an inch above the Duke's neck. The threat was unmistakable. "You can't escape," Lachlan said. "Let them go, and we'll settle this one-on-one." What an honorable boy I raised. It sounded like his father's voice, but cold and harsh, lacking all life it had once held. My interest in honor is long past. I will murder this world in Astaroth's name and rule an empire of the dead. Lachlan shook his head. Clearly nothing remained of his father. You won't. I won't let you. It ends here, one way or another. The darkest, most evil chuckle passed his father's lips. I believe you mean it. Your useless weakling of a brother wouldn't have had the strength to carry out the threat. But you, I do believe you mean it. I do mean it. I'm not certain I've ever meant anything more in my life." "Then watch them die before you join them." Lachlan felt, more than saw, Harper lunge past him and loose an arrow. It passed right through the space where his father's arm had been about to strike Duke Huxley. The arm bent in a way that human bone wouldn't allow. Most importantly, it bent away from the Duke. Lachlan seized the moment. He charged hard, swinging with all his might. His father moved faster, evading the blow and countering with a slash that would have taken Lachlan's head off had he not gotten his sword up in time. The silver steel blade stopped the strike, but the force of it drove Lachlan back a step. The familiar power roared to life within him. Every thought vanished save for the need to destroy the monster in front of him. His mind and sword became one as he fought. He nicked an arm, burning away a bit of corruption. Drawing confidence from the successful strike, he focused harder, pulling more power than ever before. The monster seemed to slow. An uppercut slash took off an arm. A horizontal cut hacked a chunk out of its torso. The monster tried to escape, pulling back and rushing toward the Duke. An arrow streaked through, turning it aside. That brief change of direction allowed Lachlan to catch up and slam his sword through its chest. The dark form wavered and slowly dissipated until nothing remained. Only Harper's arm around his waist kept Lachlan from falling. "Is it over?" Duke Huxley asked. "It is," West answered for Lachlan. "I can't sense any lingering corruption. To be on the safe side, you'll need to burn the bodies to make sure they don't rise as undead. And once that's done," Lachlan added, "you and I are going to have a serious conversation." Huxley's throat worked as he tried to swallow. At some point, the Duchess had fainted. Lachlan didn't blame her. A nap sounded wonderful right about now. Unfortunately, he didn't dare show any more weakness than he had. "I didn't want to do it," Huxley whined. "It was all General Irving's idea. Please, I'm loyal to the crown." "And more loyal to your own ambitions. Get this mess cleaned up. If you do a good job, I might let you keep your position. Betray me a second time and I'll see your head on a pike. Do we understand each other?" "Perfectly, Your Majesty. Rest assured all will be taken care of." Huxley scrambled out of bed, bowed, and hurried off to get started, not even sparing a backward glance at his unconscious wife. That didn't fill Lachlan with confidence about his loyalty. However, fear of the immense consequences of failure should fill in the gap. "Let's find you somewhere to lie down," Harper said. "You're getting heavy." Lachlan shifted to take some of his weight off of her. "Your arrow turned the tide. Thanks. I figured we'd have worse trouble if I let that thing kill the Duke, much as he deserves it." "You're quite right." Lachlan limped toward the door. Everything ached. He felt even worse than usual after using his power. "That was quite a display," West said as they walked slowly down the hall in search of an empty bedroom. "I can't even begin to channel as much ether as you just did. I'm impressed you're still conscious." "I'm not sure I am, but thanks, I guess." He glanced into one of the bedrooms and froze. His uncle's headless corpse lay on the floor in a pool of blood. It seemed Father had stopped here first. He should have felt bad, but Lachlan was only relieved. "What is it?" Harper asked. "Uncle William seems to have met his end." "Don't take this the wrong way, but everything I've heard about your uncle makes me think this is no great loss for the kingdom." Lachlan managed a weak, painful chuckle. "You're not wrong, though I probably shouldn't admit it. Everyone will be better off when he's nothing but ash." A few more limping strides brought them to an empty, unused bedroom. Harper guided him to the bed and he collapsed. Darkness claimed him before he could even take off his boots. Harper looked down at the unconscious prince and shook her head. Her simple plan for revenge had certainly gotten complicated. She grabbed his left boot and yanked it off. Lachlan didn't even flinch. "It's a miracle he's still alive," West said. "Channeling that much ether should have killed him. His talent must protect him in some way a wizard can't access. I'll have to ask Master Zan about it." "Speaking of," Harper tugged the second boot off and slung Lachlan's legs none too gently across the mattress. "Did you let him know we were still alive?" "Not today," and I don't plan to until tomorrow. I'm only slightly less done in than him. That was my first time casting Divine White Flames in combat, and it took more out of me than I expected. If there had been multiple enemies, we would have been in trouble. Harper snorted a laugh and dropped into a chair that looked like it cost more than her cabin. If not for Lachlan, we would have been in trouble with just the one. It was smart and fast, unlike the Wraiths. West dragged a chair of his own over and sat. It clearly retained some of the late king's memories, yet its personality was warped completely. The fact that it mentioned Astaroth worried me the most. It suggested that somehow the Demon Lord made contact with him during the transformation process. I've never heard of such a thing, and what little I know suggests that should be impossible. Is this something we need to worry about, or is it one of the esoteric wizard things you get to talking about? The latter in the short term, but long term, if Astaroth can make contact with anyone in the process of transforming into an undead, it might become an issue. Harper rubbed her tired eyes. Then be sure to tell Zan and Lord Marshal about it when we see them again. Worrying about that sort of thing is their job, not mine. Why don't you get a nap? I'll keep watch. West frowned. Why would you need to keep watch? We're safe now. That's what Lachlan thought when he came to see the Duke, and see how that worked out? I don't plan to take any chances until we're sure he's got Huxley under his thumb. And even then, I plan to keep my eyes open. Or better yet, we can volunteer to return to the alchemists and let them know when the army is ready to march. West grimaced. I'd really like to relax for a little while. It feels like we've been going nonstop for months. We have been, and I seriously doubt the wizards are planning to take a break. Until they're dealt with, we can't either. West blew out a long breath and closed his eyes. I knew you were going to say that. He sounded so tired, and Harper felt for him. She really did. Only the certainty that an encounter with the second wizard that killed her father lay down this road kept her going. And she would see him. There was no question in her mind. And when she did, only one of them would walk away. Chapter 25. Jack had done many things he never imagined himself doing over the past weeks, but flying 1,000 feet above the ground on the back of a red dragon certainly had to be the most unexpected. He and Melcath had left his father's lair. Jack had been informed in no uncertain terms that this was the proper name for a dragon's home, at sunrise yesterday. By his reckoning, they had already left Montague behind. He wasn't exactly sure which of the city-states they were flying over at the moment, but as long as no one bothered them, he didn't care. He shifted to try and find a more comfortable position. Melcath's red scales made for a hard seat, and he didn't dare ask for a saddle. Somehow he doubted that the constantly angry young dragon would take the request well. And to be fair, Jack felt pretty secure seated between two spikes that made for excellent grips. The satchel Melkor had given him bumped against his leg. Jack shivered when he thought about the artifact inside. Just looking at the black rod had made him feel sick to his stomach. There was a wrongness to it that he couldn't begin to describe. If they hadn't needed it to save Montague, Jack would have suggested dropping it in the ocean.
Could you possibly not move around so much?
Melcath asked. In his dragon form, his voice was even more growly than usual.
My apologies. This isn't the most comfortable way to travel.
That is one of the many reasons I told Father I should do this alone. But for some reason he thinks you'll be useful. Either that or he wants you out of his hair.
Perhaps it's just my ego talking, but I think I'd make more interesting company than Tobias. The poor fellow is liable to faint again. Melcath made a noise, and it took Jack a moment to figure out what it was.
Did you just laugh? I most certainly did not.
Jack grinned. He was starting to understand why Melkor had insisted they go together. It wasn't because Jack was necessary for the mission, but so that they would have more time to get to know each other and perhaps become friends. Well, maybe not friends. He doubted Melcath was capable of that yet, but surely mutual respect wasn't too much to hope for. If they could achieve that much, Melkath might yet become a powerful ally to Montague.
You've gone awfully quiet all of a sudden.
I was just thinking and trying not to look down. How long do you think it will take us to reach the land of the demon binders?
Hard to say. We'll reach the ocean tonight. I plan to land and rest before setting out in the morning. At a minimum, I'd say we'll need 2 weeks. Finding places to land and rest will be difficult. It's not like we have a map of all the islands scattered around the ocean.
I'm confident you can handle it. You can, right?
Of course. And if worst comes to worst, I can always eat you to keep up my strength.
That's a joke, right? Melkath didn't respond. Right? Melkath made that noise he'd interpreted as a laugh. That was just Jack's luck. All of a sudden, the dragon had decided to grow a sense of humor. Tobias sat quietly at the magic table and tried not to fidget. Having tea with a dragon, even one that looked like a human, made him nervous. Who was he kidding? Everything about his current situation made him nervous. Men and dragons weren't meant to hang around together like this. It was unnatural. At least he hadn't fainted again. Not yet, anyway.
Is the tea not to your liking?
Melkor asked. He held his white porcelain teacup, pinky raised. No, it's perfectly delicious, sir. Tobias hastened to take a drink and managed to spill some on his shirt in the process. Melkor chuckled.
You really should relax, young man. Surely you've realized by now that I intend you no harm?
Tobias realized Melkor intended him no harm at the moment. What worried him was what would happen if the dragon changed his mind. I'm trying, sir. This is the sort of situation you hear about in stories. Finding myself living it is a bit much.
I suppose it would be. Perhaps a bit of conversation would relax you. I'm sure you must have many questions.
There is one thing. Tobias set his cup down before he spilled any more of his tea. Why don't you just take the urn and fly away?
I wish it was so simple. There are more things that need guarding here than just the urn. You see, I collect powerful, evil artifacts. I've been studying them in the hopes of finding a better way to fight those that wield corrupt magic.
Did you have any luck?
Very little, alas. Anyway, I can't take everything with me, and if I leave, the enemy will surely claim the artifacts, thus making themselves even more powerful. That could well leave us just as poorly off as if they got the urn. At least, if I stay and fight, should I fall, a special magic will be triggered, destroying the artifacts.
Tobias's head hurt, and he wanted to take a nap. Instead, he ate a butter cookie and tried not to think about where it came from. Bloody dragons and magic. He was a farmhand and part-time hunter for Brannick's sake. He had no business getting mixed up in something like this. Speaking of the upcoming battle, what is it you're going to want me to do when the wizards get here? I'm a fair shot with a bow, but other than that, I'm not good for much when it comes to a fight.
Fear not when the time comes.
Melkor trailed off and cocked his head as if listening to something Tobias couldn't hear.
It seems the time has already come.
They're here? Tobias's heart leapt into his throat. He knew this day was coming. He just didn't expect it to arrive so soon.
They're not at our doorstep, but I can sense their ghouls' corruption. The wraiths are no doubt sleeping somewhere out of the sun. When night falls, they will come. We have perhaps 5 hours.
Melkor seemed entirely too calm given the situation. Then again, he was a dragon. It probably took a lot to get a dragon to panic. Tobias, on the other hand, shook like a leaf in a windstorm.
I promise you'll be all right,
Melkor said. Sounded like he meant it, too.
I had intended to wait until close to dusk to show you where you'll stand during the fight. But perhaps it would be best to get you in place now. Follow me.
Tobias pushed away from the stone table and was pleased to find that his legs held him. He took a step after Melkor, and wobbled. They mostly held him anyway. He followed the dragon deeper into the cavern. Here and there the path branched off. He didn't look too closely at what lay down the side paths. Probably those corrupt artifacts he mentioned studying. That was the last thing Tobias wanted a closer look at. Now, if there was some apple brandy to be had, he wouldn't turn up his nose at it. Tobias needed a drink in the worst way. When they reached the end of the path, nothing waited save a section of blank wall. Melkor waved his hand, and a section slid down into the floor, revealing a 10-by-10 room. My safe room. Once you're inside, I'll seal it. The enemy won't be able to find you. Tobias frowned and looked from Melkor to the room and back. I thought you had some special thing you needed me to do. I do. I need you to tell my son that I love him, and that I'm proud of him. You don't think you can win? Perhaps, and then again, perhaps not. I rate my own strength highly, but against hundreds of wraiths, even I might be worn down. My hope is that even if I fall, the destruction of the artifacts will release enough energy to kill the wizards as well. This would be the best of the bad outcomes. Don't worry. Even if the cavern collapses, my son will sense your life force in the safe room and dig you out. Given what he knew about Melkath, that didn't reassure Tobias at all. How long can I survive in there? I don't even see any supplies. The room's magic will sustain you indefinitely. Buried alive in a magic box. That sounded absolutely horrible. Tobias couldn't believe he was about to say this. What if you gave me the urn? It would be safe in here, right? A very brave offer, but if you have Mithril with you, they will be able to find it. Hiding something so magically potent is far more difficult than hiding one ordinary human. No offense. None taken. No one knows better than I do just how ordinary I am. If I'd harbored any doubts about that, the past few months would have cleared up my misunderstanding. It's been a pleasure spending time with a human again after all these years. I hope to see you again after I defeat these wizards. Should I fail, please be sure to deliver my message. I will, sir. On Brannock's name, I swear it. Melkath offered a serene smile, as if all his fears had been lifted. My thanks. In you get. Tobias stepped into the safe room, and the door slid down, blocking out the light. After an instant of standing in the pitch darkness, a faint white glow appeared seemingly from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. He looked around his new home and sighed. There wasn't even a chair. As soon as he thought it, a chair formed out of the stone floor. Didn't look terribly comfortable, but at least it would be better than standing. A deck of cards is probably too much to hope for. No response from the room. Maybe some other means of passing the time would come to him, but for now he would be content to wait and hope Melkor returned, alive and triumphant, to get him. How he wished he could convince himself that would happen. Chapter 26. Maddox flipped the lid of the mithril urn into the air and caught it. He'd been tasked with using the lid to home in on the final urn's location, and now he was here. Here being a rather large cavern in the side of a hill about a quarter of a mile away. Maddox couldn't say for sure, but it looked like someone had cut steps into the stone to allow easy access to the entrance. Should he extend his sight for a closer look? No, that wouldn't do at all. The dragon would almost certainly notice anyone using the ether this close to its lair. Better for Maddox's continued health if the beast remained ignorant of his arrival. Wargoth might give him hell when he returned to camp, but Maddox didn't care. If their leader wanted to take a look, he was welcome to do so himself. Maddox had taken enough risks for the group. He kept watch on the entrance for most of an hour before guiding his undead mount back the way he'd come. As far as he could tell, the dragon seemed totally unaware of his presence. That confirmed what Serena told Yemen. The dragon hadn't attacked her group until they reached its resting place. Maybe it only considered such a trespass a threat. Keep your distance and stay alive. A fair policy as far as Maddox was concerned. Shame they had to violate it in order to get what they wanted. Leaving the cave behind, he made the 5-mile ride back to where Vorgoth and the others waited. He found them napping in the shade of some bent-over trees he didn't recognize. The wraiths were resting in the earth, waiting for dark. Vorgoth looked up as he approached. "You found it?" Maddox nodded. "A cavern dug into the side of a hill, just like Serena said. Kind of a cliched place for a dragon to live." "Did you scout it out?" Vorgoth asked. "Hell no. The last thing I want to do is draw its attention before the wraiths are ready to attack. What if it comes flying out of there and incinerates us from the sky?" "It won't," Vorgoth said. "We're too mobile for it to hit from the sky. It'll wait until we're in the cavern so it can strike a confined area. That's probably why it chose the place it did." Maddox just nodded as if he agreed. Vorgoth acted like he was an expert on dragon strategy. And maybe he was. Maddox didn't know what all was in the books Vorgoth kept for himself, but while he didn't know for sure, he suspected their dear leader was talking out of his ass. "So what's the plan?" Yemen asked. He'd been itching to avenge his late lover ever since the group set out. "We'll approach from the front to draw the dragon's attention while the wraiths sneak in from underground. If they can take it by surprise and weaken it a bit, that will give us a much better chance. Once the battle is fully underway, Elgin will track down and claim the urn." "We're not going to kill the dragon?" Yemen growled a little in clear frustration. "Of course we are, assuming we can. I, for one, have no interest in leaving an angry dragon alive to hunt us down. However, if we're forced to flee, having the urn will at least allow us to free another part of the Apprentice. Perhaps this piece will be enough to allow him to function again. Having the most powerful wizard in the world at our side for round 2 will be a great help." Maddox didn't argue. He'd much rather be sneaking around than get mixed up in the main brawl. Let the others get themselves killed. Yemen and Alizad weren't good for much else anyway. "We've got a couple hours," Maddox said. "I'm going to fix some dinner and rest." "What are you making?" Alizad asked. "Excellent question," Vorgoth said. "A hot meal will do us all good." Maddox wasn't actually offering to cook for all of them, but whatever. It wasn't that much extra work. "Given our limited options, I'm making soup." 45 minutes later, he handed out bowls filled with a passable, if unremarkable, beef and vegetable soup. It needed herbs and at least another hour of simmering, but even so it didn't taste bad. Just a little bland. They all dug in, and no one complained. Wise of them, since he would have happily told them where to shove their complaints. Maddox had done all the cooking since they left their base, and he was thoroughly sick of it. The 3 of them were nearly as bad as children. They all made special requests every night, and they were all roundly ignored. His policy when it came to cooking was simple. You could eat it or not. He didn't care. After far too short of a rest, the sun was on the verge of setting. Maddox stood and stretched. He took a quick inventory of his physical state and, aside from a bit of soreness following weeks in the saddle, found he was okay. A bit of mental effort confirmed that the ether was ready and willing to obey his commands. He was as ready as he'd ever be to enter a dragon's lair. When the shadowy forms of the wraiths rose out of the ground, the acolytes mounted up and set out for the cavern with Maddox in the lead. Nothing troubled them on the ride, and soon they were standing at the base of the hill, looking up at the entrance. "I sense no wards," Vorgoth said. "Are you sure this is the right place?" "I'm sure there's something mithril in there. Beyond that, I'm sure of very little." "It matches Serena's description," Yemen said. "This has to be the place." Vorgoth nodded. "One way to be sure. Alizad, why don't you take the lead?" "How many reasons do you want?" Alizad asked. "None. Get moving." The wraiths flew directly into the stone and vanished. Maddox had long ago lost count of how many they had. but guessed nearer to 200 than 1. Surely that would be enough to deal with a dragon. Even as he thought it, Maddox was forced to admit that he hadn't the least idea how powerful a dragon might be. In fact, he hadn't even known dragons existed as anything more than stories until Serena's report. A reluctant Alizad took point, with Wargoth right behind him, followed by Maddox and Yemen in the rear. The stone passage was dark and silent. Any moment now Maddox expected to find a river of flames approaching, and every second it didn't, he wondered why. The answer came 10 minutes later when they marched into a sprawling cavern. A red-scaled dragon dominated the space. Maddox had never seen such a huge creature before. Its glowing yellow eyes focused on them as it loomed over the tiny humans that dared intrude on its home. Wargoth, Astaroth bless him, took a step to the front of the group.
I don't suppose I could convince you to hand over the mithril urn. We're willing to overlook the killing of our sister, should you do so.
Yemen loosed a barely audible curse. Wargoth had said nothing about negotiations before they left. Of course, if by some miracle he succeeded, Maddox was all for getting what they needed without a fight.
I have a counter-offer,
the dragon said, its voice a deep, bass rumble.
Leave this place and renounce your mad plans to revive the Apprentice, and I'll let you go.
Alas, I fear we've invested too much time and effort to give up now that success is so close.
Then violence is unavoidable.
The dragon's head snapped forward, and flames roared out of its mouth. Maddox dove aside, using an ethereal construct to push himself even further out of the flame's path. Even with his effort and magical protection, the heat nearly took his breath. The others began casting before he even landed. Ignoring them, Maddox turned himself invisible. He had a mission to complete. Sprinting to put as much space between himself and the battle as possible, Maddox focused on the resonance spell. It pulled him deeper into the cavern, behind the dragon. Spells crackled from 3 directions and flames flashed. The wraiths had begun to rise out of the stone, adding to the chaos. How the hell was he supposed to get through all that? The obvious answer was, very carefully. Hugging the wall, he worked his way around the battle. The dragon loosed an especially loud bellow, making him flinch. Fortunately for Maddox, the beast didn't even look his way. While he had great faith in his invisibility technique, the battle probably had more to do with his good luck. He finally found a tunnel that led toward the urn. Swallowing a sigh of relief, Maddox ran down it, but just far enough to leave the fight a safe distance behind. Once he felt somewhat safe, he slowed and began checking for traps. Damned if he was going to blunder into something now. And he didn't. Yard by yard, he saw no sign of a single trap. Was the dragon content to trust its personal power to protect its treasure? As he continued down the tunnel without issue, it seemed impossible to believe otherwise. This thing was more arrogant than Wargoth. Shaking his head, he turned down a side tunnel. The urn was close, not more than a dozen paces. His eyes nearly bugged out of his head when he entered the cave. Artifacts of all sorts lined stone shelves. Corruption seethed in the air. This collection made Wargoth's room back at their base look like a child's toy box. Maddox could conquer the kingdom himself with all of these. Then he looked closer, and saw the fine threads of ether running from the artifacts back toward the cavern, where faint sounds of battle still emerged. There was some sort of spell on them, and they were bound to the dragon. This was why it didn't bother with traps. You couldn't steal any of these treasures and escape. Dragging his gaze away from goodies he could never possess, Maddox soon found the urn. It was blessedly free of spells. Why would it cast spells on the corrupt artifacts, but not the urn? Perhaps the mithril had something to do with it. He shook his head and snatched the urn. Trying to read a dragon's mind was a waste of time. Maddox had barely taken a step toward the exit when all the threads snapped at once. He had just enough time to wonder at his good luck when the corruption started to overload. Infusing his body with ether, Maddox raced as fast as he could back the way he'd come. He'd misread the spell. It wasn't tracking magic. It was some kind of destruction spell. When the thread broke, the artifacts would explode. All of them exploding at once would do more damage than Maddox cared to think about. He burst into the main cavern, barely registered the unmoving dragon, and shouted, "Run!" Warning given, Maddox sprinted right past a confused Wargoth and up the exit tunnel. He didn't slow until he reached the narrow steps leading to the ground. Not wanting to break his neck, he quickly, but carefully made his way to the bottom. He glanced back and considered his options. Was this far enough away? Seemed like it should be. Wargoth and the others emerged and hurried down the steps. Halfway to the ground, an explosion of dark energy roared out of the cavern. The earth trembled as half the opening collapsed. Maddox deflected a boulder headed for his fellows before he could think better of it. The shaking stopped just as Wargoth reached him. "What was that?" Maddox explained about the artifacts. "I thought it was a tracking spell at first. How wrong I was." It was then that he noticed the burns covering half of Yemen's body. That the wizard remained on his feet seemed a miracle. "I'm impressed that you managed to kill it." Wargoth sighed. "It came at a price. Most of the wraiths were destroyed. I only have 30 left." "That wasn't the only price," Yemen snarled. "I need healing." "Indeed," Wargoth said. "Unfortunately, this area is sparsely populated. It will take some time to find a source of life force sufficient to repair the burns. But rest assured, brother, that we will find what you need." Yemen didn't look at all reassured, but there was nothing he could do about it in any case. "Come." Wargoth swung into the saddle of his undead mount. "Let's be on our way. I'm eager to see what prize we've claimed." Maddox just wanted to get away from the dragon's lair. Hopefully he'd found the apprentice's head. Without his advice, Maddox had no idea how they'd get to the alchemists and the final urn. Chapter 27. Marshall wiped sweat from his brow and scrubbed the final blood stain from the floor of the chapel. He hadn't cleaned a temple since his days as an initiate. The priests had said back then that his labor brought him closer to Brannick. Young Marshall thought they were full of it and just wanted an excuse to have someone else do the cleaning for them. Now he dearly hoped they were right. If the week of work yielded nothing save a clean temple, he didn't know what he was going to do next. A faint smile creased his lips. He knew what Barrett would suggest. Get the hell out of this creepy temple and return to the alchemists. In fact, he'd been suggesting it on a regular basis since the last body was burned. Despite that, Barrett had done his share of cleaning. As a follower of the Sword Lord, Marshall liked to think Barrett was as offended by the desecration of this place as he was, though that was likely excessive optimism on his part. Blowing out a breath, Marshall tossed the bloody rag in the equally foul bucket of water he'd been using. The stone was as clean as he could get it. He straightened, back popping, and walked over to the altar. Taking a knee, Marshall lowered his head in prayer. "Brannick, please. I've done all I can here. I beg you, tell me what to do now. I know you said you didn't dare get more involved, but surely you can give some sort of guidance." The seconds stretched painfully on. Marshall clung to his faith with all that he had. "Brannick, please." "Lord Marshall!" Barrett's shout came from back down the hall. He'd been checking for any stray splatters of blood that might have been missed. Marshall made the sign of the inverted sword and stood. He'd try again later. Wincing as he made his way toward the chapel door, Marshall tried and failed to imagine what could have gotten Barrett so worked up at this late stage. He opened the door and found the hunter waiting outside. "You're not going to believe it," Barrett said. "I was checking down the other way and a door opened. Damn near scared me to death." Marshall stared up at the ceiling. Was this Brannick's way of answering his prayer? "Show me." He followed Marshall down the hall, past the turnoff toward the exit, and sure enough, where there had once been a blank section of wall, now a door had appeared. He glanced at the floor and ceiling, but it didn't look like the wall had slid up or down. It had just vanished. Inside, resting on a solitary stone table, sat a shining silver sword. A thread of ether confirmed that it was actually silver and not mithril. The detection spells also made it clear that the sword held a powerful enchantment.
"What do you make of it?"
Barrett asked. Marshall wasn't sure yet what to make of it, but he knew the easiest way to find out. 3 steps brought him to the table's side, and he grabbed the sword's hilt. To his surprise, it felt warm instead of cold. A moment later, knowledge slammed into his brain with the force of an iron mace. He staggered, and only Barrett's strong hand kept him on his feet.
"You okay, Lord Marshal?"
"Yes, thank you. This is the temple's holy relic. It's designed to strengthen a priest's connection to Brannock. With this, I will be able to cast the most powerful spells with ease. It will be a great boon in the coming battle. This was not how I expected Brannock to answer my prayer for help, but I certainly won't turn it down." Marshall kept the artifact's final secret to himself. Barrett didn't need to know, and hopefully he wouldn't need to use it.
"So can we leave now?"
Barrett asked. Marshall smiled. "We certainly can. Someday I hope monks will call this place home again. But for now, we've done everything possible." After a quick side trip to collect their gear, Marshall led the way out the front door. A few yards down the hill, he glanced back at the once more consecrated temple. Though he saw nothing, his heart filled with Brannock's presence. The Sword Lord approved of what they'd done. Hopefully that would be enough to ensure they received whatever extra help the Archangel could offer.
"Is all well, Marshal?"
Barrett called from a few yards further down the path. He turned back and nodded. Things were, indeed, well at the temple. Pity he couldn't say the same for the rest of the world. Chapter 28. Lachlan couldn't recall ever sleeping for 24 hours straight, but when he finally woke, that's how long Harper said he'd been out. It came as a surprise, but only a slightly smaller one than the fact that he didn't hurt anywhere. Usually, the day after a long sparring session, he ached everywhere. For some reason, after a real fight, he felt fine. Probably some idiosyncrasy from his wild talent. Assuming things ever got back to something close to normal, he'd have to mention it to Marshall. "Copper for your thoughts?" Harper said. He blinked and found her staring at him with a worried look. She and West were seated across from him, a table laden with food between them. He was supposed to be meeting with Duke Huxley in an hour, and he wanted to do it on a full stomach.
"Sorry," Lachlan said. "My mind wandered a bit. What were you saying?"
"I asked if you were sure you don't want West and I to join you at your meeting. Last time you dealt with these pricks alone, you ended up in a cell." She had him there.
"It's not so much that I wouldn't like you there, but the Duke might see it as a sign of weakness. Without my uncle there to push him and give the betrayal a veneer of legitimacy, I doubt he'll try anything. Besides, if he is foolish enough to try and arrest me again, at least I'll have a sword. Thank you again for the loan." "Sure, but don't get used to it. I'll be wanting it back." Lachlan smiled. There really wasn't another woman in the kingdom that would speak to him that way. "I understand. Now let's finish this fine meal before it gets cold." Between them, they polished off a roast chicken and all the trimmings. Lachlan sighed again and drank the last of his wine. "Well, I'd best be off." Lachlan pushed away from the table and stood. He was meeting with Huxley and his military advisors in the war room. Why a duke even had a war room, Lachlan wasn't sure, but he doubted it got much use. "Do you want me to keep an eye on you just in case?" West asked. Lachlan knew the wizard didn't like him, so his willingness to help came as a welcome surprise. "Thank you, but no. The Duke's chief magical engineer is supposed to be attending, and he might notice you spying. You two will just have to trust that I'll be okay. And if I'm not, you can rescue me again." Harper snorted at that. "Good luck, then." Lachlan nodded and took his leave. Outside, he found a servant, a young woman in a green tunic, waiting. She curtsied and said, "His Grace asked me to guide you to the war room, Your Majesty." If Huxley had acknowledged him as king to the servants,
then there was no chance he'd betray Lachlan now. Feeling considerably better about his meeting, he nodded.
Please, lead the way.
He followed the servant through halls happily devoid of corpses, though he did spot a couple dark stains on the stone that made it clear what had happened. After the third turn, he was glad to have a guide. Getting back to his room would be a trick. At last, they came to a closed door. She knocked and said,
His Majesty King Irving.
Lachlan's heart caught at that. Hearing someone call him by father's title finally forced the reality home. His father and brother were dead, and it was up to him to make things right in the kingdom. The door opened, and a bearded man wearing a green and black military uniform appeared in the doorway. He bowed to Lachlan. My condolences for your loss, Majesty.
Thank you, Commander.
General Baldwin, Majesty. I had the honor of serving with your uncle during the war with Auden.
Perhaps I should be the one to offer you condolences.
Baldwin stifled a laugh. Baldwin, Huxley said, stop pestering His Majesty and let the man in. We have work to do.
Yes, Your Grace.
Baldwin moved aside. Lachlan strode through and found Huxley and a severe woman of middle years dressed in a black magical engineer's robe standing around a table covered with a map of Montague. There were a number of markers on the map. He joined the pair, and Baldwin brought up the rear. Huxley bowed and said, I trust you're fully recovered, Majesty?
Indeed, a comfortable bed and fine food can work wonders. I trust the mess has been cleaned up?
The bodies were all burned within 24 hours. The servants are still tidying up here and there, but for the most part the castle is back to normal, save, of course, for the front gate. That will take considerably longer to repair.
Don't worry about that. Should our enemy show up at Huxleyville, a gate wouldn't slow them down anyway. What have you marked on the map?
I took the liberty of laying out what we know based on your first report.
Huxley cleared his throat, no doubt remembering how that meeting ended.
Please take a look and see if I missed anything.
Lachlan did so. Encounters with the wizards were marked in black, and friendly positions in green. Everything looked very neat and tidy. It was also useless. They knew where the wizards would eventually show up. The past encounters meant nothing. Still, wouldn't hurt to throw Huxley a bone. This looks excellent. Thank you for your hard work, both on this and the cleanup. What's the status of your armed forces?
Huxley was positively beaming at the praise. I'll let General Baldwin take the lead on that.
Yes, Your Grace.
Majesty, we have 500 men that can be called up and ready to march in a day. If we issue a general muster, I can add another 1,000.
1,500. That should give us at least a 5-to-1 advantage against the Wraiths. Hopefully Lynn can provide weapons for that many. What about wizards?
Myself and my staff of 3 are totally at your disposal, the woman said. My name is Andrea, and I'm Huxleyville's Chief of Magical Engineering. We also have 4 suits of Mark III magical armor that are ready to deploy.
The armor won't be necessary. It can't even slow the Wraiths down. Any sort of offensive magic you and your fellow wizards can bring to the fight will be welcome, though.
We only have lightning rods at the moment, Andrea said. But if we have some time, we might be able to whip up something more effective. All 3 of them stared at Lachlan expectantly.
We can't march until we have weapons. I'll need volunteers to pose as merchants as well as wagons for them to drive. Harper and West will serve as guides back to the alchemist's village. Once they return with magical weapons for the soldiers, we'll depart at once. I hope it won't take more than 6 weeks, and hopefully less. Everyone relaxed a fraction. Clearly they'd feared he expected them to set out as soon as possible.
That's plenty of time to get our people ready and supplies gathered, General Baldwin said. Do you have any further orders for us, Majesty?
No. You all know what you have to do. I expect those volunteers to be ready to depart at first light.
They will be, Huxley said. You can count on us, Majesty.
Lachlan nodded once and left the room. He found the servant girl still waiting a little way up the hall. Show me the way back to my friends, please. The walk back seemed faster, mostly because his mind was whirling with details. 6 weeks seemed like far too long to wait, but if he sent out the army before they had the weapons necessary to protect themselves, they'd be slaughtered. What was it Father used to say?
when you had no good options, you had to be satisfied with the least bad one? That certainly described his situation now. He knocked once and pushed the door to his room open. Harper and West were still sitting at the table, now with a game of hangman going between them. From the look on her face, Harper wasn't winning. She looked up when he closed the door. "How'd it go? Since you're not bleeding or on your way to the dungeon, I assume well." "Well enough, I guess. The timeline still bothers me, but I can't think of a better option. 3 wagons will be ready in the morning to join you on your journey north. The only other thing I can think to do is wish you the speediest trip possible." "We'll do our best," Harper said. "Mechanical horses would certainly help, though." Lachlan grimaced. He hadn't even thought of that. The enchanted mounts would speed things a great deal. "I'll be sure to mention that when I have dinner with the Duke tonight. Thank you for reminding me." Harper shrugged. "Dad always said they were the fastest way to get around. He rode them like regular horses, but I assume they can pull wagons just as well." West laid his hand down. "I slipped the noose." Harper tossed her hand onto the table. "Heaven's mercy, I hate this game." "Want me to teach you a new one?" West asked. "No." She turned to Lachlan. "Is there an archery range? I want to get in some practice." He could only smile at the pair. "I'm sure we can find you somewhere to shoot." Maybe one day he could find a girl to banter with like they did, assuming he lived through the next few months. Chapter 29.
"There it is," Melcath said. "The land of the demon binders."
Jack peered past the dragon's neck and down at the mist-shrouded land. At least he assumed there was land down there. The fog was so thick he couldn't actually see the ground. It seemed like they'd been flying across the ocean forever. Thank Brannock for the occasional islands, or his legs and butt would be even more sore than they were now.
"Are you sure?" Jack asked. "I can't see anything."
"Neither can I, but I can sense so much corruption coming from beneath that fog that it can't be anywhere else. I'll fly inland a bit and try to find a secure place to land. Father says the capital is a port city, so it should be easy enough to find."
Melcath banked and glided lower. He did it gently enough that Jack's stomach didn't complain. He'd somewhat gotten used to flying on the back of a dragon, but quick maneuvers still left him queasy. When they first set out, Melcath wouldn't have made any effort to go easy on Jack, so maybe he was getting friendlier. It was hard to tell with his generally grumpy disposition. Though dense, the fog was only a few feet thick. As soon as they passed through it, they found a landscape not that much different from home. The trees were of a sort Jack had never seen before, and scraggly, but the low hills in the distance very much resembled the area where Melkor made his lair. Of human habitation, there was no sign. Melcath snapped his wings and they landed in a clearing filled with yellow, ugly grass that gave off a slightly rotten smell. Jack slid down and covered his nose.
"We've only been here for a minute, and I already hate it."
"What did you expect in a land ruled by demon worshippers?"
A flash of light heralded the return of Melcath's human form.
"We've gone too far inland. I need to head back toward the coast. Stay here with the artifact while I find Lord of the Dead."
"Whoa, wait a minute. I don't think me staying here alone, with no magic or even a silver steel sword, in the middle of a demon-haunted country, is the best idea."
"Do you think following me into a city filled with demons and demon worshippers is a good idea?"
"You make a valid point, but if I'm with you, at least I'll have someone capable of hurting anyone that wants to kill me. Alone, I'm helpless."
"Yes, I keep forgetting you humans are as helpless as hatchlings. Very well, come along."
Melcath cocked his head and sniffed.
"One moment."
He leapt toward the nearby trees, his movements so fast Jack could barely follow them. There was a pained squawk, and soon Melcath returned with a vulture-headed something clutched by the throat. Below the neck it looked almost human. The creature wore ragged black robes and a necklace made of bones.
"What in heaven's name is that?" Jack asked. "Some sort of mutated demon thrall. I've never seen one in person, but I read about them in Father's books. You're right. Leaving you alone out here is definitely a bad idea.
I'm glad we agree on that. What are you planning to do with that thing?
I'm hoping it has sufficient intelligence to give us some idea what we're walking into.
Melkath gave the demon a shake like it was a rat and he was the terrier.
All right, you ugly thing. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you don't want to end up burned to a cinder, you'd best answer me, understand?
The demon groaned and gurgled as it thrashed about.
I think you need to let it breathe if you want it to speak, Jack said.
Melkath scowled and loosened his grip a fraction.
Well?
I understand. Please don't kill me. I'm a slave thrall. Only torment awaits me back in Astaroth's hell.
Jack caught Melkath's eye, and the dragon nodded. Maybe this thing served Lord of the Dead. At a minimum, it might know where to find him.
Do you serve Lord of the Dead? Melkath asked.
One of the few remaining, but yes, I do. The demon managed to sound bitter. My wretched luck to be summoned by such a fool. He's lurched from failure to failure before finally being driven out of the city by the other lords. Why Lord Astaroth continues to grant him power is beyond my comprehension.
Let me get this straight, Melkath said. Lord of the Dead no longer lives in the city. He's on bad terms with his fellow lords, but still has Astaroth's favor. Is that correct?
Yes. Why do you seek my foolish master?
We have a business matter to discuss with him. A trade that might help turn his fortunes around, assuming he can give us what we want in return.
Any improvement in his lot will be an improvement in mine. In a low, barely audible voice, the demon added, How I wish Lady White had taken me along when she escaped. Jack had no idea who Lady White was, but found he pitied the pathetic creature. It seemed even demons had to worry about ending up with poor masters.
You will guide us to Lord of the Dead, Melkath said. Any tricks and I'll send your charred essence back to Astaroth so fast your ugly head will spin.
No need for threats. I told you this is a good thing for me. I will show you the way to our new glorious headquarters. Be sure to contain your awe when we arrive.
The walk took only half an hour, and soon they were facing a cave whose entrance was flanked by 4 more demons like their guide. Jack had no trouble restraining his awe. He'd heard tales of mad hermits that lived in nicer places than this.
Master! The demon shouted. I've brought guests. They wish to trade with you.
A figure dressed in a tattered black robe bearing a stylized white skull on the chest emerged from the cave. He had skin so pale it looked like all the blood had been drained from his body. Faintly glowing crimson eyes looked them over before settling on the satchel Jack carried.
I sent you to hunt, Lord of the Dead said. I need hosts so I can summon war beasts. Still, I see these 2 have something of value. If it's of sufficient worth, I'll make your punishment mild.
Thank you, most generous master, the demon said.
It sounded sarcastic to Jack, but Lord of the Dead gave no reaction. Perhaps he was just reading too much into it based on their brief interaction. Lord of the Dead turned his focus on Melkath. Give me the artifact, and I'll allow you and your companion to leave here alive. There was a flash of light, and Melkath towered over Lord of the Dead in his dragon form. A little growl slipped out as he bared his fangs.
No one allows me to do anything. If you can give us what we need, the artifact is yours. If you are unable or unwilling to do so, we'll find out how well you and your monsters survived dragon fire.
Lord of the Dead shot a glare at the demon, like it was his fault a dragon showed up at his cave. The staring match between dragon and whatever Lord of the Dead was continued until Jack finally said, Gentlemen, surely we can move this along. We both have something the other wants, and violence is unlikely to yield a good result for anyone. Would it not be best to move on to negotiation? Your pet human makes a valid point. What is it you want from me?
A name, Melkath said. Specifically the name of an Astaroth worshipper called the Immortal Apprentice. No one living knows it.
And you think, if I ask my master, he will betray one that has traded his true name and soul for power?
You're fools for even asking. Any demon lord willing to betray one of his own so easily would find his ability to gain new followers drastically reduced.
Show him the artifact,
Melcath said. Jack grimaced. He hated holding the thing in his bare hands. Even though he knew it was dry, it still felt slimy and made his stomach churn. He unbuttoned the flap and pulled the black scepter out of the satchel. It was an ugly thing, covered in spikes and ending in what looked like a desiccated hand clutching a smooth black orb. Everything about it screamed evil. Lord of the Dead let out a little gasp, quickly strangled.
Where did you get that?
Where we got it is irrelevant,
Melcath said.
You know the price.
I will prepare to contact Lord Astaroth immediately. It may take some time to get an answer, so make yourselves comfortable.
Lord of the Dead turned away from them and nearly sprinted back to the cave. Jack happily slid the scepter back into his satchel. With Lord of the Dead gone, he turned to their demon guide.
That was a stronger reaction than I expected. Do you know what the scepter is that he should be so excited?
The demon shrugged. I'm only a slave spirit. I know little in the way of secrets. But whatever it is, it must be powerful to draw such a response. Lord Astaroth will have to value the artifact highly to betray one of his most powerful servants.
How do you know the apprentice is a powerful servant?
Melcath asked. If he was weak, you wouldn't need his true name to defeat him. Even I know the might of a dragon. If you can't handle this foe, then he is strong indeed. Jack couldn't fault the demon's logic. He touched the satchel and wondered just what evil they would unleash if they handed it over. A moment later, he dismissed the concern. If they couldn't defeat the apprentice, any future danger was irrelevant. Chapter 30. The ride back to the acolytes' base took longer than Maddox would have liked, but it was unavoidable since they needed to make detours every night to let the wraiths spawn. On the plus side, their weeks of effort saw the army back to full strength and then some. Yemen had also fully recovered from his encounter with the dragon's fiery breath, not that his physical healing had done anything to improve his mood. Yemen scowled at everything, stomped around their daily campsites, and generally did everything in his power to make an unpleasant trip even more unpleasant. Maddox had considered killing him several times, but with the final confrontation with the alchemists right around the corner, he didn't dare reduce their power. So it came as a great relief when the partially collapsed mansion came into view. The half-moon hung high in the sky, putting the hour near midnight.
Elgin, Morgoth said, we'll go straight to the casting chamber to open the urn. Yemen, Alazad, take care of the horses and make sure no one has come sneaking around. We're too close now to have this base discovered.
That's a waste of time, Yemen said. Besides, I'm the one that got hurt in battle. I should be the one to help you open the urn. Why do you suddenly favor Elgin so much? Morgoth turned a cold glare on Yemen.
Unlike you, Elgin has proven his usefulness many times over. As far as I'm aware, all you've done besides fail is have a chat with Serena. I'm sick of your complaining. At this point, I'm starting to think you'd be of more use as a ghoul. Keep pushing your luck and we'll find out if I'm right.
Yemen actually glared back for a second before backing down. Fine. Have it your way. They reined in beside the mansion door. Maddox dismounted and followed Morgoth inside while the others tended to the undead mounts. Walking through the dark halls, surrounded by a cloud of wraiths, still gave Maddox chills, but he'd gotten used to it enough that at least he no longer felt like throwing up.
What do you suppose has gotten into Yemen? Morgoth asked. He was never so disagreeable before. We're so close to the end of our great mission. He should be rejoicing, not complaining about the irrelevancies.
Maddox shrugged.
Beats me. Maybe seeing his lover transformed into an imp, then nearly getting fried by the dragon, damaged his brain. You could have let him help you open the urn. Now that I know what they hold, I don't especially care. I care. The process leaves us both weakened. I can't very well have someone in whom I've lost faith at my side at such a time.
I'm flattered, Maddox said.
When did I suddenly get upgraded to trustworthy? You didn't, but I do trust that you want the mission to succeed as much as I do, and that you'll take no action that might jeopardize it now.
Maddox grunted, and they started up to the second floor. Wargoth was giving him too much credit. After weighing his options, staying had won out by a narrow margin. As soon as that changed, Maddox was gone. That said, if he could get the rewards he hoped would come from their eventual success, he'd certainly take them. The wraiths parted like a dark curtain so they could enter the workshop. None of them tried to enter, which suited Maddox fine. He took out the urn and set it on the table beside the apprentice's legs and arm. He really hoped this ended up being the head. It would be nice to finally be able to speak to their future ruler.
Same process as usual? Maddox asked.
Indeed. Whenever you're ready. I've ordered the wraiths to keep anyone from entering so we have nothing to fear from the others.
Maddox hesitated a moment.
You really think Yemen would make a move at this late date?
I don't know, Wargoth said, and that worries me. I had always believed that my understanding of your personalities and limits was clear. But since his attitude shift, Brother Yemen has become a closed book to me. As long as he continues to perform his tasks, I'll deal with it. The slightest move toward betrayal and he's dead. I trust you have no objections.
Hell no. If I wasn't worried about dealing with the alchemists, I'd have killed him already.
Wargoth chuckled.
Ah, you're a cold one, Elgin. But enough delays. Let's see what all our efforts have yielded.
That suited Maddox fine. 7 threads of ether quickly began to soften the mithril bead holding the lid on the urn. Either he was getting better at this, or the lid wasn't as tightly secured as the first 3. As soon as the mithril melted, Wargoth unscrewed the lid, and the cloud of ash billowed out. The cloud went straight to the top of the apprentice's body, and a head began to form.
At last.
Wargoth barely breathed the words, but Maddox heard them clearly all the same. Maybe because the same words were ringing in his own mind. A remarkably handsome face with medium bronze skin appeared. Ears formed along with a neck and one shoulder that connected to the already present arm. A bit of chest muscle appeared, filling in a third of his torso. Finally, the process ended with black, shoulder-length hair growing in like the fastest grass in history. Dark brown eyes opened and focused on Maddox, then Wargoth. The latter fell to his knees and touched his head to the floor.
Welcome, Apprentice. We, your loyal servants, celebrate your return to the realm of the living.
Wargoth hissed at Maddox.
Kneel before your master, fool.
I kneel before no man, immortal or not. The apprentice sat up. His jaw opened and closed a few times, as if he wasn't sure it was going to work. Most interesting to Maddox, he was using the ether to reinforce his incomplete body. An intense glare drove into Maddox.
Good to see at least one of my would-be servants carries himself with dignity. What is your name?
Maddox Mays.
Elgin, don't use your dead name. It's an insult to a devout follower of Astaroth.
Maddox shook his head, thoroughly sick of Wargoth's stupid games.
I'm not a priest. I haven't made a bargain with the Lord of the Undead. I follow Astaroth's teachings to the extent that they increase my personal power. Beyond that, I have no more use for him than any of the other lords of hell.
Please forgive my subordinate's rudeness, my lord. I've tried my best to teach him the proper ways of honoring our master, but it seems the lessons haven't taken.
On the contrary, the apprentice said. His strength and determination honor Astaroth far better than your pathetic groveling. Now get up and tell me why the rest of my body is missing. I sense my wraiths. Surely they were enough to overcome any adversity you might face.
While Wargoth scrambled to his feet, Maddox strode over to the corner of the room and grabbed a spare robe which he offered to the apprentice. When the apprentice tossed it over his head, if you didn't know a chunk of his body was missing, you wouldn't really be able to tell.
We know where it is, my lord, but we were unable to overcome the alchemist's magical protections. We hoped you would be able to provide some advice about how we might gain access to their village.
Alchemists. The apprentice snarled the word. They played a large part in my previous defeat. I will see them all fed to the wraiths for that insult. Describe the barrier. The look on Worgoth's face made it clear exactly how little they knew about the barrier. As far as we can determine, the magic misdirects anyone that gets close who lacks whatever they give to those with permission to enter. The apprentice stared at him. And that's all we know, my lord. Pitiful. It seems I'll have to go and take a look for myself. If the barrier is what I think it is, defeating it should be possible. As expected of the greatest living wizard, Worgoth said. The apprentice's hand shot out and wrapped around Worgoth's throat, drawing a strained groan. Your sniveling compliments do not impress me. Lord Sir would have flayed the flesh from your bones already. But I am a patient master. When I give you an order, you will obey it at once. If I ask you a question, you will answer it. Otherwise, you will not speak to me. As a reward for what you've accomplished so far, you may retain command of the wraiths. Now get out of my sight. Worgoth scrambled for the door, and Maddox took a step to follow. No. You stay, the apprentice said. Maddox paused and turned back. When Worgoth had slammed the door shut, the apprentice said, You seem to neither fear nor worship me. Why? Maddox thought hard about his answer. In the end, he decided the truth would serve. I worship nothing and no one. I never have, and I never will. All that I have accomplished, I did on my own merit and with my own skills. However, it's wrong to say I don't fear you. Only a fool wouldn't fear someone as powerful as you. I simply chose to turn my fear into respect rather than adoration like Worgoth. Why do you follow a man you don't respect? Worgoth might be an oddball, but he's skilled and knowledgeable. He has access to books of magic that I haven't read. If I have to play by his rules and answer to a stupid new name, that's a small price to pay for power. The apprentice chuckled. I could make you the leader of this group. You're far more suited for the task, and I know secrets that would make whatever knowledge is hidden in those books seem like a child's toy. Maddox frowned. What was the apprentice playing at? Try as he might, he couldn't figure out the man's angle. When in doubt, sometimes the easiest thing was to just ask, Why would you share your knowledge with me? In my experience, nothing in life is free. Also, I have no desire to babysit these fools. Let Worgoth handle it. He seems to enjoy being in charge. Being in charge has its advantages. But given what I've seen so far, I can see why you wouldn't want the job. As for the second part of your question, I could spend the rest of your miserable mortal life cramming your head full of magical knowledge, and you'd still be no threat to me. How many threads can you wield? Maddox hesitated to answer, then realized it was pointless given the difference in their power. 8. Perfectly respectable for a normal man. Above average, certainly. I can wield 45 with ease and 50 if I push myself. Maddox's mind boggled at the thought, but the apprentice wasn't done. I can see that impresses you, but it's nothing compared to my master, Lord Sir. He could control 150 threads with such skill you wouldn't believe it if you saw it. The world lost a genius beyond compare when he was betrayed. Giving a little shake of his barely attached head, he continued. So, do you wish to be my second? You will assist me directly while Worgoth oversees the wraiths and his remaining subordinates. Will you teach me how to live forever? Putting all your cards on the table? I can't make you like me, but I can teach you to extend your life indefinitely. The ritual makes the one I showed you to take control of the wraiths look simple in comparison. I didn't think it would be easy. Hard work doesn't concern me. The apprentice held out his one hand. A commendable attitude. Once I rule this kingdom, I will begin your training. Deal? Maddox shook. Deal. What do you want me to do? First, keep this conversation to yourself. For now, I want no one to know of our arrangement. Second, keep an eye on your comrades. Worgoth at least seems borderline insane. Not surprising, given what the control investiture did to him. Still, I want as much warning as possible should it look like he's about to snap. Maddox nodded. As far as the first job went, that was a simple one. It also left him free to flee should things go badly. All in all, a perfectly agreeable arrangement. Worgoth stalked out of the casting chamber, muttering to himself. How dare the apprentice speak to him like that? He was the leader of the acolytes of darkness. He'd done everything to see the man freed of his mithril prison. And now he was being dismissed like some pathetic lackey. Even worse, Elgin was asked to remain. No doubt he was busy undercutting Worgoth, trying to weasel his way into the apprentice's good graces so he could take over the group. It was treachery, plain and simple. Even worse, if the apprentice wished it to be so, there was nothing Worgoth could do about it. He might be the strongest of the acolytes, but he was a child compared to the apprentice. Worgoth considered ordering his wraiths to attack, but dismissed the idea at once. He doubted they would obey such an order to begin with, and even if they did, killing an immortal was impossible. Elgin, on the other hand, was extremely killable. He reached the bottom of the stairs and shook his head. No. He had to be patient. Once Elgin rejoined them and he found out what the apprentice told him, that would be soon enough to decide what should be done. So what happened? Worgoth nearly jumped out of his skin when Alazad spoke. He'd been so deep in thought he hadn't even noticed his other two subordinates sitting at the dining room table. Pitiful. Maybe the apprentice had been right to dismiss him. He clearly wasn't at his best right now. Exhaustion from the trip and so much casting had left him worn down to a nub. Plastering on his most benevolent expression, Worgoth said, "We got lucky. The dragon held his head, and now the apprentice is awake and functional, though far from complete. He's speaking with Elgin now." Yemen's scowl deepened. Why? Worgoth's very question. I don't know. Elgin's personality seemed to please him. Perhaps he simply wished to get to know him better. I suppose even immortal wizards need a friend. If I was in need of a friend, Elgin's the last person I'd choose, Yemen said. Yemen was the last person Worgoth would have chosen, but he understood the sentiment. None of the acolytes had a warm, pleasant personality. A door thunked shut above, and a moment later Elgin appeared at the top of the steps. He certainly didn't look any happier than usual. No overconfident grin curled his lips. Nothing in his stride suggested added arrogance. He looked exactly the same as normal, and that worried Worgoth. Where's the apprentice? Worgoth asked. Elgin walked down the steps, and when he reached the bottom, said, Meditating. After so long, he says he needs to get used to having a proper body again. Seems to me he'd be better off walking around, but I kept that to myself. Wise of you, Worgoth said. And what did you two discuss after I left? The new command structure of the acolytes. Worgoth clenched his fist hard. Here it comes. Do tell. He wants you to stay in overall command, as well as continuing to oversee the wraiths. He asked me to serve as a sort of personal aide. Basically, I'll be his assistant. He didn't say anything about Yemen and Alazad, so I assume they'll continue to serve as your subordinates. Far as I can tell, he doesn't like being fawned over, but he is impressed with everything we've done to bring him back. That's it? Alazad asked. No orders or anything? Not at the moment. I suspect tomorrow night we'll be setting out for the alchemists. I don't know about you all, but I plan to get some rest. So saying, Elgin turned on his heel and headed toward his room. All things considered, Worgoth had no complaints. He'd feared he might have ruined his hopes for the apprentice, but it seemed he'd only annoyed him. Worgoth would take that to heart and modify his behavior going forward. What do you make of all that? Yemen asked. It makes sense that someone that just came back to life after more than 500 years would want an aid, Alazad said. If Worgoth is busy with the wraiths, Elgin was his only other option. At least until he meets us. Maybe he'll like one of us better.
Morgoth seriously doubted that, but kept quiet. He was still master of the acolytes and the wraiths, obviously subordinate to the apprentice. That was an acceptable situation as far as he was concerned. And should Elgin get above himself, Morgoth was more than capable of putting him back in his place. Chapter 31. Giddiness ran through Lord of the Dead as he prepared the magic circle that would allow him to project his spirit into Astaroth's hell. Given that he'd been dead for nearly 300 years, that was a remarkable thing. The cause of the rare feeling was the scepter those two had brought to him. Even without examining it, he could tell how much power it held, enough power to change the course of his existence. And his course needed changing in the worst way. It was only a matter of time before the lords found him and killed him. That they hadn't bothered to do it yet showed just how little of a threat they considered him. He would have been insulted, but their disdain had served him well, allowing him to survive long enough for this meeting to happen. Unable to stop smiling, he sat in the center of the circle and closed his eyes. He pulled the ether up out of the circle, then through his body. As it rushed past, it dragged his spirit free from his body. Using his connection to Astaroth as a guide, he soon found himself drawn into the darkness of the endless graveyard. All around him, blackened dead earth spread, broken only by jagged, jutting headstones. This was Astaroth's hell, the only place Lord of the Dead felt truly at home. No demons were visible at the moment, though he knew all too well how quickly they could appear, often exploding out of the graves or just attacking out of nowhere. As a fellow servant of Astaroth, they didn't see him as a threat. But this was no time for sightseeing. Focusing his will, Lord of the Dead flew toward the greatest concentration of corruption he could feel. That would be the Master. Unlike some of the other demon lords he'd read about, Astaroth had no fixed home in his hell. He wandered the graveyard as his whims took him. It didn't take long to spot the skeletal giant stopping across the landscape. Astaroth towered over the headstones, 200 feet tall if he was an inch. Lord of the Dead swallowed hard as he approached his master. His efforts hadn't come to much of late, and now that the moment was upon him, he wondered at the wisdom of his decision. Not that there was anything to be done about it now. The massive horned skull looked down at him with glowing red eyes.
I'm not certain if it's bravery or stupidity that brings a useless failure like you before me, Astaroth said. Perhaps I should destroy you now and save myself future disappointment.
Please, Master, Lord of the Dead said. I know I have been less than successful of late, but an opportunity has presented itself. If you will help me seize it, I'm sure I can prove my worth.
Your excitement amuses me, Worm. That alone is enough to convince me to listen to your pleas.
Thank you, Master. Lord of the Dead quickly explained what had happened. The scepter's power is incredible. With it, I'm confident I can reclaim my place with the other lords and even rise to the top.
What does this scepter look like? The image in your mind is a bit hazy.
Lord of the Dead tried his best to remember every detail, but found that it was hazy in his own mind as well. It felt like the scepter didn't want to be remembered. Ridiculous, but he could think of no other explanation.
Think hard, Worm. The orb gripped in the scepter's hand. It was black. You're certain?
Yes, Master.
The pain from Astaroth's close regard nearly ripped Lord of the Dead's spirit to pieces.
Someone sundered one of the greatest creations ever made in my name.
The force from Astaroth's shout sent Lord of the Dead hurtling across the graveyard. He didn't stop so much as reappear directly in front of his master.
The orb should be red, not black, red.
Tell me what you require. Once you have the scepter, you will find the crimson orb and restore it to full functionality. That will make you the most powerful priest in the history of this world. Build an empire worthy of me, and I will overlook your many failures. Lord of the Dead wished his spirit form had lips so he could lick them. This was the chance he'd been dreaming of since he first traded his soul to Astaroth. He had no idea what was so special about this scepter, and why it mattered so much to his master. nor did he care. Anything that interested Astaroth interested Lord of the Dead as a matter of course.
I won't fail you again, Master. The ones who brought the scepter desire the true name of a member of the faithful called the Immortal Apprentice. The name means nothing to me.
Astaroth brought a skeletal digit to his chin.
Much like the scepter, that is a name I haven't heard in many of your years. A powerful and devout servant who did much to advance my cause before his downfall. If these people wish to know his true name, then he must be active again. Strange that his prayers have yet to reach me.
Perhaps he has broken faith.
No, he is no more capable of breaking faith with me than you or any of my other priests are. His soul, such as it is, belongs to me. He used to be apprentice to the greatest arcane lord of them all. It amused me to bring him into the faith despite the relative uselessness of his soul. It seems I shall finally gain something of true value from him. How nice.
Lord of the Dead didn't dare say anything. As far as he could tell, Astaroth was talking more to himself than to Lord of the Dead. No doubt interrupting that train of thought would gain him nothing but a sharp, painful rebuke.
Very well, Worm. I will give you what you need. But know that if you fail me again, an eternity of torment awaits you. His true name is Nemetra. Return now and claim the scepter. Once you have achieved full resonance with the artifact, I will show you how to locate the Crimson Orb.
Lord of the Dead didn't even have a chance to thank his master before his spirit slammed back into his body with enough force to drive him out of the magic circle. The world spun as he staggered to his feet. Astaroth was not a gentle master, but he had given Lord of the Dead what he needed. He swallowed hard, and should he fail to complete the task assigned to him, he shuddered to think what might await him. Jack and Melcath had set up their camp, such as it was, about 100 yards from the cave that served as Lord of the Dead's home. He'd accidentally called it a lair once, and the glare he got from Melcath had nearly set his hair on fire. Clearly having their cozy hole in the side of a hill compared with the demon worshipper's hole in the side of a hill offended the dragon. At least Jack's mere existence no longer seemed to offend him. Not that Melcath was a chatty companion by any means, but he didn't snap at everything Jack said anymore. A full day had passed since their conversation with Lord of the Dead, and the dreary atmosphere had begun to sap Jack's willpower. The leaden sky and drooping, nearly dead trees served as a constant reminder that the living weren't meant to be here.
How long is this going to take?
Jack asked. Melcath rolled over on his bedroll and looked at Jack with his unsettling yellow eyes.
I am as far from an expert on negotiating with a demon lord as you're likely to find. It's only been a day. Be patient.
That's not so easy knowing what's going on at home. The crazy wizards are bad enough, but I'm sure Lachlan thinks I'm dead. Father, too. It's not fair, him having to deal with everything on his own. I was the one raised to be king. This is all my responsibility.
Your sense of duty is commendable, but there's nothing you can do to help everyone now. We'll be on our way back soon enough, hopefully with the knowledge we seek.
Yeah, about that, I've been thinking, what's keeping this guy from just making up a name? He is a demon worshipper, after all. Not exactly someone you'd want to trust.
I don't trust him, Melcath said. Rest assured I have magic that can determine whether he's lying or not. We won't get tricked into giving away the scepter for nothing.
Jack lay back on his bedroll and sighed. He knew they had to stop the apprentice, but giving the creepy scepter to the equally creepy Lord of the Dead seemed like a poor idea all around. Not that he had an alternative solution.
He's coming.
Jack sat up and spun toward the cave. Sure enough, Lord of the Dead stepped out into what passed for daylight in this place. His stride looked unsteady, like he'd been hitting the brandy a little too hard. Could things like him even get drunk?
He looks off,
Jack said.
Talking to a demon lord, even for one of his followers, is no doubt a stressful event. As long as he has the information we need, I don't care about his mental state.
Lord of the Dead walked toward them, getting steadier by the stride. Jack followed Melcath, who stopped halfway between their camp and the cave. When Lord of the Dead reached them, Melcath asked,
You have the name?
I do. How do you wish to handle the exchange?
You tell us the name and we'll hand you the scepter. Simple.
Lord of the Dead shook his head.
What's to keep you from just flying off with the scepter once I tell you what you want to know? No, that won't work at all.
We're certainly not giving you the scepter first,
Melcath said.
I didn't think you would. Set the scepter on the ground, then take 2 steps back. I'll give you the name then.
That seemed fair to Jack. Melcath must have agreed since he nodded, though he also bared his teeth in a little snarl. Maybe he had hoped to double-cross the demon worshipper. It certainly wouldn't have been a bad thing to deprive the lunatic of what Jack assumed was a powerful weapon, but it clearly wasn't to be. Jack set the scepter on the ground, happy to be rid of the ugly thing, and he and Melcath took 2 steps back.
His name is Nametra.
Lord of the Dead locked his gaze on the scepter.
I think now is a good time for you to depart.
That was the best idea Jack had heard in ages. The familiar flash of light filled the air as Melcath returned to his dragon form. He stared down at Lord of the Dead for uncomfortable seconds before crouching to let Jack climb aboard. With a leap and hard strokes of his wings, they were airborne.
What was with the stare-down? We already had what we needed.
I was debating trying to destroy him. However, I'm not certain of his full power. If I lost, it would doom our homeland.
True, it also would have had me trapped in the miserable place, or more likely dead. I'm glad you made the safe choice.
I just hope the world doesn't come to regret my decision.
Chapter 32. Harper hated mud season. Back home, she would have been relaxing in the cabin until the frost went out and the ground dried up. Today, unfortunately, found her bouncing along on a buckboard wagon down a rutted road. Water and greasy, slimy mud went everywhere as the wheels ran through them. At least the mechanical horses didn't care. They were spattered from top to bottom, but kept on running without so much as a snort of complaint. In fact, other than the clopping of their hooves, they never made a sound. Harper found it weird, but she did like the fact that they'd made the return trip in less than half the time it took to walk to Huxleyville. The first taste of spring was usually a joyous occasion, but not this time. It felt like things were coming to a head, and sooner than she would have preferred. Hopefully, they'd all be ready for the fight. She shuddered to think what would happen if they weren't. She could see the towering trees of the great forest in the distance. They'd reach a turn-off around noon that would take them away from the wizard's camp and toward the back entrance to the village. They'd be on foot from there.
You've got your worried expression on, West said. I am worried. It's been way too long since we heard anything from the wizards. The bastards are up to something. I can feel it.
That kind of goes without saying, right? We'll just have to deal with them when they show up. Hopefully Master Zan and Lin will have some information for us.
Harper smiled. Look at you, sounding all confident. What happened to the nervous West that didn't like sleeping on the ground?
I still don't like sleeping on the ground, and I'm nowhere near as confident as I sound. The problem is, I was making my brain hurt by thinking about all the possibilities. Finally, I had to just set it aside and focus on what I could control, my training at the time. It helped during the day, though at night the bad thoughts crept back in. I am happy to admit that as unpleasant as worrying is, I vastly prefer it to demon-fueled nightmares. Harper snorted a laugh. I'll bet. Whatever happens, I'm glad we're facing it together.
Likewise.
West cocked his head.
What is it?
The ether is stirring.
Stop the wagon.
The driver pulled back on the reins and the mechanical horse slowed, then stopped completely. Harper had her hand on the hilt of her sword. She'd offered to let Lachlan hold on to it until the current crisis was over, but he insisted that if they ran into something dangerous on the trip north, she'd need it. Right now, Harper was glad he'd insisted. It's not dangerous, West said. It looks like a sending from Master Zan.
I didn't think his range extended this far. Maybe he learned a new trick. West shook his head. The magic looks the same as the spell he showed me, just made stronger. A golden glow visible even to Harper grew to the right of the wagon. It grew and shifted until the familiar long hair and drooping mustache of Master Zan were clear. "Master," West said, "is everything okay?" "There have been some changes since you left. The wizards are gone. To where I can't say. The important thing is you can come directly to their old camp. Bearers are already on their way with the weapons we prepared." Master Zan's head wavered, then exploded in a shower of sparks. "Was that good news or bad news?" Harper asked. "Beats me." West turned to the driver. "You can get moving. Go straight, and instead of turning off the road, you'll see the old camp and can stop there."
"Yes, sir."
The driver flicked his reins, and they were off. None of the 3 army supply masters that accompanied them had looked down on taking orders from civilians. That would have seemed strange to Harper had she not overheard Lachlan giving them their orders. He'd been quite emphatic, and spoke while doing what he called his best king impression. Harper personally thought he'd make a fine king, but Lachlan seemed less sure. That wasn't a bad thing, since arrogance would get him in more trouble than uncertainties. The wagons came to a stop once more, this time in a torn-up section of road. There was debris and other junk from the abandoned camp, but thankfully no bodies. Harper leapt over the wagon's side and landed with a splat. Grimacing with distaste, she trudged around to the forest side. West joined her a moment later. "How long will it take them to get here?" Harper asked. "It's about, a 2-hour walk? Depending on when Master Zan dispatched them, they could be here any time. I can't figure out how they knew we were coming." West shrugged. "I'm sure we'll get an explanation soon." Less than half an hour after their arrival, 4 villagers dressed in the familiar orange and yellow robes emerged from the forest. They carried 2 huge crates suspended from poles shoved through slots on the side.
"Is that it?"
The quartermaster that rode on Harper's wagon asked.
"We were expecting hundreds of weapons."
"We aren't swordsmiths," one of the villagers said. "These are potions. Hundreds of them. All you need to do is anoint your blades with the enchanted oil, and it will make them magical for about an hour. Only a thin coat is necessary. 1 potion bottle holds enough oil to enchant 5 swords, so please keep that in mind."
"We will, sir. If you could put them in the back of the wagons, we'd be much obliged."
The villagers did as he asked, and soon the wagons were racing back south. "We are to escort you back to the village," the spokesman said. "Lynn is most eager to hear what you have to say." "We've got plenty to report, that's for sure," Harper said. "Have Barrett and Lord Marshal returned yet?" "Not yet. We expected them before you." He looked around as if someone might sneak up and overhear him saying something secret. "Everyone is quite worried about them." Harper was worried about them as well, but as West said earlier, there was nothing to be done about it. Harper blew out a long breath as she stepped through the barrier that guarded the village of alchemists. She felt reasonably safe again, though that was likely an illusion. Still, she was happy to take comfort where she could find it, even if it was only in her head. 3 of their guides broke off and headed deeper into the village while the spokesman led Harper and West to the stairs that led up to the meeting house. Halfway up the steps, she glanced back at West and found him hugging the inside of the staircase, but not shaking or keeping his eyes closed. Clearly, he'd at least gotten a little better with heights during his time in the village. At the top, they found the door to the meeting room under guard by a pair of burly men in orange robes. They stood in front of the building, arms crossed and scowling. Why they felt the need to guard the entrance, given that no one could find the village, she had no idea. Maybe it made the elders feel more comfortable. No words were exchanged as they stepped out of the way. Their guide opened the door and offered a bright smile. "They're waiting inside." Seated around the table were the village elders, Lynn, Master Zan, and Baron MacLeod. Harper strode over, not overly concerned about the bits of mud that fell off her cloak and boots. West stopped beside her and bowed to Master Zan. He'd never done that with Maggie, at least as far as she knew. "Welcome back," Lynn said. "I'm sure you have much to tell us. Please, start from the beginning." Harper did so, beginning with the trip south and ending with their arrival. It took some time, and when she was finished, she wanted a drink, and not of water. "So General Irving betrayed the prince," Baron McLeod said. "I wish I was more surprised." "He paid a high price for his ambition," Harper said. "As soon as the supplies reach Huxleyville, Lachlan and the army will march here." "May I ask what happened with the wizards?" Lynn held her hands out to either side. "We don't know. Once Master Zan and the magical engineers figured out how to increase the range of his scrying, they had already left for heaven knows where. Our working theory is that they went to claim one of the other urns since they couldn't reach ours." That struck Harper as a reasonable theory. Then she remembered where Barrett and Lord Marshall had gone. "If they went to the temple—" "Yes," Lynn said. "If they went there, your friends might be in serious trouble." Harper turned northwest as if she could see the temple if she looked hard enough. "It would take you weeks to reach them," Lynn said. "Whatever is going to happen will have happened long before you arrive." "I know," Harper ground her teeth. "But I don't have to like it." Chapter 33. After getting a few hours' sleep and cooking a meal for his ungrateful companions, Maddox made his way upstairs to the casting chamber. He carried a bowl of leftover soup and a piece of flatbread on a platter. The apprentice hadn't mentioned whether he needed to eat. Being immortal and only having 2/3 of your torso suggested that food wasn't a necessity, but Maddox figured it couldn't hurt to ask. Besides, he wanted to know what their next move was. The sun had nearly set, and the wraiths would rise from their earthen beds soon. Wargoth was already grumbling that they needed to move as soon as possible. Not that anyone paid him much attention. Yemen remained in a miserable mood, and Alazad just wanted to eat. They all understood, Wargoth included, assuming he wasn't completely delusional, that the real master would make the decisions from now on. Of course, assuming Wargoth wasn't delusional might be a mistake. Anyone seeing him pacing around, shaking his head and talking to himself would know he wasn't in his right mind. It seemed like getting dismissed by his savior had broken something in his brain. Maddox reached the closed door and knocked. It opened a moment later, and he could see the apprentice seated in the lotus position, the ether swirling around him like a whirlpool. Maddox couldn't tell what the magic was doing, but he'd never seen the ether moving in such quantity. The apprentice opened his eyes and stared at Maddox. "What is it?" "Wasn't sure if you got hungry." "I don't, though once I regain my complete body I will be able to eat. Despite not needing it, I quite enjoy food." "Are you a gourmand, Maddox?" "Hardly. I need food to survive. Since I have to eat it anyway, I figure I might as well make it taste as good as possible." "A practical attitude. Give that to me." Maddox handed him the tray as the door closed behind him. He hadn't even noticed a shift in the ether. Such a subtle casting told him almost as much about the apprentice's skill as his raw power did. He took a single mouthful of soup and nodded. "This isn't bad, especially given what you have to work with here. If your ambitions as a wizard don't pan out, you might have a future as a cook." "It's good to have options. Sun's going to set soon, and the others are getting antsy. Are you planning to come down and address the troops?" "Indeed. My body and spirit are now fully integrated. I'll have to perform the ritual again once we retrieve the final urn, but that won't take nearly as long." "Have they made any complaints?" "Not really. Wargoth is pacing and muttering, but I can't make out half of what he says, and the half I do understand makes little sense." Maddox scrubbed a hand across his face and smoothed his goatee. "He's gone downhill quickly since you came back to life." "You sound concerned." The apprentice stood and set his mostly uneaten meal on the table. "I couldn't care less if his brains run out his ears, as long as he keeps it together until we've won. Everything I've seen makes me think the alchemists will be harder to deal with than the dragon was." "You're not wrong, though the fact that you killed a red dragon, even with an army of wraiths, is impressive. Come along." The apprentice opened the door and led the way out. Is there something we should call you? Maddox asked. Apprentice seems awkward. My true name belongs to Astaroth alone. Apprentice will do until I've conquered this kingdom. Then we'll switch to Your Majesty. Maddox made no comment, but he did grimace as he followed the apprentice downstairs. An ego like that might get them into trouble. At least he had the power to back it up. Alizad and Yemen stood as their new master approached. Wargoth stopped his pacing and stared with burning, mad eyes. Greetings, my loyal followers, the apprentice began. Maddox has explained all that you've done to bring about my resurrection, and I am most grateful. As soon as the wraiths rise, we will set out for the alchemist's village. Once there, we will claim the final piece of my body and destroy all those that would stand in the way of our conquest of this land. Then you will all receive the knowledge and power you desire. You make it sound so easy, Yemen said, his tone surprisingly disrespectful. Despite our best efforts, we haven't even seen the village. Yes, well, your best efforts, as you call them, are pitiful things compared to mine. More importantly, based on the description of the barrier you encountered, I'm quite confident I know what's creating it. Somehow these people stole a disorientation field generator from the Celestial Empire. Nothing else I can think of would account for it. A what? Wargoth asked. The apprentice turned to face him. A disorientation field generator. Lord Chang used them to secure vital locations in the Empire. I saw one on a visit with my master. Remarkable things. Incredibly intricate works combining magical engineering, alchemy, and pure wizardry. Nothing less than an arcane lord skilled in all three could create one. How they managed to steal it must be a story indeed. If the artifact was made by an arcane lord, how can you defeat it? Yemen asked. Had he gone from angry to suicidal? Maddox didn't know, but asking questions like that in such a tone was likely to get him killed in a hurry. Simple. The apprentice smiled in a way that reminded Maddox of a cat eyeing a fat mouse. It's not being used by an arcane lord now, but rather by a bunch of weakling mortals. Overwhelming them will be a challenge, but hardly an insurmountable one for the 5 of us. Now let us depart. I wish to complete the journey as quickly as possible. It's time to remind these people who their proper master is. Chapter 34. Harper was pretty sure it had been 3 weeks since she and West made it back to the village of alchemists. The days kind of mushed together when you didn't have much to do, especially since West was busy helping Master Zan and the other wizards make preparations for the battle they all knew was coming. At the end of the day, when they returned to their shared guest house, he tried to explain what he was working on. As far as Harper was concerned, he might as well be speaking another language. Despite her lack of understanding, Harper was proud of how far West had come since they left Parville together. That he'd gained enough skill to be trusted to help spoke well of his determination. Not that Harper had any doubts about that. West was as determined in his way as she was in hers. If you're not going to pay attention, we might as well call it a day, Baron MacLeod said. He stood facing her across the practice circle. They'd been sparring with wooden swords daily. He was a fine swordsman, and she'd picked up a few tricks her father hadn't taught her. He claimed to need to keep in practice, but she thanked him after every round just the same. Sorry. I couldn't help wondering how much longer we're going to have to wait. It seems like the wizards should be here by now. At least you've been running around doing things. The Baron lowered his sword and leaned on it like a cane. I've been stuck here since we first arrived. Harper had been wondering about that. Maybe this was a chance to ask. Why didn't you take Lynn up on her offer to remove your ability to enter the village? You could have gone home months ago. I'm sure Mila is missing you. He grimaced and looked away. You don't ask easy questions. The truth is, I don't want to give up my last connection to my wife's people. I feel like as long as I can come back here, a part of her is still alive.
Harper hadn't thought he was such a sentimentalist. That's sweet. It's foolish, but I can't let go completely. I don't even want to. Is that selfish of me? Harper couldn't believe that the Baron was asking her for validation. You're asking somebody who left her village on a quest for revenge. I'm hardly in a position to judge one way or the other, although it's not like I had any other responsibilities tying me down. You made the best decision you could at the time. Harper shrugged. Besides, anyone liable to criticize you for it is either dead or getting ready to fight a war for the fate of the kingdom. A maudlin Baron is hardly at the top of their list of concerns. Baron MacLeod jerked his sword out of the ground. Didn't anyone ever teach you tact? My mother tried, but the lessons didn't take. She raised her own sword. Another round? He loosed a little growl and took a step toward her. Baron MacLeod? Miss Harper? One of the initiates, a girl about 10 that had been pressed into messenger duty, came running their way. Master Zan and Lynn request your presence in the surveillance room. Follow me, please. Harper and the Baron shared a look, dropped their wooden swords, and belted on their real ones. People seldom hurried anywhere in the village, but the girl guiding them proved to be an exception. Harper practically had to jog to keep up with her. The path they took along the raised walkways led to an area of the village she'd never visited before. The building the girl led them to looked exactly like every other building in the village. There were no guards outside the door or anything else to indicate that it was special. Their guide opened the door and motioned them through. Inside, they found only Lynn, Master Zan, and West waiting for them. In the center of the room, an orb about the size of Harper's head floated over an empty table. The orb glowed with a golden light that sent strange shadows dancing around the room every time someone moved. What's happened? Baron MacLeod asked. Master Zan snapped his fingers, and an illusion depicting 5 figures in gray robes mounted on rotting horses projected out of the orb. The wizards, for they could be no one else, looked like they were riding down the road that ran along the border of the great forest. I thought there were only 4 of them, Harper said. There were, Master Zan said. The 5th person must be the apprentice. It seems our enemies have recovered 4 out of the 5 urns. Do they not need the 5th? The Baron asked. We don't know enough about the apprentice to say for sure, Lynn said. If one of the 5 is him, we can assume that they didn't. However, our wizards are confident that he won't be at full strength without the final urn. How far out are they? Harper asked. And why are they traveling during the day? They just entered the outermost edge of our range, Master Zan said. So about 5 miles. As to why they're traveling during the day without their army, I can't say. It's got to be a trap. The Baron took a step toward the illusion as if a closer look would yield more clues. That's our working theory, Lynn said, and we have no intention of falling for it. Until we know more about what they have planned, we'll just keep watch. I suspect when the sun sets, we'll find out more. Harper nodded and shifted her gaze to the illusion. One of those men had helped kill her father. Soon, if Brannock stood with her, he would pay for his crime with his life. Maddox rode along beside Apprentice on his undead mount. He tried his best not to think about the name. It seemed he was surrounded by people that took pride in the stupidity of their names. At least Maddox no longer had to answer to Elgin. As soon as the others noticed that Apprentice called him by his real name, they all started doing so as well. Only Wargoth seemed especially annoyed at having to violate his dead name policy. Little remained of their mounts, save a bit of rotten flesh dripping from bare bones. At least they could travel by day now. Apprentice had done something to the bond between Wargoth and the Wraiths that allowed them to move while remaining hidden in the earth. Even though he watched the process with every ounce of focus he could muster, Maddox still had no idea exactly how the spell had worked. It was one of many reminders of how much he had left to learn. Not that he needed any more. Maddox understood his deficiencies all too clearly. Oh well, if Apprentice kept his word, he'd have all the time in the world to remedy his ignorance. The massive trees of the great forest cast long shadows. Soon the sun would set. Unless Maddox was mistaken, it was only a mile or two before they reached the site of their old camp. Clearly, riding in the open during the day wasn't enough to tempt the enemy into taking a shot at them.
"Looks like they're not going to take the bait,"
Worgoth said from behind them. He sounded a little bit smug.
"Assuming they're even aware of our approach."
"They're aware," Apprentice said.
"Someone has been scrying on us for the past handful of miles. I'm sure they're too smart, not to mention confident in their defenses, to risk an attack. And that's fine. I would have been pleased had they taken the bait, but we needed to get here anyway, so it's not like we were slowed down."
"What's our next move?" Yemen asked. "I couldn't even get within sight of the village."
"That's because you didn't know what to look for. If you get too close to the disorientation field, it will confuse you and leave you wandering around. The magic even affects undead by disrupting the flow of corrupt ether that sustains them. As I said, the magic at work is astonishing. Even I don't fully understand the process."
When the sun had fully set, the wraiths rose out of the ground. Apprentice reined in and looked at the trees before nodding to himself.
"Dismount. We'll approach from here."
Maddox saw nothing of interest, which made him wonder what he was missing. They had all gathered around Apprentice, who looked up at the sky.
"I will give you one and only one chance. Hand over the rest of my body and surrender. Pledge yourself to my service and you will be spared. Resist, and you will all die."
A minute passed, then 2. Maddox was starting to wonder if their new leader was as daft as their old one.
"It seems they chose death. Weren't you going to kill them all anyway?" Worgoth asked. "I mean, these are the descendants of the people that helped imprison you." "Some people believe that the crimes of the father pass to the child," Apprentice said. "I am not one of those. Should they surrender and serve me faithfully, I would happily accept them. Their skills would be a valuable addition to my kingdom. Unfortunately, it seems they've inherited the same sense of honor that afflicted their ancestors."
Apprentice marched off the road and into the woods. Worgoth caught Maddox's eye and shook his head. Did he harbor the same doubts Maddox did? It wasn't like they could talk about it, and even if they could, Maddox had less use for Worgoth than he did for Apprentice. After all, it was only natural for someone to be a bit off after spending centuries sealed in a prison. Since there seemed to be no immediate threat or rush, Maddox decided to indulge his curiosity. "When you were sealed away, were you actually aware of what was going on around you?" "I was aware of nothing beyond infinite darkness. I heard nothing, felt nothing, saw nothing. It was a bit like I imagined death would be. As an immortal, it's not something I ever imagined I would experience." Maddox shuddered. "Sounds horrible. I can't say I would recommend it, but it did give me plenty of time to think." That was what worried Maddox. Too much time to think was nothing but trouble. No one else spoke as they trudged along behind Apprentice. Maddox kept his focus on the ether. The chaotic energy looked the same as always. What did Apprentice see that Maddox, Yemen, and the others couldn't? He dearly wanted to ask, but the closer they got to enemy territory, the less idle chatter seemed wise. At last, Apprentice stopped. The patch of woods looked just like every other patch. Big trees, fallen leaves, and damn little else. "The edge of the disorientation field begins 3 strides from here. We need to bring it down." "The ether looks perfectly normal to me," Worgoth said. "Are you certain this is the correct place?" "Absolutely. Your eyes are only trained to see big shifts in the ether, and the field's effects are more subtle. After all, it wouldn't be of much use if any half-trained wizard could find it." Worgoth and Yemen both bristled at the insult, but Apprentice had already turned away. It seemed their former leader didn't care much for being treated with high-handed arrogance. Maddox knew the feeling, and would have happily rubbed his nose in it under different circumstances. Instead, he asked, "How do we bring it down?" "Simple. We blast it with raw ether until it's overwhelmed and collapses.
Just watch what I do and try to help as best you can. Don't use your full power, as we'll need to maintain the flow for an extended period." "How extended?" Alizad asked. He'd been so quiet, Maddox had almost forgotten about the last member of their group. "Impossible to say. Until we succeed is the best answer I can give you." With that, Apprentice began. What looked like a river of unshaped ether rushed forward and slammed into an invisible wall. Maddox still couldn't actually see the field, but at least something was there, proving Apprentice hadn't lost it completely. Maddox used 5 threads worth of energy to coax the ether into a stream. What he added to the effort amounted to little compared to Apprentice, but every bit helped, or so he liked to think. Soon the others joined in as well. Minutes passed with no change that he could see. Subtle tension in the back of his mind made it clear that hours of this wouldn't be possible. A quick glance at the others revealed tension twisting their faces. Seemed he wasn't the only one feeling the strain. Apprentice, on the other hand, appeared completely serene as he maintained a spell that Maddox couldn't even start to replicate. They really did occupy different worlds, and Maddox couldn't wait to make the leap. Chapter 35. West winced at the volume of the wizard's voice as he shouted his offer. The little group had been watching as the wizard drew ever closer. When they finally stopped and dismounted, one of them, a bronze-skinned fellow with no goatee, looked straight up into the ethereal construct connected to the viewing orb. That was strange, since Master Zan claimed it was invisible even to magical vision. Harper glared at the projection as if she could strike them down by sheer force of will. "Is that him?" Lynn asked. "Yes, that must be the apprentice." Master Zan shook his head. "No one else would be skilled enough to see the construct. I had hoped that I was wrong about the 5th rider's identity, but it seems I was doomed to disappointment." "What's the big deal?" Baron McLeod asked. "Immortal or not, he still can't get through the barrier." "I wish I was as confident as you," Master Zan said. "Unfortunately, we truly have no idea what a wizard of his power is capable of. If the histories are to be believed, he may well be unstoppable without the Sun Sword and someone capable of wielding it." "Lachlan's still alive," Harper said. "Isn't there some way we can find the sword? If we knew where to start looking, we could home in on it with resonance magic. But that has a limited range. We'd need to be within a mile or so, and it would still detect anything made of mithril." Master Zan shook his head. "Without a starting point, I fear that isn't an option." West had never heard his teacher sound so despondent. It almost felt like he'd already given up on winning. No one said much after that as they watched the wizards walk through the forest toward the village. "Assuming you're right and the apprentice has a way to bring down the barrier," Harper said, "we need to get our defenses ready. The tree houses will make perfect platforms for archers and alchemists. You must have some kind of defensive strategy in case the worst happens. We only need to hold out until Lachlan and the army get here." "I appreciate your enthusiasm," Lynn said, "and we will certainly fight with all we have. But my people are not warriors. We've counted on the barrier for centuries. Martial training fell by the wayside as we turned to scholarly pursuits. Then they're going to need a crash course in war." Harper turned to Baron McLeod. "And we are going to have to teach them." West could only smile as Harper took charge. It was just like her, and West loved her all the more for it. "What do you know about war, girl?" Baron McLeod asked. "Damn little, but I've read Dad's books on strategy, and I've fought every kind of monster you can think of. I won't hesitate, and I won't run. What about you?" The Baron's stony expression cracked into a faint smile. "I haven't gone to war since I was your age, and that was a nightmare of blood and death. I expect this battle will be worse. With Lynn's permission, we'd best see what we can do." "I'll join you," Lynn said. "I'm no help here. Master Zan can—" Someone pounded desperately on the door. "Master, we need you!" They all spun to face the closed door. Master Zan hurried over and pulled it open. Outside waited a panting young man about 5 years older than West. "What's the problem?" Master Zan asked. "Something's happening to the artifact, Master. No one knows what to make of it." Heaven help us, Master Zan said. I'll come at once. West hesitated, torn between wanting to help his master and Harper. As usual, she knew exactly what needed to be done. Go do magic stuff. Every minute you buy us is a minute more we have to get ready. West nodded and darted out the door after Master Zan. It didn't take long for him to catch up. When he reached the pair, the younger wizard said, It's shooting out jets of ether and vibrating like mad. In the 6 months I've served on the observation team, the artifact has never done anything like this. I've been working with it nearly 50 years, and it's never done anything but sit there and do what it does. Master Zan's face twisted and scrunched up. I don't even really know how it works. It's been functioning perfectly for centuries with no maintenance from us. Should it somehow be deactivated, I may not be able to restart it. Then we need to keep that from happening, Master, West said. Indeed we do. Master Zan's expression smoothed back to its usual placid look. It came as no surprise to West that the treehouse holding the artifact sat in the dead center of the village. Even from a distance he could tell how riled up the ether was. Though always a chaotic mess, now the ether looked a bit like the sky just before a big storm, swirling, dark, and ominous. He shivered. In all his years as a wizard, West had never felt less prepared for a task. A scene of chaos raged inside the treehouse, and not just from the ether. 5 wizards of varying ages tried various spells, none of which were doing anything useful as far as West could see. The artifact itself sat on a wooden pedestal. It looked a bit like a crystal ball filled with spinning gears suspended in some sort of fluid. He'd never seen anything like it or the amount of ether currently running through it. If West tried to handle that much power, his brain would melt and he'd be reduced to ash in an instant. Everyone stop, Master Zan said. The room fell silent and all the wizards turned to look at them. You all know better than to throw random spells. You're getting in each other's way and accomplishing nothing. Be still while I analyze the problem. Then we'll make a plan to deal with it. He certainly sounded calmer than West felt. How would you even go about analyzing something on this scale? West had no idea, but while Master Zan worked, he did his best to try and figure out what was happening. Like Maggie always said, you never knew what tiny detail might be the key to a problem. Unlikely as it seemed, it wasn't impossible that West might spot something his master missed. Steeling his mind, he looked closer than ever at the ether. Most wizards thought in terms of threads, but trying to quantify power of this level by that metric was impossible. It looked more like a rain-swollen river rushing into a beaver dam. Pretty soon it was going to burst. No doubt that was far too simplistic an explanation, but that was how it looked to West. He glanced at Master Zan. Sweat poured down his face, which had twisted into a pained grimace. What sort of analysis was he doing that it took such a toll? At last Master Zan staggered a step and blew out a long breath. West put a hand on his shoulder to steady him. Are you okay, Master? Physically, yes. But now that I understand what the Apprentice is doing, I'm not sure how we're going to stop him. What is he doing? West asked. The other wizards crowded around to listen. The artifact works by drawing ether in and transforming it into the barrier. The Apprentice is forcing more ether into the artifact than it can process in, I believe, an effort to shut it down. Can he destroy it? One of the other wizards asked, his voice strained. An artifact created by an arcane lord won't be destroyed so easily, but it may well deactivate to save itself. How do we stop the flow of extra ether? West asked. Can we divert it somewhere else? No, that's what makes this so difficult. The Apprentice is forcing the extra power down the regular intake path. If we shut it off, the artifact will deactivate. West swallowed a curse. How did he even know where the path was if the barrier hit it? He'd never even met the Apprentice and already hated him. I can only see one option, Master Zan said. We need to make a construct that will restrict how much ether reaches the artifact. How long will we have to maintain it? A different wizard asked. Master Zan shook his head. Until the Apprentice gives up or reaches his limit. How long that might be, I can't say. First, let me see if it's even possible.
Ether flowed as Master Zan shaped a narrow tube and placed it in front of the intake. Next he made a plug that blocked the rest of the opening. That looked like at least 8 threads of ether, but it was holding. Okay, Master Zan released the spell. You'll need to work in 2-person teams. 3 threads is enough for the tube, plus another 5 for the plug. Maintain it as long as you can, then switch. Though West had gotten stronger, his max was still only 4 threads. I'll start on the tube, one of the older wizards said.
I can handle the plug.
West moved closer to the artifact and began his spell. The tube formed easily enough, but the trick came when he had to marry it to his partner's plug. Soon, a little adjusting got it together. Master Zan looked it over. West, narrow the tube a fraction more. That's good, both of you. When you feel yourselves reaching backlash, speak up, and 2 of the others will take over maintaining your constructs. West only had strength enough to nod. Maintaining 3/4 of his maximum output was already straining him. At this rate, if he lasted 20 minutes, it would be a miracle. Chapter 36. Every adult in the village capable of fighting stood in the central clearing facing Harper, Lynn, and Baron MacLeod. Nothing about the 100 and some people filled Harper with confidence. At least she had Elias to help. Octavia had been summoned to lend a hand to the wizards. Since they didn't have an army of wraiths breathing down their necks, she assumed they were winning the fight. Harper sent a silent prayer to Brannick that West would be okay, and that was all she could do for him. Putting her dear friend out of her mind, she focused on the troops, if you could call them that. No one had any armor, and only a handful carried thin, needle-sharp swords with wicked edges. They were used in a form of martial arts that used to be popular in the Celestial Empire. "Thank you all for volunteering to fight," Lynn said. "You know the danger we face, and now it's right on our doorstep. The wizards are doing their best to hold the enemy at bay, but no one is confident that they will succeed long-term. We have allies on the way, but no guarantee that they will arrive in time. That means it comes to us to defend our home. Baron MacLeod will oversee the ground forces, while Harper and Elias will be in charge of the ranged fighters. Listen to them and take their advice to heart." Baron MacLeod stepped to the front. "Much obliged, Lynn. I'm not going to sugarcoat this for you. We're facing serious danger. Some of us are going to die. Alchemical explosives and silver steel arrows will do the bulk of the damage. Those of you that can fight hand-to-hand will have the task of protecting the ranged fighters. We'll need to be mobile. Shifting from tree to tree is necessary. The wraiths can fly, so protecting the staircases will be a waste of time. Where are my archers?" 2 men and 3 women stepped to the front of the group. Harper winced. That was way fewer than she'd been hoping for. Hopefully they were at least reasonably accurate. "Okay," Baron MacLeod continued. "You 5 will be working with Harper Gale, a damn fine archer and the daughter of a Montague Ranger. You'll be in good hands." 5 sets of eyes focused on Harper, and her throat tightened. These people were counting on her to guide them through the coming fight, at least as much as one could be guided through such a thing. The weight of that responsibility sat on her like a war horse. She forced herself to breathe and nodded off to one side. Baron MacLeod continued a speech, but Harper blocked it out. Time to focus. "What sort of experience do you all have? I'm assuming nothing combat-related?" One of the women hesitantly raised her hand. "We're all part of the archery club. We get together a couple times a week to target shoot. I don't think any of us has even been hunting." The others were shaking their heads. Great, no combat or hunting experience. "Have you shot at moving targets?" "No," the woman said. "We shoot at hay bales painted with circles." Of course they did. "Well, a wraith isn't that different. It's a vaguely human-shaped shadow that can fly around and kill you with a touch. On the plus side, they have no armor, so all you need to do is hit them with the silver steel arrowhead, and they go up in a puff of smoke. If you get a couple lined up, you can kill more than one with a single shot. You'll want to keep your eyes open for such opportunities, given what I assume is our limited number of silver steel arrows."
What do we do if the wraiths get close? One of the men asked.
Dealing with them is the fighter's job. You should retreat to maintain your distance and keep shooting. If you're desperate and have no hope of fleeing, you can use an arrow as a dagger and thrust it into the wraith, though that'll get you way too close to their claws for comfort. Any other questions? When no one else spoke, she said, Okay, get your bows and we'll figure out where to put you. They hurried away, and Harper finally let out a sigh. These people weren't warriors, and she hated that they had to become warriors to save their home. But there was nothing to be done about it. When the options were fight or die, you fought. West thought he'd been tired before. Hiking with Harper generally left him feeling worn out, but as he lay on the floor of the artifact room gasping for air like a beached sturgeon, he realized he hadn't known what tired was. On either side of him, other members of the team were in little better shape. Just maintaining a simple ethereal tube for 15 minutes left him like this. He'd never felt so pathetic, especially considering Master Zan was now handling the ethereal construct all by himself and had been for half an hour. The only sign of strain was the sweat glistening on his wrinkled brow. It amazed West that a man 3 times his age could handle the ether for so long. As if his thoughts were a curse, Master Zan's lips twisted into a pained grimace. Is anyone able to cast? West certainly wasn't, and from the look of them no one else was either. I'm nearly at backlash, Master Zan said. Once I release the spell, I estimate we'll have an hour at most before the barrier comes down. Someone needs to warn Lin and the militia. I'll go. West forced himself to his feet. With your permission, I'll join the defenders. I might be able to manage something in an hour. Go, and the best of luck to you. West bowed and hurried, if you could call a determined shuffle hurrying, out of the artifact room. He barely noticed the suspended walkways swaying as he made his way toward the center of the village. That would be where the militia gathered, he felt certain, and at a minimum he should be able to find someone to give him directions. It was creepy walking through the silent, seemingly abandoned village. Usually he would pass youths delivering messages, older people going about their business, and others just standing quietly and enjoying the fresh air. Not today. No one had mentioned a secure location for non-combatants, but he assumed the village had one and that it was now fully occupied. He rounded a bend and found Harper pointing as she spoke to a pair of women armed with black bows. West kept his distance until she finished talking. Harper. She looked his way and smiled, but only for a moment. What's wrong? Master Zan says we've got about an hour before the barrier falls. We tried to hold it, but so much power is coming in that we were overwhelmed. I couldn't even hold out for 20 minutes. West hated his weakness even as he knew he'd done his best. Don't beat yourself up over it, Harper said. Let's find Baron MacLeod. Lynn gave him overall command of the defenses. I'm surprised she'd let an outsider take charge of something so important. West followed her toward the nearest set of stairs. Harper glanced back at the archers, and when they were out of earshot, said, These people are clueless about fighting. It wouldn't surprise me if they broke and ran as soon as the wraiths appear. I hope I'm wrong since there's nowhere for them to go. Everyone knows that. I think you'll be surprised how hard they fight when their backs are against the wall. I hope you're right. Even if all of us fight with everything we've got, I'm not sure it will be enough. They found Baron MacLeod putting 4 swordsmen through some forms. If his scowl was any indication, he wasn't best pleased by what he saw. As soon as he noticed them approaching, the angry scowl came their way. You're supposed to be getting the archers ready. What are you doing down here? The archers are as ready as they're going to get, Harper said. Tell him the bad news, West. West flinched when the Baron focused on him. Master Zan says we've got about an hour before the barrier falls. Maybe less. Baron MacLeod let out a string of curses that would have made a teamster blush. I didn't think we'd have to last so long. It's, what, at least 6 hours until sunrise? Around that, Harper said. I've heard nothing about Lachlan and the army getting here anytime soon. We need to assume we're on our own. If we're on our own, Baron MacLeod said, we're doomed. Chapter 37. Maddox didn't consider himself an easy person to impress, but watching Apprentice maintain a flow of ether that easily equaled 40 threads for over an hour without flinching did the trick. 20 minutes with 6 threads had left Maddox exhausted. None of the others, including Worgoth, had done any better. Finally, Apprentice had ordered them to rest while he finished up on his own. Speaking of their former leader, Worgoth stared at Apprentice with wide eyes and a worshipful expression. Whatever complaints he'd harbored had been washed away by the overwhelming display of magic.
"Guys, we may have a problem,"
Alazad said. Worgoth gave a full-body shudder and shifted his gaze.
"What sort of problem?" "There's an army headed this way. A small one, but still over 1,000 men. Since I wasn't doing anything else useful, I extended my sight as far as it would go, and I spotted them. The torches they were carrying made it easier. They'll be here in about 2 hours at most."
"We'll be finished in half that amount of time," Apprentice said. "The barrier is nearly ready to fall, and even if we're not, an army of men is no match for the Wraiths. In fact, why don't you take half of them and wipe the fools out? The village and the approaching army should both be within your range."
Worgoth frowned. "It'll be close. 5 miles is about my limit."
"Pitiful. You can use the ether to strengthen the link. I'd expect anyone capable of completing the ritual of command could also manage at least that much."
"I will deal with them." Worgoth ground his teeth. "I didn't know the link allowed that."
Worgoth also hadn't mentioned that Maddox had to help him complete the ritual. Now probably wouldn't be the best time to point that out.
"Well, you know now. Impress me."
A powerful ripple ran through the ether. Maddox leapt to his feet and spun. 50 paces away, tree houses were visible with tiny figures running across connecting bridges. When Maddox thought about the village of alchemists, he hadn't imagined them living in the trees. Not that it made that much difference.
"Maddox, you and Yemen will find my urn. Worgoth, you will command the Wraiths to destroy the defenders and the approaching army. Alazad, while I can't imagine it being an issue, you will watch my back. Let's go."
Apprentice led Worgoth and Alazad right toward the village. Yemen took a step to follow, but Maddox caught his sleeve.
"Let them draw the defenders' attention. We'll sneak in from another direction."
Yemen jerked his sleeve out of Maddox's grasp. "Like you did with the dragon? Have you always been a coward, or is this a new thing?"
"Don't be stupid. If we're focused on searching, we won't be in a good position to defend ourselves. It's hardly cowardice to act intelligently."
"Justify it however you want, but that won't change the truth." Despite his whining, Yemen followed along behind Maddox when he started to circle around the village. Did he imagine the pitiful insults would bother Maddox? If so, Yemen had badly misjudged. Maddox no longer felt the need to explain himself to anyone, nor did he especially care what others thought of him. He planned to live forever, and getting himself killed when he was so close to achieving his dream didn't interest him at all. The first explosions rang out, signaling the start of the battle. Perfect. Using the mithril lid, Maddox activated the now familiar resonance spell. As soon as he did, he got conflicting signals. It felt like there was a large number of mithril items in the village. He studied the flow of ether more closely. Many of the items were tiny and moving. Weapons, then. He could ignore them. The urn would likely be the largest item in the village. He severed the link to anything in motion and smaller than the lid. That left him with 2 potential targets, both big enough to be the urn. Maddox's lips twisted in distaste. The resonance spell was useful, but too imprecise. Well, 2 targets wasn't so bad. Maddox slipped between a pair of massive trees. He needed to get up to the walkways. Ignoring the explosions and screams, he snuck around the base of the nearest tree and peeked out. Arrows rained down on the wraiths, snuffing out any they hit. Mithril, or more likely, silver-steel arrowheads. A blast of lightning bigger than anything Maddox had ever seen blew a section of walkway to smithereens and sent a pair of archers flying. Naturally, both of the targets were on the far side of the battle. They'd need to swing around, assuming that was even possible. "What's the holdup?" Yeaman asked. Maddox swallowed a biting reply. "I'm trying to figure out how to get where we need to go without getting blasted by our side or turned into a pincushion by theirs. If you could keep your mouth shut and let me concentrate, it would speed things up considerably." Despite what he said to Yeaman, it didn't actually take all that long to figure out their path. The simplest thing to do would be to keep to the forest and enter the village on the opposite side. Maddox retreated to the edge of the woods and set out at a brisk pace for the far side. The sooner they recovered the final urn and restored Apprentice to his full power, the sooner this pointless conflict would end. Harper had absolutely no magical ability, but even she saw the shimmer in the air that signaled the end of the village's barrier. The enemy would be coming soon, she felt certain. A few feet away, her far too small contingent of archers waited, their bows clenched in trembling hands. If they managed to shoot with even vague accuracy, she'd be impressed. The only saving grace was that you didn't have to find chinks in the Wraith's armor. Any kind of hit with silver steel arrows should be enough to destroy them. At least they had plenty of light to work by. Dozens of extra alchemical lights had been spread around the village. Nothing would be sneaking up on them in the dark. Not that wraiths or wizards needed to sneak around. The power difference was such that the arrogant pricks would probably just walk right in like they owned the place, confident that their magic and monsters would be enough to win the fight. The worst part was, they were probably right. "Are you okay, Harper?" West stood beside her, ready to help in any way he could. No one had even tried to tell him to take up a different position. "Fine, just thinking too much. Dad used to talk about the moments before a battle, how every man had a different way of preparing. Personally, I just wish I could stop thinking and shoot something." As if the universe had heard her, scores of dark, shadowy figures drifted into the village. In the center of them strode a pair of men, both dressed in gray cloaks, but otherwise vastly different. One had to weigh 400 pounds, while the other had a leaner build. The thinner one looked around. The air held a tense, almost electric vibration. It felt like the world was about to explode. "The slim one is gathering ether," West said. Harper's paralysis broke. She drew and loosed in one smooth motion. Her shot was perfect. 3 inches from the wizard's head, the arrow stopped dead and fell to the ground. As if her shot had been a signal, the wraiths leapt into action, flying in all directions. Lightning lanced out from the wizards, crackling and filling the air with ozone. Harper didn't waste another arrow on the wizard. Instead, she killed a pair of wraiths that had lined up for her. Alchemists lobbed explosive vials that sent smoke and dirt flying as they detonated. A wraith appeared directly in front of her, and Harper shot it at point-blank range. Stare as she might, Harper could see little through the smoke. One of her archers screamed and toppled off the walkway. No wraith was visible. Had some spell killed her? Harper didn't know and had no time to figure it out. More explosions rattled the air. The walkway lurched and she nearly lost her balance. "Move to position 2, now!" Harper grabbed West's hand so they wouldn't get separated as they ran deeper into the village. "I can't see a damn thing down there. Can you tell what's going on?" "No, it's taking all my concentration to stop the targeting threads that keep coming our way. I missed the one that got that poor woman." So it was a spell. Harper cared deeply about West, but she hated magic. The pair reached the second position, and Harper grimaced. Only 2 of her archers remained. It looked like the blood had drained from their faces, and they were ready to run at any moment. She couldn't blame them, but there wasn't anywhere to go. At least nowhere safe. "Pick your targets and don't give up. How's everyone doing for arrows?" Harper asked. A far too small chorus of all goods reassured her on that front, at least. A good thing, too, since they each had 1 spare quiver waiting at the 3rd fallback location. After that, they were out. In the chaos, she'd completely lost track of the swordsmen that were supposed to keep the wraiths from getting too close. Hopefully they weren't dead, but dead or alive, they were nowhere nearby. Well, as her father always said when he told his war stories, The only thing you could count on during a battle was everything going to hell. She knocked an arrow, spotted a wraith, and loosed. It vanished in a puff of darkness, and she immediately went looking for another target. At the end of the day, that was all she could do. As soon as the others began their approach to the village, Worgoth snuck away and found a dark little corner with his back to a tree. He'd never tried to control two groups of wraiths before. In fact, he usually just gave them orders and let them carry them out as best they could. He doubted that would work this time. The main problem was he didn't know how to control the wraiths on such a micro level. The apprentice must have known how, and just assumed that he did as well. Like all geniuses, he probably assumed everyone was as smart and skilled as him, or at least close to it. Maybe letting his pride stop him from asking for more detailed instructions hadn't been the best decision Worgoth had ever made, but he already felt himself slipping lower in the apprentice's estimation, and damned if he'd let Maddox take his rightful place at the master's side. The arrogant son of a bitch had even abandoned his new name. Steadying himself and drawing ether around him, Worgoth focused on his link to the wraiths. He found 123 of them. Astaroth helped him. That was far too many to control directly. What should he do? Stuffing his panic deep down, Worgoth forced himself to think. First, he needed to divide them into two groups, one for the village and one for the approaching army. That should be simple enough, and killing a bunch of soldiers didn't really require detailed instructions. Focusing his will on one group, he said, "Kill all the humans approaching along the road from the east." Their eagerness and hunger flooded him as they surged out into the night to hunt. Okay, that solved one problem. The village was going to be more complicated. If he ordered them to kill all the humans, they would attack his allies and maybe even the apprentice. Well, probably not the apprentice, but Yemen, Maddox, and Alazad for sure. And despite his annoyance with the current situation, he didn't want to kill them. Not yet, at least. If the current trend continued, that might have to change. Right, worry about that later when it arrived. For now, he had a village to slaughter. Imagining his allies in his mind in as much detail as possible, Worgoth commanded the wraiths to kill everyone else in the village. Once again, the eager desire for destruction hit him almost like a physical blow. He'd never felt it this strongly before. He'd done nothing to alter the link. In fact, he had no idea how to alter it. Did the apprentice do something to him without his even noticing? The possibility couldn't be dismissed out of hand. What it meant, however, was a mystery, one whose solution Worgoth doubted he'd enjoy. Chapter 38. Lachlan rode at the head of a column of soldiers. It had been a considerable risk to march from Huxleyville before the quartermasters returned with the alchemist's weapons, but it had paid off, and now they were getting close to the village. Magical lanterns carried by the handful of magical engineers accompanying the army pierced the darkness, but didn't drive it very far back. He could almost smell the wraiths out there. Lights in the distance, combined with muffled explosions, made it equally clear that they were late to the battle. Much as Lachlan wanted to order a charge, he didn't dare. Running blind into a pack of wraiths would see a lot of people dead in a hurry. He fingered the potion in his pocket. With any luck, the magic would be as effective as he hoped. If it turned out otherwise, he didn't like to think about it. "Your Majesty," said Andrea, the head magical engineer, "there's a large source of corruption headed this way. I believe it's a group of wraiths." "Apply the potions," Lachlan shouted. "Defensive positions." Soldiers scrambled to obey, some moving to form a shield wall and others working to pull the cork from their vials. Despite their training, it was chaos. Lachlan readied his own sword before leaping off his horse and sending it away with a swat to the rump. He couldn't help feeling that the horse might be the only one to survive the fight. A dark shape appeared in front of him. Lachlan slashed through it, his sword carving a line across its insubstantial body. It was like cutting smoke, and the wraith quickly reformed. Right. Marshall said he had to hit the thing's core to kill it if he didn't have a mithril blade. Screams from down the line indicated that his men weren't doing especially well either. The stress caused his power to turn on. His blade became a blur, and eventually the wraith vanished. He moved on to the next one, and the next. A black claw swished past his face, the chill of its passing freezing him to the bone. 4 quick cuts found its core, and he moved on, stepping over the bodies of his soldiers to do so. Lightning crackled as the magical engineers joined the fight. That was a bad sign, since it meant enough soldiers were down that they had clear lines of fire. Another wraith appeared in front of him, and he sliced it to pieces. The defensive line started to break and fall back. A mass of shadowy forms. They were too close together for Lachlan to pick out individual wraiths, but he guessed they numbered at least a dozen, plowed into the gathered men. Claws slashed, and men collapsed. "Andrea!" Lachlan shouted. "Break up that clump of wraiths!" Lightning flashed through the cluster, blasting half of them to nothingness. Steeling himself, Lachlan waded in, his power flowing with greater force than when he faced the monster his father had become. The wraiths seemed to freeze in mid-air, and he slashed through them over and over again until nothing remained. He nearly collapsed as the power drained out of him. That was it. He couldn't call on the magic again. The strong hands of 2 soldiers caught him and carried him behind the line. Over his shoulder, Lachlan glimpsed glowing red eyes out in the darkness. Scores of them. Barring a miracle, the army was doomed. Barrett had spent weeks at a time hunting. Constant walking, sleeping on the ground, you name it and he'd done it. But even with all his experience to call on, the trip back from Brannock's temple had been a tough one. Marshall had driven them at a relentless pace, even walking through the night sometimes. Maybe he knew something Barrett didn't, but whatever the reason, they were nearly back to the village. Barrett could almost feel the soft bed waiting for him, and real food. If he never had to eat a magic cookie again, that would suit him fine. Marshall stopped dead in front of him. Barrett had been so distracted he nearly slammed into his back. "What's wrong?" Barrett asked. "We're too late. Look!" Barrett shifted his gaze toward where Marshall pointed. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. The tree houses were visible, lit by an orange glow that he really hoped wasn't fire. "What happened?" Marshall ignored the question, looking left and right at something visible only to him. Something magical, Barrett had no doubt. At last Marshall said, "This is where we part company. Lachlan and a small army are badly beset by wraiths. I have to help him. You need to get to the village and let them know the 4th urn has been taken." Barrett shook his head. "From the looks of it, they've got bigger things to worry about. But I'll do what I can. Good luck." "To you as well. I hope we meet again after the battle. But if we don't, may you rest for all time at Brannock's side." They shook hands, and Marshall hurried away to the east. Barrett couldn't see a damn thing that way, but trusted that Marshall knew what he was doing. Barrett, on the other hand, didn't have a clue. He shrugged, fit an arrow to his bow, and set out. If nothing else, he could kill a few wraiths. Probably wouldn't be enough to turn the tide, but maybe it would help some. He made it to the edge of the village without seeing anyone or anything. A fine result as far as he was concerned. Explosions filled the air along with an occasional scream. The battle was going full blast in there. If he put a toe wrong, he'd be dead before he knew it. Barrett hesitated. He'd done his bit to help and then some. Getting himself killed wouldn't do anyone any good. He looked back over his shoulder. No one would know if he found a quiet place to hide until things were settled. No, damn it. He refused to back down this time. Harper was in there fighting for her life. Barrett owed her and her father's memory better than to give in to his cowardly instincts. He took a deep breath, steeled himself, and stepped between a pair of massive oaks into the clearing. Smoke filled the air, and through it he could barely make out dark, shadowy shapes mingled with more solid-looking ones. On the walkways he saw figures moving around. Every so often someone would throw something, and another explosion would rock the clearing. Looked like the alchemists were making good use of their weapons. Barrett wasn't sure how best to help. Shooting at random was as likely to hit an ally as an enemy. A wraith came rushing at him out of the smoke, ending his deliberations. An instinctive shot sent an arrow right through it, snuffing it out. He knocked another arrow and waited. No more wraiths presented themselves. His gaze shifted back to the walkways. 2 figures in gray robes were sneaking along, trying to keep their distance from the defenders. Barrett would recognize those robes anywhere. There was only one thing the wizards could be after: the final urn. Barrett drew his arrow and loosed it at the lead wizard. The shot traced a perfect arc right at his chest, and stopped inches short. Both wizards paused to glare down at Barrett. His heart nearly stopped. The lead man was the one that killed Dawson. Before they could launch a spell at him, Barrett hot-footed it out of sight. When a few seconds had passed and nothing struck him down, he looked back to where he'd seen them. Gone. Damn them. He needed to find Harper and let her know that man was here. If she wanted to avenge Dawson, this was her best chance. Lachlan shifted back, trying to keep as much distance between himself and the approaching wraiths as possible. A double row of soldiers stood between him and the undead. For some reason, the monsters weren't attacking. It couldn't be because they were intimidated. First, because he doubted undead were capable of such an emotion, and second, because for every wraith they'd killed, 5 times as many men died. No, his working theory was that they were enjoying the men's fear, savoring it like a gourmet smelling a sizzling steak before they cut into it. Andrea and the wizards stood in the rear beside him. They'd used up what magic they had in the first attack, and now struggled to maintain the lights. If they lost those, heaven help them. "If you have a secret strategy," Andrea said, "now would be a good time to use it." Lachlan swallowed a bitter reply. He'd been so confident that if the soldiers could hurt the wraiths, they could win. A tiny voice in the back of his head said it was the alchemist's fault, that if their magic worked better, he wouldn't be in this mess. That was a complete lie, and he dismissed it as soon as he thought it. Lachlan refused to make excuses for his own failure. "They're coming!" one of the soldiers shouted. Lachlan tried to raise his sword, but found it still weighed 50 pounds. What use was a magical gift if he couldn't keep using it? Screams of the dead and dying rang out, and he wanted to join in. His helplessness hurt worse than any wound he'd ever suffered. Though the way things were going, he'd be joining his men soon enough. A wraith burst through a gap in the line and raced at Lachlan. He heaved with all his might, and barely swung his sword. Perhaps Brannick was watching over him. The wraith dissolved with a single blow, thanks no doubt to a lucky hit to its core. If he could manage that miracle 40 or so more times, they'd be saved. In the distance beyond the line, a tiny silver light flared to life. Some new threat from the wizards on its way to finish them off, perhaps? Seemed excessive given how well the wraiths were doing. "Can you make out what that is?" he asked. "No," Andrea said, "but I sense no new corruption." That had to be a good sign. As soon as he thought it, the silver light grew brighter, almost like a second sun. The vague outline of a man stood in the center of it, a sword held above his head. "Brannick," Lachlan barely breathed the word. The wraiths went berserk, flying everywhere in random zigzags while seeming to run into invisible walls. "It's like they want to flee but can't," Andrea said. As long as they were no longer attacking his men, Lachlan didn't care what they wanted. The light continued to move steadily closer, and as it did, the wraiths grew ever more desperate. They were moving so fast they looked more like a solid ball of darkness than individual creatures. At the edge of the clump, tiny silver flames appeared. The flames quickly grew into a bonfire that soon reduced the wraiths to nothing. Cheers rose from the men, and Lachlan shared their relief, but he didn't dare relax until he knew exactly what had saved them. He sheathed his sword and set out toward the source of the now fading light. Andrea fell in beside him. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" "I'm sure of absolutely nothing beyond the fact that whoever's out here just saved our lives." "Can you manage the light? Theirs is already fading." "Yes, Majesty." She sounded resigned, and Lachlan understood how she felt. Nothing was going according to plan. They hurried along toward the dying light and reached it just as the final silver sparkles faded away. Lachlan's eyes widened. "Marshall!" He knelt beside his friend and mentor. Marshall lay on the ground, his breathing shallow and his body far too still. He clutched a silver sword in his right hand. He didn't look injured, but his skin had a white, bloodless look that Lachlan didn't like at all. It vaguely reminded him of a victim of a wraith strike. "Marshall, can you hear me? What happened?" "Brannock's blessing. Can't..." Marshall struggled to draw another breath. "Can't lose you, too." "Forget about me." Lachlan grabbed Marshall's free hand. "We can't lose you." Marshall forced a weak smile. "Old man, no great loss. Proud of you, boy. Your father was too." Marshall's hand went limp. "No, this couldn't be happening." Lachlan checked for his pulse and found nothing. He spun to look at Andrea. She shook her head. "He's gone, Majesty." Lachlan wanted to cry, scream, and tear out his hair all at the same time, but he couldn't. They still needed to reach the village and see what they could do to help. He reached for the silver sword, and when he touched it, the blade crumbled to dust. It seemed the Sword Lord had done all he was going to. They were on their own now. Chapter 39. Harper ran along the walkway to the third fallback position. She'd completely lost track of Baron MacLeod and the swordsman. Between running, shooting, and dodging wraiths, she barely had extra attention for her two surviving archers. The pair had proven fast and accurate, not to mention quick to run when she gave the order. Beside her, West looked pale and wan. She was hardly an expert when it came to magic, but it looked like he was reaching his limit. Should they lose his protection, Harper didn't know what they'd do. As they reached an intersection, a voice said, "Harper!" She spun and nearly put an arrow through Barrett before she recognized him. "Barrett! Thank Brannock you're okay." Everyone stopped and she turned to the villagers. "You two keep going, but don't shoot unless you have to until West and I rejoin you." They nodded and got moving again. As long as they stayed out of sight, they should be okay. From the sounds of it, the alchemists were still giving the wizards hell. "Where's Lord Marshall?" West asked. "We split up. He said the prince was in trouble and he was going to help. I came to let you know the army was close and that the wizards had already visited the temple and claimed their urn." Barrett swallowed hard. "It was a slaughter. I swear, lass, if we get out of this mess alive, I'm never leaving Parville again." "That's far from the worst plan I've ever heard. We could use another bow." "I've got a full quiver. Before I forget." West's head snapped up and he looked around, his face tight with anxiety. "Hold that thought." Harper had her bowstring taut as she looked for the threat. "What is it?" "I don't know. A powerful ripple just ran through the ether. I've never felt anything like it." "All forces retreat to the final rally point." Baron MacLeod's voice rang in Harper's head. "What's going on?" Barrett asked. "We need to fall back. Let's go." As they hurried toward the final rally point, West said, "That felt like Master Zan's magic. I'm glad he's okay." "I was thinking the same thing about Baron MacLeod." Harper kept her head on a swivel. She hadn't seen a wraith in far too long. What the hell were they up to? Her archers met them at the next intersection and fell in behind her group. "Did you two see any wraiths?" Harper asked. "I was peeking out from behind one of the houses," the man said. "The wraiths all went mad, flying around like crazy before vanishing into the night." "What does it mean?" Harper looked to West, who shook his head. "Don't ask me. I don't know a damn thing about how these monsters work." "That's my line." Harper rounded a corner and found 20 villagers milling around outside the building that held the scrying sphere. Baron MacLeod emerged from the building just as they arrived. He spotted Harper and waved her over. Barrett and West joined her as she approached. "Your group is the last," Baron MacLeod said. "How many did you lose?" 3, but we picked up Barrett. He says Lord Marshall went to help Lachlan." "Good to know the army's close, but it might not matter. According to Master Zan, the enemy found the final urn."
Harper's moment of hope withered. It seemed they had completely failed in their mission. Wargoth's wraiths were performing brilliantly. Their dark pleasure as they consumed the life force of his enemies flooded back through the link. The emotion felt so strong, stronger than ever. He'd never experienced anything like it, and he never wanted it to end. No doubt remained that the apprentice had done something to him, and he no longer cared. Not if this rush was his reward. He flinched as a wraith, one from the village, was destroyed. That was the downside to the closer connection. It didn't exactly hurt when one of them died, but he was more aware of it. It almost felt like a little piece of his soul died with them. As the thought occurred to him, Wargoth had to admit that was actually far worse than a little pain. Dismissing the concern as quickly as it arose, he focused on his troops. Even if he was right, there was nothing he could do about it now. Best to just enjoy the good and ignore the rest. A strange sensation came through from the more distant group. He didn't recognize it at first, but when he did, he couldn't believe it. They were frightened. What in the world could frighten already dead monsters? On second thought, he really didn't want to know. Whether he wanted to know or not, the answer hit him a moment later. It felt like white fire running through the link. Every wraith in the more distant group exploded with it. An instant later, they were snuffed out. The shock of their sudden destruction sent his mind reeling. Lightning ran through his body and his hair stood on end. That wasn't even the worst of it. The fire passed through him and back out into the wraiths attacking the village. It severed every connection as it went. Without his will guiding them, he felt the wraiths go berserk, fleeing in every direction. Then he felt nothing at all from them. Their presence had been like a shadow in his mind for so long that its absence broke something in him. Unable to think straight, Wargoth sprang to his feet and ran. He had no destination other than away from the sight of his horrible loss. He thought nothing of his comrades or his master. At that moment, they didn't even exist in his mind. Nothing did. And he hoped nothing ever would again. Maddox had lost track of the archer that took a shot at him. He'd assumed that all the archers were on the walkways and well behind him. As usual, making assumptions led to poor outcomes. Reasonably poor, anyway. The arrow hadn't come close to hitting him, but the silver steel arrow had screwed up his resonance spell and he'd been forced to recast it. A minor annoyance in the grand scheme of things. On the plus side, the worst of the explosions had stopped and Yemen hadn't seen fit to speak again. Both of those facts were a blessing to Maddox's ears and patience. He crossed another walkway and stopped in front of a closed door. The largest source of mithril was behind it. It had to be the urn. Peering through the ether, he checked the entrance for traps and wards. No way would someone leave something so precious unprotected. "Is it here?" Yemen asked, disturbing his concentration. "There's a large quantity of mithril behind the door. I'm checking for wards now. Perhaps you'd like to help?" A few seconds passed and Yemen said, "I can't see anything. If you're too gutless to open it, I will." Maddox took a step to the right. "By all means. The glory is yours for the taking." Yemen shoved the door open, and nothing happened. Perhaps Maddox had been wrong about the protections. Yemen offered a snort of contempt and strode through. A ward activated 3 feet into the building. Ether crackled and golden spears lanced out from all sides. The first one skipped off Yemen's shield, buying Maddox just enough time to conjure a second barrier. The rest of the spears smashed into the wall he raised. Most broke against it, but the final 2 were only slowed before sending Yemen flying across the room. Maddox took a moment to study the rest of the space. No more latent spells waited to be triggered, and the only item of interest was the urn. It sat on a simple wooden table looking just as shiny and perfect as the rest he'd seen. He released his resonance spell and blew out a long breath. The final urn at last. He'd begun to wonder if they would ever succeed in completing the mission. Yemen groaned and rolled over on his back. He stared at Maddox, seeming somewhat befuddled.
The impact had probably rattled his brain. "You saved me." Maddox nodded. "You seem surprised." "I am. I thought you hated the rest of us." Maddox chuckled and moved closer to the urn. Best to double-check for more traps. "Whether I hate you or not is irrelevant. Assuming things work out the way we hope, it's going to take more than 1 or 2 people to oversee the kingdom. Whatever my personal feelings, you've been in this from the beginning. That makes you the best option for a high-ranking position." "You really are a cold-blooded bastard." "Practical, Yemen. I am first, last, and always practical." Maddox finished his examination and picked up the urn. When nothing tried to kill him, he smiled. "Success at last." Maddox frowned and turned toward the door. "Has it gotten awfully quiet?" The explosions and screams had stopped. That had to mean that their side won, right? "Guess they finished killing everyone." Yemen heaved himself to his feet. "You want to open that or bring it to him sealed?" "We'll bring it to him like this. Opening the urn will be a piece of cake for Apprentice. It also wouldn't leave Maddox weak and exhausted in enemy territory." He stepped out onto the walkway and looked down into the center of the village. Apprentice and Alizad stood alone, surrounded by bodies. There was no sign of the wraiths. Maddox couldn't begin to imagine the alchemists had killed them all. What the hell was Worgoth playing at? Maddox leapt off the walkway, a simple drift spell slowing his descent. Apprentice and Alizad looked his way as he approached. "You found it. Excellent." Apprentice took the urn from him. "At last, I'll be whole again." "What happened to the wraiths? And where are the defenders?" Maddox asked. "The defenders, such as they were, have fled. I assume to regroup for another attack. Though what they imagine they'll gain beyond a swift death, I can't guess. As for the wraiths, did you not sense the powerful burst of divine energy that washed over the village a few minutes ago?" Maddox shook his head. "I was completely focused on dealing with the traps protecting the urn. Did it destroy them all?" "I'm not sure what it did to them." Apprentice shifted his grip on the urn as he grasped the lid. "But they all fled into the night, and I can no longer sense them, which means the link between the wraiths and Worgoth has been severed." If Apprentice didn't know, Maddox wasn't going to try and guess. He also didn't plan on looking for Worgoth with a few score unbound wraiths out there somewhere. Metal screeched on metal as Apprentice twisted the lid off the urn. Dust flew out and into his gray robe. The outline of his missing arm appeared, and he flexed it a few times before letting out a long sigh. "Now nothing can stop me." Chapter 40. Jack glanced down at the tan expanse of desert spread out below them. Flying at the pace of a dragon, he and Melcath should have arrived over a week ago. Unfortunately, a massive storm over the western ocean had forced them to make a detour and eventually hunker down on an island for 2 days until it passed. It seemed that sometimes nature was too much for even a dragon. Nametra. Nametra. Jack muttered the name over and over again lest he forget.
"Will you stop that?" Melcath said. "It doesn't matter if you forget his name. Only a wizard can use it to compel him, and that means me. We'll reach the lair by dark. Hopefully Father will know where we can find him."
"I just hope we're not too late. Our detour really slowed us down."
"It was unavoidable. If I didn't know Narukami Tempest and Astaroth hated each other, I might have thought the Lord of Corrupt Storms sent it himself."
Curious now, and with nothing better to do, he asked, "Why do the demon lords hate each other? If their followers worked together, they probably would rule the world right now."
"It's their nature. Can you imagine 9 hell priests sharing a world? Even if they conquered it, as soon as everyone else was beaten, they'd turn on each other. It's the biggest advantage we have."
"It's a good thing we have something going for us, I guess." They flew a few more minutes in silence before a strange tension ran through Melcath.
The muscles of his back clenched up under Jack's legs. He'd been seated on the dragon's back long enough that he recognized the change as something new. "What is it?" Jack asked.
"I can't sense Father's presence. We're close enough to the lair that we should be able to communicate telepathically. Something must be wrong."
Melcath beat his wings harder, forcing Jack to tighten his grip. "What could be wrong?" Jack asked. "He's a dragon, and stronger than you."
"I don't know, but we'll find out soon enough."
An hour later, Melcath dove out of the sky. Even from a distance, Jack could see the cave entrance had partially collapsed. That wasn't a good sign. After they landed, Jack barely had a second to climb down before Melcath transformed back into his human form. Melcath hastened up the stone steps, and Jack hurried to follow.
"Father!"
No response.
"I can sense someone alive in there. I believe it's the human that stayed behind."
"How could Tobias have survived something your father didn't?" Jack regretted the question as soon as he asked it. Talk about insensitive.
"Sorry. Forget about it. And to answer your question, there's a safe room in the very back of the lair. If Father sensed the enemy coming, he probably put Tobias in there to protect him. Why Father would bother is another question. But it is exactly the sort of thing he'd do."
Jack smiled. He did seem to have a soft spot for humans, a trait my entire species is most grateful for. They reached the cave entrance and started picking their way deeper, slipping around fallen boulders and sometimes climbing over them. Jack glanced up every so often, but it didn't look like more of the ceiling was in danger of falling. At least he hoped it wasn't. Jack grimaced when he stepped into the main chamber. Melkor's body lay partially crushed under rubble. The visible sections of skin had long slash marks in them from wraith talons. Blackened sections of the floor attested to the power of the dragon's flames. Melcath put a hand on his father's body and bowed his head. Jack stayed silent, allowing the man to grieve in peace. He wanted to offer some sort of comfort, but they really weren't close enough for that. Despite the weeks they'd spent together, Melcath had gotten more than tolerant of Jack, which was better than active dislike, but far from friendship. So with nothing better to do, Jack lowered his head and offered a silent prayer to Brannick that the brave dragon received whatever reward heaven had to offer his kind. Hopefully, Jack's father would receive an equally warm welcome when his soul reached the divine realm.
"Let's see what Tobias can tell us,"
Melcath said at last. They left the scene of the battle behind and moved deeper into the lair. A huge boulder blocked the entrance to the tunnel, but Melcath shoved it aside with a grunt. The rest of the walk went smoothly, and soon they stood in front of a sealed stone door. Melcath waved his hand, and the door slid open. Inside, Tobias sat at a stone table piling up smooth stones into a tower. He spun to face them, tears running down his face. "Thank Brannick you came. I was afraid I'd be stuck in here forever." "Your father," Tobias trailed off as if uncertain what to say next.
"What about my father?"
Melcath demanded. "He said to tell you that he loved you and was proud of you. It was the last thing he said before sealing me up in here. He also said you'd dig me out when you got back. I don't know how long it's been, but I'm very glad he was right."
"Tell me everything,"
Melcath said. "I will, but please, outside. I need to see the sun."
"Unfortunately, it's after dark," Jack said.
"The moon, then. I don't care. Anything other than these stone walls." Tobias sounded on the verge of losing it, and Jack fully understood. He couldn't imagine spending weeks on end trapped alone in a stone box with nothing for entertainment but stones to stack. They retraced their steps, and when they reached the main tunnel, Tobias broke into a near sprint. He scrambled over and around boulders, racing like a starving man in sight of food. When Melcath and Jack joined him outside, Tobias was sucking in great lungfuls of fresh air and staring up at the sky as if seeing it for the first time.
"Feeling better?"
Jack asked. "Yes, thank you. I kind of lost it in there. When the explosion went off, I feared I might never get out."
"Tell me everything,"
Melcath said again.
My father clearly didn't want you to help defend the urn.
No. I think all he wanted was for me to convey his last words to you. Tobias took a deep breath and recounted everything he remembered. It wasn't much since Melkor sealed him away before the wizards arrived. He saved my life, but I won't lie. After I'd been stuck in that box for heaven only knows how long, I was cursing him a bit.
I didn't even know about his emergency precautions. After centuries together, he still didn't trust me with everything.
Melcath shook his head, his emotions shifting from sad to angry and back again. Jack hated to barge in on his pain, but they didn't have unlimited time. We really need to get going. Melcath bared his fangs.
Yes, we need to go and kill the people that murdered my father.
Chapter 41. Maddox looked all around the silent village. He could sense many survivors, but none of them were visible. He'd assumed they'd attack with renewed vigor now that the wraiths had fled. What the hell was Morgoth doing anyway? They had the battle all but won, and now he was playing games. Leader or not, Maddox was going to beat the shit out of him when this was over.
What are they waiting for? Alazad asked. Reinforcements, Apprentice said. Can you not sense their presence? The army Morgoth was supposed to stop is close. They've entered the woods and will be here in minutes. I suspect they will attack from the ground while the survivors attack from above.
Why are we standing here waiting for them? Yemen asked. We should strike first before they team up.
We're waiting for them to present themselves for slaughter. Now that I'm whole, there's no way they can defeat me, no matter how many soldiers they bring. Be calm and patient. This will be over soon, and once it is, we can move on to bring this kingdom and eventually the entire continent to its knees.
Maddox kept his expression carefully neutral, but he didn't like the way Apprentice was talking. The overconfidence, the easy dismissal of their enemies. Nothing good could come from that sort of thinking. Not that Maddox would dare say anything. No. Best to keep his eyes open and be ready to flee should the worst happen. Nearly an hour passed before Maddox heard the crunch of boots through the forest. It sounded like a great many boots. Had Morgoth accomplished anything with his wraiths? Certainly didn't sound like it. He spotted movement on the walkways. Though they were still keeping their distance, the archers and alchemists were getting ready. Attacks from above and below. Just as predicted. Terrific.
What are we going to do?
Alazad's voice trembled as he spoke.
All the wraiths are gone.
Calm yourself, Apprentice said, and at least pretend you have a spine. All of them together have no hope of defeating me. Once they've gathered at a convenient distance, I'll wipe them out in one shot. Maddox hoped Apprentice's confidence wasn't just for show. Escaping from this mess would be no easy feat if he was talking out his ass. Far too soon the army, if you could call a few hundred men an army, marched into the center of the village. They looked ragged and worn out, their eyes dark but burning with determination. Fighting the wraiths must have taken a toll, but their determination appeared undiminished. You'd have thought if Morgoth couldn't kill them all, he could have at least driven them off. "Surround them!" someone from the army shouted. The soldiers hurried to comply. The archers and alchemists finally emerged from hiding to stand at the edge of the walkways, weapons at the ready. Though Maddox was better at hiding his fear than Alazad, his heart raced and his mouth was dry. This had to be the tightest spot he'd ever been in, and that included sneaking around a dragon's lair. "Surrender," the same voice said, "and your executions will be painless." Apprentice laughed at that. "The kingdom's previous heroes couldn't kill me before. Do you imagine you pathetic excuses for replacements will be able to do the job? You think you've won? I allowed you to get this close to make you easier to kill." Dozens of threads shot out in every direction, and lightning followed. Soldiers screamed and spasmed as they were cooked in their armor. A small group of spearmen found their courage and charged. Maddox sent their bodies flying with a fireball. Yemen and Al-Azad got into the fight, each of them striking down soldiers to the left and right. Every little bit helped, but Apprentice was killing a dozen for every one Maddox and the others struck down. His power seemed inexhaustible. Just when Maddox had begun to believe they were going to win, a tremendous roar shook the night. Flames shot out of the sky and formed a wall around them, cutting off their view of their surviving enemies. Maddox looked up in time to see a red dragon diving down at them. Apprentice raised his hand, and 40 threads wove together in a massive spear.
Nametra, the dragon roared. By the power of your true name, I command you to surrender.
The spell vanished, and Apprentice clutched his head as he fought the command.
Kill that dragon!
That dragon snapped its wings open and landed facing them. Its crimson scales gleamed in the firelight. Al-Azad and Yemen hurled lightning and blasts of shaped ether at the beast, but the magic only bounced off its scales. A blast of flames reduced Yemen to ash. Maddox had seen enough. He compressed a sphere of ether and released it in a flash of blinding white light. Gathering all his power around him in a shield, he dove through the wall of flame, choking back a scream of pain as he did. As soon as he was through, Maddox sprinted into the dark village, determined to put as much distance between himself and this folly as possible. Harper flinched back from the dragon's flames. Even at this distance, the heat seared her skin. Corpses of alchemists littered the walkway around her, along with her last 2 archers. She hadn't even learned their names. This was intentional, since she hadn't been optimistic about anyone, much less everyone, surviving. "Where the hell did that thing come from?" Baron MacLeod demanded, as if anyone had an answer.
"Who cares?" Harper said. "It seems to be on our side, and that's all that interests me." A weird shimmer ran through the flames, and one of the wizards came running out, his gray robes steaming. He looked up at them before running deeper into the village.
That's the other one that killed Dawson, Barrett said. I've been trying to tell you, Harper. I saw him earlier and took a shot at him, but some magic stopped the arrow.
I'm going after him, Harper said. Not without me, West said.
Get out of here, both of you, Baron MacLeod said. We can't let the bastard get away. Harper hadn't been asking for permission, but she was glad to have it. The rage that had lived in her heart since her father's death had burned down to embers as she tried her best to put the good of the many before her desire for revenge. But now, with the last man responsible so close, the flames were raging once more. She sprinted for the nearest steps down with West hot on her heels. As she ran, Harper calculated where he was likely headed. Into the woods seemed likely. Finding him in the forest at night would be a challenge, especially with magic involved. As soon as they reached the ground, West pointed. That way. I can sense his magic. It's weird, erratic. All the fighting must have weakened him. Harper flashed a fierce grin and ran in the direction indicated. Weak or not, she meant to kill him or die trying. That said, she wouldn't complain about anything that gave her a better chance at surviving. They burst into the center of town in time to see a gray-robed back on the far side, only a few yards from the tree line. Harper drew and loosed, her shot perfect. 6 inches from the target, the arrow stopped dead. Tossing the useless bow aside, she drew her father's sword and charged. It was better this way. To execute her father's murderer with his sword felt right, like justice was being served. The wizard spun to face her. 10 yards separated them when some invisible force picked her up and hurled her across the clearing. She bounced, slid, and finally came to a stop. Harper scrambled to her feet, bruised but uninjured, ready for the next pass. Stop, said the wizard. Just let me leave and you can continue breathing. I no longer care about this place or this fight. I've had enough. I'm so sorry your plans to take over the kingdom haven't worked out, Harper said. But you won't be leaving this place while I'm still alive. You murdered my father on your little mission, and you're going to answer for it. The wizard shook his head. I've killed so many people I can't even imagine who your father might be. But if you're so eager to join him, come on. Harper didn't need a second invitation.
She sprinted straight toward the wizard. A lightning bolt passed so close the hairs on her arm stood up. Harper didn't slow. The only chance she had was to end it before one of his spells hit. At 5 yards, she leapt and lunged. Something hot struck her in the stomach, but she ignored it and powered through. Her sword found his chest, piercing it as easily as she might a silk pillow. The wizard looked into her eyes, then down at the sword sticking out of him, disbelief clear on his wide-eyed face. Then he collapsed, pulling the sword out of her suddenly weak grasp. Harper's knees hit the ground, her strength gone. She touched her stomach where the heat had struck her and came back with blood. As the rush of battle faded, the pain came to take its place. "Harper!" West slid to a stop beside her. "I'm sorry. I couldn't stop all his threads." "You did great." Harper's vision faded in and out in time to her heartbeat. "Shame we never got to go apple picking. I was going to make a pie." West did something, and the pain faded a bit. "Please don't die. I know where Master Zan keeps his healing potions. I'll be right back. Please, just don't die." Harper tried to smile, but found she lacked the strength. "I'll try." West helped her lie down, then hurried away. It would have been nice to make it back to Parville and see everyone again. The cabin had to be a mess by now. She let out a long sigh. Looked like it would be someone else's job to clean it. That was one good thing about dying. No more housework. She let out a weak laugh. If this was what dying felt like, it wasn't so bad. Dad had told her often enough that when a soul passed on, it was absorbed into the essence of heaven or hell. Harper had no idea if that was true, but she would like very much to see her parents one last time. Darkness closed in on her. Well, she'd find out soon enough. West ran with everything he had toward Master Zan's lab. He knew right where the healing potions were kept. He'd seen them often enough during his many hours of training. The village hadn't made this year's delivery to the capital, so there were over a dozen unused potions just waiting for him. An image of the wound in Harper's stomach appeared unbidden in his mind. He should have stopped that thread, but there were ones headed for her heart and head as well that would have killed her instantly. West had only so much strength, and he'd used a lot of it during the battle. He ran up a set of steps. The demon had been right about him. He was too weak to protect Harper. Hopefully he could at least be fast enough to save her from his failure. He rounded a corner and glanced down. The dragon and the fire were both gone. A group of people were gathered around someone who was lying on their stomach face down, and that was all he had time to note. Lynn and whoever else was down there could deal with it. 2 more bridges brought him to the lab. Ignoring everything save the black lacquered case that took up half of one shelf, West grabbed it and set it on a workbench, right next to another, far smaller box that held the demon amulet. West ignored the horrid thing and flung the lid of the potion box open. He stared in horror at the empty slots. There were 20 vials of healing potions in there not a week ago. They couldn't all be gone. He flung the empty box across the room to shatter against the far wall. Harper was going to die, and he couldn't do a damn thing about it. Or could he? West put his finger on the smaller box. The demon would have power enough to save her. Though it might cost him his soul, that was a price he'd gladly pay. The tip of his finger hovered over the latch. No, he wouldn't let that thing loose. He loved Harper more than anything in the world, but he couldn't risk it. In the end, all he could do was go back to be with her at the end. Congratulations. You passed your final test. He spun to find Master Zan standing in the doorway. Master? I saw you running this way as if the Reaper himself were on your tail. Harper's hurt bad. I was hoping to find healing potions. They were distributed before the battle. Master Zan reached into the satchel at his side and pulled out a glass vial filled with red liquid. Luckily, I didn't need to use mine. Thank you, Master. West snatched the vial out of his hand and ran back to where Harper waited. The run back seemed to take 10 times as long. When he reached her side, Far too much blood had pooled around her. She didn't even flinch when he touched her. Fortunately, the potion didn't need to be drunk to be effective. West poured the potion on the wound on her stomach and watched as it slowly sealed up, leaving only an ugly scar behind. She didn't wake up. The potion wouldn't have healed her if she was already dead. At least, West didn't think so. He touched his fingers to her neck. No pulse that he could feel. "Come on, Harper! Wake up!" Harper found herself drifting among white clouds. In the distance, she could just see a golden fence. It looked exactly how the priest of Brannock described the gates of heaven. Why she was seeing it instead of just being absorbed into heaven's essence, she had no idea. Maybe she wasn't actually dead, just delirious and dreaming. A white light appeared before her, and when it faded, an armored warrior with white wings stood before her. The angel held a silver cruciform longsword bare in his gauntleted hand. He glowed with a golden aura, and just looking at him soothed her heart. "Brannock." "Correct, Harper Gale. Your faith has been strong, and your service to the world admirable. Despite your youth, you've done more for the greater good than many people 3 times your age." Harper couldn't look him in the eye. "I wanted revenge, to cut down the people that took my father from me. The greater good never entered into my thoughts." Brannock drifted closer and rested his empty hand on her shoulder. "You sell yourself short, child. How many times did you set aside your revenge so that you might help others? There is great honor in that." It was kind of him to say so, but Harper wasn't sure she believed it. "Am I dead? I didn't think dead people saw the gates of heaven. They just became one with it." "The vast majority do, but some remarkable individuals that draw the attention of the angels are offered another path. But as to your first question, no, you're not dead. You're resting at the border of life and death. The wound you took would have been fatal, but your young man made it back in time with the healing potion. I'm holding you between heartbeats so we can talk." "West will be worried sick. I have to get back." Brannock shook his head. "Time means nothing here. We could talk forever, and no more than an instant would pass in your world." Harper was glad to be alive, but also considerably confused. "What did you want to talk about?" "Your future. You are clearly one of those remarkable individuals I mentioned. Should you wish it, I will mark your soul so that when you die, instead of being absorbed by heaven, you will appear once more before me. When that happens, you will be given another choice: to end your awareness and offer your strength to heaven, or be transformed into an immortal elf so you can fight evil for all eternity." Harper's jaw dropped at the enormity of Brannock's offer. She didn't fully understand what it meant, but she recognized it was a great honor. "The life of a warrior elf is no easy thing," Brannock said. "The forces of hell are always seeking to advance. You will be summoned to world after world to fight the most evil of enemies. You may be slain, only to be reborn to fight again in an endless cycle as we attempt to hold the ultimate darkness at bay." Harper swallowed hard. "You don't make it sound like a great life." "It's hard, but knowing that you're making the universe a better place is very satisfying. Understand this: we only make elves out of those who choose to serve, knowing full well the fate that awaits them. That is one of the reasons heaven is always outnumbered. Hell will take anyone willing to sell their soul. We only take warriors of proven honor." Harper didn't know what to say. "It sounded like even if you marked my soul, I'd still be able to change my mind after I died." "Indeed. A mortal lifetime can change a person's perspective. You can even give up the fight after you become an elf. Heaven seeks only those that wish to fight for good. We force no one against their will." Harper nodded once. "Mark me, then. I will decide when the time comes." Warmth flooded into her through Brannock's gauntlet. "It is done. Return and live a good life. I will see you again." Brannick vanished, and darkness swallowed Harper up. Next, pain slammed into her, and she opened her eyes to find West's face hovering above her. "Hey, I feared I was too late." West wept openly now. "I'm so glad you're okay." "Okay might be overly generous. My stomach still feels like there's a hole in it." "That's phantom pain." Harper shifted her head enough to see Master Zan approaching. When a particularly bad wound is healed, the memory of the pain lingers even after the wound itself is gone. It will fade over the next day or two. If you'll excuse me, I need to return to Lynn and the others. Some important decisions need to be made. Feel free to return to the guest house when you're ready." "Thank you, Master," West said. "Not at all. You kids take your time. As far as I can tell, the threat is over. Now we just need to clean up the mess." Harper would be happy to leave that task for others. Right now, all she wanted to do was take a long nap. Chapter 42. Lachlan couldn't have said what surprised him more, having a dragon come roaring out of the sky to save them all, or finding his brother alive and riding on its back. He barely noticed a second man riding behind Jacob, eyes clenched shut and holding on for dear life. The main thing was the dragon had done something to stop the apprentice from attacking them. As he hesitantly approached, Jacob slid off the dragon's back and ran up to him, wrapping Lachlan in a fierce hug. "I'm glad you're okay, little brother. And man, do I have a story to tell you." "I'm sure. I've got one for you too, but right now we need to figure out our next move." Lachlan looked from his brother to the dragon, only to find a rather surly-looking man standing in its place. On the ground, the apprentice struggled to raise his head out of the dirt.
"Be still, Nametra,"
The man, dragon, or whatever he was, said. Jacob touched his arm and guided him gently over to the stranger. "Lachlan, allow me to introduce you to Melcath, son of Melkor the Red. You've seen his dragon form, which is his natural state. He can be a bit grumpy at times, but otherwise he's a good guy. No way would we have been able to take down the immortal apprentice without his and his father's help." "Wait, Melkor the Red like from the histories? The legend that helped take down the apprentice the first time?" Lachlan was having a hard time wrapping his head around everything that was happening. Around them, soldiers and alchemists were slowly closing in. Lynn separated herself from the group and came closer, with Andrea not far behind from the other direction.
"Can we move this along?" Melcath said. "I have no interest in spending the rest of my life as this wretch's keeper."
"Right," Jacob said. "Sorry. So, we obviously can't kill him. I assume burning him and sealing him back up in the urns would be the best way to go." He looked from Lachlan to Lynn, and back to Melcath, clearly uncertain if that was actually best. Lachlan understood how he felt. Storing him in pieces was clearly only a temporary solution, since a determined enemy could always free him again. "I'm not sure we should repeat what has already failed once," Lynn said. "Yet I can't see another one. Does anyone even know where the other urns are?" "Ask him." Lachlan nodded toward the apprentice.
"Where are the other urns, Nametra?" Melcath asked.
"At the acolytes' base." The apprentice spat the words as if each caused him pain. Lachlan rather hoped they did.
"And where is that, Nametra?"
Melcath asked. Grudging directions were given, and a partially ruined mansion described. Shouldn't be hard to find. "Who will guard the urns afterward?" Lynn asked. "Clearly the old approach is insufficient."
"We're not going to guard them," Melcath said. "I'm going to take them, fly over the ocean, and drop them 1,000 miles apart into the deepest water I can find. If the fish can find a way to open the urns, more power to them."
Not an unreasonable plan as far as Lachlan was concerned. "What do we do with him until we collect the urns?"
"Simple."
There was a flash of white light, and the dragon stood before them once more.
He needs to be dismembered before he's burned. We'll start with that."
Using his claws and raw strength, Melcath ripped the apprentice into pieces. It was a gruesome but surprisingly bloodless process. Everyone stood around staring at the twitching chunks of meat that had once been a man.
"Keep the pieces separated," Melcath said. "Nametra, I command you not to resist, speak, or do anything to heal yourself."
"Why does he obey you?" Andrea asked. "Because we learned his true name," Jacob said. "That, combined with Melcath's magic, forces him to obey." "I'm certainly glad you learned it and made it back when you did," Lachlan said. "He was tearing us apart until you arrived." "Indeed," Lynn said. "I shudder to think what the final death toll will be. Our village will need generations to recover." "So will the kingdom," Jacob said. "Rest assured, you'll get all the help we can offer." He sounded so much like a king, like father at that moment. Lachlan wanted to both smile and cry at the same time. "Is there somewhere we can talk?" Jacob asked. "I don't think I can sleep, and once the sun is up, we'll be too busy." "You can use the meeting house," Lynn said. "I need to check on my people and find places to store the body parts. I'll meet you in an hour." "Thanks, Lynn." Lachlan put an arm around Jacob's shoulder, and they set out. His brother was alive, and the enemy defeated. The night had ended far better than he'd feared it might. When Harper woke, the pain in her stomach had gone from awful to just annoying. Sunlight streamed through the windows. How long had she been asleep? It was quiet, so that meant the fighting was finished. A long sigh slipped through her lips. Her hunt for revenge was over, and instead of happy, she felt hollow. Even her talk with Brannick, assuming she hadn't hallucinated the whole thing, did nothing to make her feel better. She needed to go home, sleep in her own bed, see familiar faces, and visit her parents' graves. "Morning!" She nearly leapt out of her skin as she scrambled to roll over. Lachlan, rather than West, sat in one of the room's chairs a few feet away. "What the hell? Are you trying to finish what that wizard started?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. When I noticed you'd woke, I wanted to say something. Jacob and I will be leaving soon. There are a million things to do, but I wanted to see you once more before I left. West was kind enough to give us some time alone." That was a surprise, considering how jealous of Lachlan West used to be. "Is it over?" "As far as we can tell, yes. The wizards are all dead." "You found the fourth one?" Harper asked. Lachlan's brow crinkled. "Fourth one?" "Yeah, when we were observing the group approaching, there were 4 of them, plus the apprentice. When they attacked, I only saw 3. I figured the last one was hiding somewhere." "You didn't find him?" "No," Lachlan snarled. "No one even mentioned he was missing. Kind of an important fact to leave out. Damn it all to hell. I thought we only had a few stray wraiths to hunt down. A missing wizard is far worse." "Sorry, I didn't mean to add to your burden." He waved a hand. "You didn't." "Well, you did, but I needed to know, so it's fine. I'll put out an alert to all our forces. Someone will find him, and when they do, they'll alert the army and I'll send enough people to overwhelm and kill him. I'm sure it'll take time, but it will be done." "So what else were you going to tell me before I so rudely interrupted?" He took a breath and laid out everything that had happened, including the dragon, the safe return of his brother, and Tobias, and the final disposal of the apprentice. "Melcath is off dumping the urns in the ocean. I hate to say anything bad about our ancestors, but it seems like it would have been better for everyone if they'd done that in the first place." "Easy to say in retrospect," Harper said. "They left the urns with powerful guardians that kept them safe for centuries. But nothing truly lasts forever. If there's one thing I've learned over the past few months, it's that. You and me both." He paused and looked away. "If you ever find yourself back in Huxleyville, stop by the castle. Jacob and I will be setting up the new government there until we can rebuild the capital. You'd be more than welcome any time." "I appreciate the invitation, but I plan on sticking around home for a while.
Should you find yourself in Parville, stop by the Bear for a drink. My treat. Lachlan looked back and smiled a sad smile. We're never going to see each other again, are we? You know another thing I've learned during all this chaos? When he shook his head, she continued. Never say never. Epilogue. Harper stepped out onto the cabin's porch and took a deep breath of cool morning air. Summer was upon them, and no doubt today would be as hot as the last two. And she was perfectly fine with that. Little things that used to annoy her no longer drew so much as a muttered curse. Nothing like fighting for your life and nearly dying to shift your perspective. By some miracle, Parville hadn't suffered in the least from the recent chaos. She was fairly sure Mayor Brady didn't even know anything had happened after her father's death. Lucky him. She hopped off the porch and set off across the yard. The walk didn't take long, even at her strolling pace. And soon she stood in front of the wooden memorial that marked her parents' grave. Every morning she visited and offered a silent prayer to Brannock. Having met the Archangel in person, she felt better about her prayer being heard at least. The priest of Brannock had confirmed the mark on her soul, which meant the vision hadn't been a dream. What it meant for her mortal life, neither of them knew. But Harper would certainly have a big decision to make when she died. Not that she was in any hurry. I don't know what happens beyond the gates of heaven, Dad. But I hope you and Mom are together. You both deserve that and more. Gentle hands settled on her shoulders, and she leaned back against West's chest. They'd moved into the cabin together less than a week after getting back from the alchemist's village. She hadn't strangled him yet, which meant things were going pretty well. You're up early, she said. We're having breakfast at my parents' house today, remember? Harper had, in fact, completely forgotten about that. West's parents were determined to treat her like a daughter, even though she and West weren't married, or even officially engaged. She suspected they were trying to hurry things along. West's mother, at a minimum, wanted grandchildren, and she wanted them now. Much as Harper hated to disappoint her, she had no intention of having children right away, assuming she even could after the wounds she took. When she was ready, magical healing was easily available should it be needed. Harper made the sign of the inverted sword. We'd best get ready. I wouldn't want your mom's spiced potatoes getting cold. West kissed the top of her head, and Harper gave his hand a squeeze. A peaceful life awaited her. Once she would have wanted nothing to do with it. Now, she wanted nothing else.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed The Apprentice Reborn. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you next time.